This e-text is otherwise provided to you, as is no other. Warranties of any kind, express or implied, are made to you as to the e-text or any medium it may be on, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Some states do not allow disclaimers of implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of consequential damages, so the above disclaimers and exclusions may not apply to you, and you may have other legal rights. Indemnity: you will indemnify and hold the project, its directors, officers, members, and agents harmless from all liability, cost, and expense, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following that you do or cause: 1. Distribution of this e-text, 2. Alteration, modification, or addition to the e-text, or 3. Any defect. Distribution under Project Gutenberg TM. You may distribute copies of this e-text electronically, or by disc, book, or any other medium if you either delete this small print and all other references to Project Gutenberg, or 1. Only give exact copies of it. Among other things, this requires that you do not remove, alter, or modify the e-text or this small print statement. You may, however, if you wish, distribute this e-text in machine-readable binary, compressed, markup, or proprietary form, including any form resulting from conversion by word processing or hypertext software, but only so long as either *, the e-text, when displayed, is clearly readable, and does not contain characters other than those intended by the author of the work, although tilde, asterisk, and underline, underscore, characters may be used to convey punctuation intended by the author, and additional characters may be used to indicate hypertext links, or asterisk. The e-text may be readily converted by the reader at no expense into plain ASCII, EBCDIC, or equivalent form by the program that displays the e-text, as is the case, for instance, with most word processors, or asterisk. You provide, or agree to also provide on request at no additional cost, fee, or expense, a copy of the e-text in its original plain ASCII form, or in EBCDIC or other equivalent proprietary form. 2. Honor the e-text refund and replacement provisions of this small print statement. 3. Pay a trademark license fee to the project of 20% of the net profits you derive, calculated using the method you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. If you don't derive profits, no royalty is due. Royalties are payable to Project Gutenberg Association / Illinois Benedictine College within the 60 days following each date you prepare, or were legally required to prepare, your annual, or equivalent periodic, tax return. What if you want to send money even if you don't have to? The project gratefully accepts contributions in money, time, scanning machines, OCR software, public domain e-texts, royalty-free copyright licenses, and every other sort of contribution you can think of. Money should be paid to Project Gutenberg Association / Illinois Benedictine College. This small print by Charles B. Kramer, Attorney, Internet 72600.2026@compuserve.com. Tel 212-254-5093. End the small print. For public domain e-texts ver. 0.04.29.93 end *. Begin the vanilla ASCII Breitman ballads. The Breitman Ballads by Charles G. Leland. To the memory of the late Nicholas Trubner. This work is dedicated by Charles G. Leland. This Project Gutenberg edition is dedicated to Poole and Karen Anderson, without whose inspiration it would not exist. Jeff Kidd Christa Rourke. Ad musen. Est mihi scina itenim et prestanti corpori liebsta haec sola est mea musa meoc regieret in herza. Huic me urgibo ipsum meace illi abstato geluebda, huic ebran solas offricto offroc gestchenka, hic idiom ab singo lidros et carmina scribo. Rhapsodia Andra, Leipzig, 17th century. Preface to the edition of 1889. Though 20 years have passed since the first appearance of the Breitman Ballads, in a collected form, the author is deeply gratified, and not less sincerely grateful to the public, in knowing that Hans still lives in many memories, that he continues to be quoted when writers wish to illustrate an exuberantly joyous bardie, or ladies so very fashionably dressed as to recall the maidens MIT notings on, and that no inconsiderable number of those who are beginning German continue to be addressed by sportive friends in the Breitman dialect as a compliment to their capacity as linguists. For as a young medical student is asked by anxious intimates if he has got as far as salts, I have heard inquiries addressed to tyros and Teutonic whether they had mastered these songs. As I have realized all of this from newspapers and novels, even during the past few weeks, and have learned that a new and very expensive edition of the work has just appeared in America, I trust that I may be pardoned for a self-gratulation, which is, after all, really gratitude to those who have demanded of the English publisher another issue. My chief pleasure in this, though it be mingled with sorrow, is that it enables me to dedicate to the memory of my friend the late Nicholas Trubner the most complete edition of the ballads ever printed. I can think of no more appropriate tribute to his memory, since he was not only the first publisher of the work in England, but collaborated with the author in editing it so far as to greatly improve and extend the whole. This is more fully set forth in the introduction to the glossary, which is all his own. The memory of the deep personal interest which he took in the poems, his delight in being their publisher, his fondness for reciting them, is and ever will be to me indescribably touching, such experiences being rare in any life. He was an immensely general and yet thorough scholar, and I am certain that I never met with any man in my life who to such an extensive bibliographical knowledge added so much familiarity with the contents of books. And he was familiar with nothing which did not interest him, which is rare indeed among men who must know something of thousands of works. In fact, he was a wonderful and very original book in himself, which, if it had ever been written out and published, would have never died. His was one of the instances which give the world good cause to regret that the art of autobiography is of all others the one least taught or studied. There are few characters more interesting than those in which the practical man of business is combined with the scholar, because of the contrasts, or varied play of light and shadow, in them, and this was, absolutely to perfection, that of Mr. Trubner. And if I have reedited this work, it was that I might have an opportunity of recording it. There are others to whom I owe sincere gratitude for interest displayed in this work when it was young. The first of these was the late Charles Astor Breisted of New York. With the exception of the bardie, most of the poems in the first edition were written merely to fill up letters to him, and as I kept no copy of them, they would have been forgotten, had he not preserved and printed them after a time in a sporting paper. Nor would they even after this have appeared, though Mr. Breisted once tried to surprise me with a privately printed collection of them, which attempt failed, had not Mr. Ringwalt, my collaborator on the Philadelphia press, and also a printer, had such faith in the work as to have it set up in his office, offering to try an edition for me. This was transferred to Peterson Brothers, in whose hands the sale became at once very great, and I should be truly ungrateful if I omitted to mention among the many writers who were very kind in reviews, Mr. George A. Sala, who was chiefly influential in introducing Hans Breitman to the English public, and who has ever been his warmest friend. Another friend who encouraged and aided me by criticism was the late Octave Delapierre, a man of immense erudition, especially in archaeology, curiosa and facetiae. I trust that I may be pardoned for here mentioning that he often spoke of Breitman's interview with the Pope as his favorite macaronic poem, which, as he had published 2 volumes of Macaronia, was praise indeed. His theory was, that as macaronics were the ultra-extravagance of poetry, he who wrote most recklessly in them did best. In fact, that they should excel in first-rate badness, and from this point of view it is possible that Breitman's Latin lyric is not devoid of merit, since assuredly nobody ever wrote a worse. The late Lord Lytton, or Bulwer, was also kind enough to take an interest in these ballads, which was to me as gratifying as it was amazing. It was one of the great surprises of my life. I have a long letter from him, addressed to me on the appearance of the collected edition, in 1870. In it he spoke with warmest compliment of the poem of Leiden, and the first verses of Breitman in Belgium. In conclusion, I acknowledge the courtesy of Messrs. Dalziel Brothers for allowing me to republish here 4 poems which had appeared in the brand new ballads, published by them in 1885. But to mention all of the people of whom I have grateful memories in connection with the work, who have become acquainted with me through it, or written to me, or said pleasant words, would be impossible. I am happy to think it would embrace many of the men of the times during the last 20 years, and unfortunately too many who are now departed. And trusting that the reader will take in good part all that I have said, I remain his true friend, for truly there is no friend dearer than a devoted reader. Charles G. Leland Preface. When Hans Breitman's party, with other ballads, appeared, the only claim made on its behalf was that it constituted the first book ever written in English as imperfectly spoken by Germans. The author consequently held himself bound to give his broken English a truthful form. So far as observation and care, aided by the suggestions of well-educated German friends, could enable him to do this, it was done. But the more extensive were his observations, the more did the fact force itself upon his mind that there is actually no well-defined method or standard of German English, since not only do no two men speak it alike, but no one individual is invariably consistent in his errors or accuracies. Every reader who knows any foreign language imperfectly is aware that he speaks it better at one time than another, and it would consequently have been a grave error to reduce the broken and irregular jargon of the book to a fixed and regular language, or to require that the author should invariably write exactly the same mispronunciations with strict consistency on all occasions. The opinion, entirely foreign to any intention of the author, that Hans Breitman is an embodied satire on everything German, has found very few supporters, and it is with the greatest gratification that he has learned that educated and intelligent Germans regard Hans as a jocose burlesque of a type which is every day becoming rarer. And if Teutonic philosophy and sentiment, beer, music, and romance have been made the medium for what many reviewers have kindly declared to be laughter-moving, let the reader be assured that not a single word was meant in a bitter or unkindly spirit. It is true that there is always a standpoint from which any effort may be misjudged, but this standpoint certainly did not occur to the writer when he wrote, with anything but misgiving, of his hearty, hard-fighting, good-natured old ex-student, who, in the political ballads and others, appears to no moral disadvantage by the side of his associates. Breitman in several ballads is indeed a very literal copy or combination of characteristics of men who really exist or existed, and who had in their lives embraced as many extremes of thought as the captain. America abounds with Germans, who, having received in their youth a classical education, have passed through varied adventures, and often present the most startling paradoxes of thought and personal appearance. I have seen bearing a keg a porter who could speak Latin fluently. I have been in a beer shop kept by a man who was distinguished in the Frankfurt Parliament. I have found a graduate of the University of Munich in a Negro minstrel troupe. And while mentioning these as proof that Breitman, as I have depicted him, is not a contradictory character, I cannot refrain from a word of praise as to the energy and patience with which the German, under a cloud, in America bears his reverses, and works cheerfully and uncomplainingly, until, by sheer perseverance, he, in most cases, conquers fortune. In this respect the Germans, as a race, and I might almost say as individuals, are superior to any others on the American continent. And if I have jested with the German new philosophy, it is with the more seriousness that I here acknowledge the deepest respect for that true practical philosophy of life, that well-balanced mixture of Stoicism and Epicurism, which enables Germans to endure and to enjoy under circumstances when other men would probably despair. Breitman is one of the battered types of the men of '48, a person whose education more than his heart has in every way led him to entire skepticism or indifference, and one whose Lutheranism does not go beyond Wein, Weib und Gesang. Beneath his unlimited faith and pleasure lie natural shrewdness, an excellent early education, and certain principles of honesty and good fellowship, which are all the more clearly defined from his moral looseness in details which are identified in the Anglo-Saxon mind with total depravity. In such a man, the appreciation of the beautiful in nature may be keen, but it will continually vanish before humor or mere fun, while having no deep root in life or interests in common with the settled Anglo-Saxon citizen, he cannot fail to appear at times to the latter as a near relation to Mephistopheles. But his mockery, is as accidental and naïf as that of Jewish young Germany is keen and deliberate, and the former differs from the latter as the drollery of Abraham a Santa Clara differs from the brilliant satire of Heine. The readers should be fairly warned that these poems abound in words, phrases, suggestions, and even couplets, borrowed to such an extent from old ballads and other sources, as to make acknowledgment in many cases seem affectation. Where this has appeared to be worth the while, it has been done. The lyrics were written for a laugh, without anticipating publication, so far as a number of the principal ones in the first volume were concerned, and certainly without the least idea that they would be extensively and closely criticized by eminent and able reviewers. Before the compilation, the Bardi had almost passed from the writer's memory. Several other songs of the same character by him were quite forgotten, while a number had formed portions of letters to friends, by one of whom a few were published in a newspaper. When finally urged by many who were pleased with Breitman to issue these humble lyrics in book form, it was with some difficulty that the first volume was brought together. The excuse for the foregoing observations is the unexpected success of a book which is of itself of so eccentric a character as to require some explanation. For its reception from the public, and the kindness and consideration with which it has been treated by the press, the author can never be sufficiently grateful. Charles G. Leland, London, 1871. Hans Breitman's Bardi. Breitman and the Turners' Ballad. A ballad about de Rowdies. The Picnic. I Gilly Romanesco. Steinle von Slang to a friend studying German. Love Song der Freistaats. Weingeist Schnitzels Philosophie. I. Prologue 2. Hans Breitman and his Philosophie die schon Witwe. I. Vot de Yankee Chap Sung 2. How de Breitman cut him out. Breitman in battle. Breitman in Maryland. Breitman as a bummer. Second part. Breitman's going to church. Breitman in Kansas. Hans Breitman's Christmas. Breitman about town. Breitman in politics. I. 1. The nomination. 2. The Committee of Instructions. 3. Mr. Twine explains being sound upon the goose. 2. 4. How Breitman and Smith were reported to be log-rolling. 5. How they held the mass meeting. 6. Breitman's great speech. 3. Part diverse. The author asserts the vast intellectual superiority of Germans to Americans. Part de second, showing how Mr. Hiram Twine played off on Smith. Breitman as an Ulan. I. The Vision. 2. Breitman in a balloon. 3. Breitman and Bouilly. 4. Breitman takes the town of Nancy. v. Breitman in Bivouac. 6. Breitman's last bar to Europe. Breitman in Paris. Breitman in La Sorbonne. Breitman in 48. Breitman in Belgium. Spa Ostend Gent. Breitman in Holland. S. Gravenhage. The Hague. Leiden. Scheveningen. Amsterdam, Germany. Breitman am Rhein. Cologne am Rhein. No. 2 am Rhein. No. 3 Munich. Frankfurt on the Main, Italy. Breitman in Rome. La Scala Santa. Breitman interviews the Pope. The first edition of Breitman, showing how and why it was that it never appeared. Last ballads. Breitman in Turkey. Kobus Hagelstein. Fritzl Schnall the Gypsy Lover. Dornenlieder. Breitman's Sleigh Ride. The Magic Shoes. Glossary. Introduction by the publisher. Hans Breitman. Gaifa Bardi. The first of the poems here submitted to the English public appeared originally in 1857 in Graham's Magazine, in Philadelphia, and soon became widely known. Few American poems, indeed, have been held in better or more constant remembrance than the ballad of Hans Breitman's Bardi, for the words just quoted have actually passed into a proverbial expression. The other ballads of the present collection, likewise published in several newspapers, were first collected in 1869 by Mr. Leland, the translator of Heine's Pictures of Travel and Book of Songs, and author of Meister Karl's sketch book. Philadelphia 1856 and Sunshine and Thought, New York 1863. They are much of the same character as the Bardi, most of them celebrating the martial career of Hans Breitman, whose prototype was a German, serving during the war in the 15th Pennsylvanian Cavalry, and who we have it on good authority was a man of desperate courage whenever ascent could be made, and one who never fought unless something could be made. The Rebs gobbled him one day, but he reappeared in 3 weeks overloaded with money and valuables. One of the American critics remarks, throughout all the ballads it is the same figure presented, an honest Deutscher, drunk with the new world as with new wine, and rioting in the expression of purely Deutsch nature and half Deutsch ideas through a strange speech. The poems are written in the dull broken English, not to be confounded with the Pennsylvanian German, spoken by millions of mostly uneducated Germans in America, immigrants to a great extent from southern Germany. Their English has not yet become a distinct dialect, and it would even be difficult to fix at present the varieties in which it occurs. One of its prominent peculiarities, however, is easily perceived. It consists in the constant confounding of the soft and hard consonants, and the reader must well bear it in mind when translating the language that meets his eye into one to become intelligible to his ear. Thus to the German of our poet, kiss becomes jis, company gumpany, care gare, count gaunt, corner gorner, till dill, terrible durble, time dime, mountain mountain, thing ding, through dru, the duh, themselves, other odor, party barty, place blaze, pig big, priest briest, piano biano, plaster blaster, fine vine, fighting viding, fellow veller, or vice versa, he sounds got caught, green creen, great crate, gold dollars cold tollars, damn tam, dreadful treadful, drunk trunk, brown prown, blood plut, bridge pridge, barrel parrel, boot poot, begging peg gin, blackguard placard, rebel repel, never neffer, river rifer, very fairy, give gife, victory, evening evening, revivery fife, jump shump, join choin, joy choi, just shust, joke choke, jingling shingling, and see, or through a kindred change, both, youth yuf, but mouth mout, earth south, waiting vaten, was vas, widow, woman voman, work vark, one von, we and see, and hence, by way of a compound mixture, we get from him draffle for travel, deripple for terrible, a dapolek for a table leg, bepples for pebbles, disaster for disaster, gymnastic tricks for gymnastic tricks, lead pencil for lead pencil, and see. The peculiarity of Germans pronouncing in their mother tongue s like sh when it is followed by a, t, or p, and of Germans in southern Germany often also final. S like sh naturally produced in their American jargon such results as split, stop, straight, star, stupendous, spree, spirit, and see, ish, is, ash, as, and see, and by analogy led to schweet, sweet, schwig, swig, and see. We need not notice, however, more than these freaks of the German-American English of the present poems, as little as we need advert to simple vulgarisms also met with in England, such as the omission of the final g in words terminating in ing, blayin playing, spinnen, spinning, ridin, sailin, runin, and see. We must, of course, assume that the reader of this little volume is well acquainted both with English and German. The reader will perceive that the writer has taken another flight in Hans Breitman's Christmas, and many of the later ballads, from what he did in those preceding. An exception might be taken to his choice of subjects, and treatment of them, if the language employed by him were a fixed dialect, that is, a language arrested at a certain stage of its progress, for in that case he would have had to subordinate his pictures to the narrow sphere of the realistic incidents of a given locality. But the imperfect English utterances of the German, newly arrived in America, colored more or less by the peculiarities of his native idiom, do not make, and never will make a dialect, for the simple reason that, in proportion to his intelligence, his opportunities, and the length of time spent by him among his new English-speaking countrymen, he will sooner or later rid himself of the crudenesses of his speech, thus preventing it from becoming fixed. Many of the Germans who have emigrated and are still emigrating to America belong to the well-educated classes, and some possess a very high culture. Our poet has therefore presented his typical German, with perfect propriety, in a variety of situations which would be imperceptible within which the dialect necessarily moves, and has endowed him with character, even where the local color is wanting. In Breitman in Politics, we are on purely American ground. In it the Germans convince themselves that, as their hero can no longer plunder the rebels, he ought to plunder the nation, and they resolve on getting him elected to the state legislature. They accordingly form a committee, and formulate for their candidate 6 moral ideas, as his platform. These they show to their Yankee helper, Hiram Twine, who, having changed his politics 15 times, and managed several elections, knows how matters should be handled. He says the moral ideas are very fine, but not worth a darn, and instead of them proclaims the true cry, that Breitman is sound upon the goose, about which he tells a story. Then it is reported that the German cannot win, and that, as he is a soldier, he has been sent into the political field only to lead the forlorn hope and get beaten. In answer to this, Twine starts the report that Smith has sold the fight to Breitman, a notion which the Americans take to at once. For they mostly denkt id de naturalisting as effer could befall for to sheet Vaughan's own constituents is de pest mofen de came, und de neffers suppose the Dutchman have de sense to do de same. Accordingly, Breitman calls a meeting of Smith's supporters, tells them that he hopes to get a good place for his friend Smith, though he cannot approve of Smith's teetotal principles, because he, Breitman, is a Republican, and the meaning of that word is plain. If any enlightened man will seek in his Bibel, he will find dat a publican is a barty ash sells lager, und de ding is very blain, dat a Republican ish Vaughan who sells id gain und gain. Moreover, Smith believes in God, and goes to church. What liberal German can stand this? While Breitman, being a publican, must be a sinner. As to parties, the principles of both are the same plunder and any man who gives me his vote for his politics p, shall alphys p regarded as political friend py me. This brings the house down. And when Breitman announces that he sells the best beer in the city, and stands drinks gratis to his political friends, and orders in 12 barrels of lager for the meeting, he is unanimously voted a brickbat, and no sardine. After this brilliant success, the author is obliged to pause, in order to proclaim the intellectual superiority of Germans to the whole world. He gets tremendously befogged in the process, but that is no matter. As der Hegel say of his system, dat only von man's new Vot der Teufel id meant, and he couldn't tell, und der Jean Paul Richter, too, who said, God knows, I meant something Sven forced this buck I writ, but got only weiss Vot das buck means now, for I have forgotten it. But taking the point as proved, our German still allows that the Yankees have some sharp-pointed sense, which he illustrates by narrating how Hiram Twine turned a village of Smith voters into the Breitman camp. The village is German and Democrat. Smith has forgotten his meeting, and Twine, who is very like Smith, and rides into the village to watch the meeting, is taken by the Germans for Smith. On this, Twine resolves to personate Smith, and give his supporters a dose of him. Accordingly, on being asked to drink, he tells the Germans that none but hogs would drink their stinking beer, and that German wine was only made for German swine. Then he goes to the meeting, and having wounded their feelings in the tenderest point, the love of beer, attacks the next tenderest, their love for their language, by declaring that he will vote for preventing the speaking of it all through the states, and winds up by exhorting them to stop guzzling beer and smoking pipes, and set to work to un-Germanize themselves as soon as possible. On this, Der Kum de Schinde, with cries of, shoot him with a bowie knife, and tar and feather him. A revolver ball cuts the chandelier cord, all is dark, and amidst the row, Twine escapes and gallops off, with some pistol balls after him. But the village votes for Breitman, and B. licks der Schmidt. The ballad, Breitman's Going to Church, is based on a real occurrence. A certain colonel, with his men, did really, during the war, go to a church in or near Nashville, and, as the saying is, kicked up the devil and broke things, to such an extent that a serious reprimand from the colonel's superior officer was the result. The fact is guaranteed by Mr. Leland, who heard the offender complain of the cruel and heartless stretch of military authority. As regards the firing into the guerrilla ballroom, it took place near Murfreesboro, on the night of February 10 or 11, 1865, and on the next day, Mr. Leland was at a house where one of the wounded lay. On the same night a federal picket was shot dead near Laverne, and the next night a detachment of cavalry was sent off from General Van Cleve's quarters, the officer in command coming in while the author was talking with the general, for final orders. They rode 20 miles that night, attacked a body of guerrillas, captured a number, and brought back prisoners early next day. The same day Mr. Leland, with a small cavalry escort, and a few friends, went out into the country, during which ride one or two curious incidents occurred, illustrating the extraordinary fidelity of the blacks to Federal soldiers. The explanation of the poem entitled, "The First Edition of Breitman," is as follows. It was not long after the war that a friend of the writers to whom the Breitman ballads had been sent in missives, and who had frequently urged the former to have them published, resolved to secure, at least, a small private edition, though at his own expense. Unfortunately, the printers quarreled about the missives, and, as the writer understood, the entire concern broke up in a row in consequence. And in fact, when we reflect on the amount of fierce attack and recrimination we reflect this unpretending and peaceful little volume elicited after the appearance of the fifth English edition, and the injury which it sustained from garbled and falsified editions, in not less than 3 unauthorized reprints, it would really seem as if this first edition, which died a borning, had been typical of the stormy path to which the work was predestined. I Gilly Romanescro, a gypsy ballad, was written both in the original and translation, that is to say, in the German gypsy and German English dialects, to cast a new light on the many-sided bohemianism of her Breitman. The readers of more than one English newspaper will recall that the idea of representing Breitman as an Uhlan, scouting over France, and frequently laying houses and even cities under heavy contribution, has occurred to very many of our own. A spirited correspondent of the Telegraph, and others of literary fame, have familiarly referred to the Uhlan as Breitman, indicating that the German-American freelance has grown into a type, and more than one newspaper, anticipating this volume, has published Anglo-German poems referring to Hans Breitman and the Prussian-French War. In several pamphlets written in Anglo-German rhymes, which appeared in London in 1871, Breitman was made the representative type of the war by both the friends and opponents of Prussia, while during February of the same year Hans figured at the same time, and on the same evenings for several weeks, on the stages of 3 London theatres. So many imitations of these poems were published, and so extensively and familiarly was Mr. Leland's hero spoken of as the exponent of the German cause, that it seemed to a writer at the time as if he had become, as regards Germany, what John Bull and Brother Jonathan have long been to England and America. In connection with this remark, the following extract from a letter of the special correspondent of the London Daily Telegraph of August 29, 1870, may not be without interest. The Prussian Uhlan of 1870 seems destined to fill in French legendary chronicle the place which, during the invasions of 1814-15, was occupied by the Cossack. He is a great traveler. Nancy, Bar-le-Duc, Commercy, Reims, Chalons, St. Dizier, Charmant, have all heard of him. The Uhlan makes himself quite at home, and drops in, entirely in a friendly way, on mayors and corporations, asking not only himself to dinner, but an indefinite number of additional Uhlans, who, he says, may be expected hourly. The Uhlan wears a blue uniform turned up with yellow, and to the end of his lance is affixed a streamer intimately resembling a very dirty white pocket handkerchief. Sometimes he hunts in couples, sometimes he goes in 3s, and sometimes in 5s. When he lights upon a village, he holds it to ransom. When he comes upon a city, he captures it, making it literally the prisoner of his bow and his spear. A writer in Blackwood's magazine once drove the people of Lancashire to madness by declaring that, in the rebellion of 1745, Manchester was taken by a Scots sergeant and a wench. But it is a notorious fact that Nancy submitted without a murmur to 5 Uhlans, and that Bar-le-Duc was occupied by 2. When the Uhlan arrives in a conquered city, he visits the mayor, and makes his usual inordinate demands for meat, drink, and cigars. If his demands are acceded to, he accepts everything with a grin. If he is refused, he remarks, likewise with a grin, that he will come again tomorrow with 3,000 light horsemen, and he gallops away, but in many cases he does not return. The secret of the fellow's success lies mainly in his unblushing impudence, his easy mendacity, and that intimate knowledge of every highway and byway of the country which, thanks to the military organization of the Prussian army, he has acquired in the regimental school. He gives himself out to be the precursor of an imminently advancing army, when, after all, he is only a boldly adventurous freelance, who has ridden 30 miles across country on the chance of picking up something in the way of information or victuals. Only one more touch is needed to complete the portrait of the Uhlan. His veritable name would seem to be Hans Breitman, and his vocation that of a bummer, and Breitman, we learn from the preface to Mr. Leland's wonderful ballad, had a prototype in a regiment of Pennsylvanian cavalry by the name of Jost, whose proficiency in bumming, otherwise looting, in swearing, fighting, and drinking lager beer, raised him to a pitch of glory on the Federal side which excited at once the envy and the admiration of the boldest bushwhackers and the gauntest guerrillas in the Confederate host. The present edition embraces all the Breitman poems which have as yet appeared, and the publisher trusts that in their collected form they will be found much more attractive than in scattered volumes. Many new lyrics, illustrating the hero's travels in Europe, have been added, and these, it is believed, are not inferior to their predecessors. N. Trubner. The Breitman Ballads. Hans Breitman's Bardi. Hans Breitman Geife Bardi, de had Biano Blayen, I Felden Loaf mit American Frau, her name was Matilda Jane. She had haar as Praunesche Pretzel, her eyes was Himmelblue, Juendi wenn de Lukit in Domein, de split mein Hart in de. Hans Breitman Geife Bardi, I vent dir jo Pound, I Voltset mit Matilda Jane, Juendi vent spinnen round Juendi round. De puttiest Fräulein in de Haus, she weighed pout de £100, Juendi every dime she Geife schumpt she make de windows sound. Hans Breitman Geife Bardi, I dells you it cost him dear. De rolled in more ash siefen keks of fustrate lager beer. Juendi Vennefer de nachts de Spicket in de Deutschers gifse cheer. I dink stout so vine a Bardi nefer kum to a het dis year. Hans Breitman Geife Bardi, dear all vast saus and brows, then de supercomet in, de company did make themselves to house. De ate das brat and Gensi brust, de bratwurst and brat and vine, Juendi vaschter abendessen down mit 4 parels of Neckerwine. Hans Breitman Geife Bardi, wie all cot trunk ashbigs. I put mein Maut to a parel of beer, Juendi emptied it up mit a schwigs, Juendi den I just Matilda Jane, Juendi she schlag me on de Kop, Juendi de Company weidet mit Dapelex still de Kunstable made us stop. Hans Breitman Geife Bardi, Vierisch dot Bardi now. Vierisch de lofely golden cloud dot float on de mountain's prow? Vierisch de Himmelstralen stern, de star of de Spirit's light? All gone Affe mit de lager beer, Affe in de Jürgkeit. Breitman and the Turners. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, November in de Fall, Juendi de Gif de Boozed and Bender all in de Turner Hall. Der kum de whole Gesamverein mit de Liederlich Äpfelchor, 1. Juendi de blowed on de drums and strummed on de fifes till they couldn't refife no more. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, they all set up some shouts, they tooked him into der Turner Hall, Juendi puts him a course of sprouts. They puts him on de barrel pars Juendi stands him up on his head, Juendi de pumps de beer mit an in chine hose in his mout dill he's pout half ted. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, they make gymnastic dricks, he stood on de middle of de floor, Juendi put up a 56. Juendi den he drowsed to de roof, Juendi schwig off a treadful trink, de vate kum tumple back on his head, Juendi py shinks. He didn't vink. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, mein Gott. How de drinkt Juendi schwor. Der vast Schwabians Juendi Tyroles, Juendi Bavarians by de score. Some Vellers kum from der Rhineland, Juendi Frankfurt on de Main, but der was only von Charmen der, Juendi he was a Holstein Dane. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, mit a Limperg cheese he kum, wenn he opened de box it schmells so loud it knocked de Musik dumm. Then de Deutschers kit de flavor, it coiled de haar on der head, but der was de Amerigans der, Juendi, py tam. It killed them dead. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, de ladies coomed in to see, they put them in de blaze for de gals, all in der Galerie. They asked, Vierisch de Breitman? Juendi de drempel mit a and fear wenn they see him schwingen py de toes, a trinken lager beer. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, I dells you vot py tam. They sings de great Urbamelied frowny face too, de holy charmant psalm. Juendi wenn de kits to de Goris you ought to hear dem dramp. It scared der Teufel down below to hear de Dutchman stamp. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, by Donner. It vas grand, then de whole of dem goes valken Juendi dancin on der hand, mit der weet all vaven in de air, Gotstausend. Vot drix. Dil de Breitman fall und day all go down schuss like a row of bricks. Hans Breitman schoin de Turners, they lay deer in a heap, and slept dil de early sonnenschein kommen at de wind out creep, and de priset wake dem from der dream, and they go to kid der feed. Here had dis song an endy, das ist de Breitmanslade. Ballad. By Hans Breitman. Der noble Ritter Hugo von Schwillensoffenstein rode out mit Schapper and helmet, und he cum to de panks of de Rhine. Und up der rose a mermaid, Vot hadn't got notings on, und she say, "Oh, Ritter Hugo, where you goes mit yourself alone?" And he says, "I rides in de Greenwood, mit helmet und mit spear, till I comes into Gasthaus, und der I trinks some beer." Und den outspoke de maiden Vot hadn't got notings on. "I don't think much of beplesh dat goes mit themselves alone. You'd better come down in de Wasser, where there's heaps of dings to see, und hath a splendid tinner und draffel along mit me. Do you sees de fishes schwimmen, und you catches dem every von." So sang dis Wasser maiden Vot hadn't got notings on. Der ish drunks all full mit money in ships that went down of old, und you helps yourself, by dunder, to shimmerin' crowns of gold. Shust look at dies spuns und vatches. Shust see dies diamond rings. Come down and fill your buckets, und I'll just you like every dings. Vot you vanch mit your schnaps und lager? Come down into der Rhine. Der ish bottles der Kaiser Charlemagne vance filled mit gold red wine. Dat fetched him he stewed all spellbound. She pulled his coattails down, she drawed him under de Wasser, de maiden mit notings on. A ballad about de rowdies. De moon shines over de cloudlands, und de clouds plow over de sea, und I went to Coney Island, und I took main shots mit me. Main shots, Katrina Bauer, I gave her main heart und vort. But we didn't know Vot beeples de dampschiff hath caught on board. De priest plowed cool und pleasant, we looked at de town mit soundlight on de stiebels, und wetter fanes dornin round. We sat on de deck in the gorna und dropled noppity dear, then all around us de rowdies begin to plaggard und schwer. A woman mit a papy vas sittin' in de blaze, von took it a chew tobacco und trod it indo her vase. De woman got convulsions, de papy pedgin to gry, und de rowdies screamed out a laughin', und said dat de fun was high. Pine PV becomes some hunger, Katrina Bauer und I opened de lid of mine basket, und pringed out a cherry bee. A cherry kuchen mit pretzels. "How gut!" Katrina said, then a rowdy snatched it from her, und pricked it over mine het. I dells him he p a placard, I gived him a beast my mind, I volt set it before a two sand, mit der Teufel himself behind. Den he knocks me down mit a slingshot, und peats me plack and plew, und de plaggards kick me, till I vainted, und dat ish drew. De rich American beeples don't know how de rowdies strike der poor hard twerkin' Charmin, he knows it more as he like. If de Deutsche speakers und Bapers are sometimes too hard on dis land, shust think how de Deutsch kid driven along by de rowdies' hand. The picnic. De picknock at Sprackers would melt de soul und fire de blood. ID softly slid from cakes und cream, boot busted up on brandy steam. mit stems of tender graceful ring, de gals begin a song to sing, a bland note lied of olden dime Deutsch was die dun, und Deutsch de rhyme. Wise of der Strasse wens finster ischt, und niemand in der Goss mehr ischt, ner schon Madelwall mehr Fonga, wie es Jebelti Ludverlonga. At de Picknockwood in Sprackers Wood, de beer was soft, the gals were good, und von Feller, wilt and rash, called out for a Yankee brandy smash. A crow Vot vas Valken on de Val, fell dead when he hear dis Dutchman call, for he knew dat droplas cum, py shinks. Then de Dutch go in for Yankee drinks. De Dutch got raven drunk ash sin, dey smash de windows out und in. Dey bust und bang de barroom ein, und call for a bucket of brantwine. Avy, demself stay flowing, und a wild infernal lie dey sung, twas. Tam de wine, and cuss de beer. Wie taunt care nix for de demperance here. O keep a pringing juleps in, und bald face corn dat burn like sin. Mit apple tods und old stone fence, ve'll all get corned ere we go hence. Dey dash der glasses on de crown, und tans diltwas all to brick dust ground, then dey hear von man had a $10 note, de crowd go dead for dat rich man's trote. A demperance chap vot cum derin, vent squanderin out mit his shell burst in. It's walk your chalks, you lose your chance, dis vot de call de Dutchman's dance. Boot ven de law, mit his myrmidon, vas here of dies Dutchman's carryins on, dey sent policemen stern und good, to pull those Dutch and sprackers wood. De Dutch vas all gone roarin' mad, und trinkt mit spracker all they had. Dey spend enough money to last their life, and each vas tansen mit another man's wife. Dey all caught punish differs ways, some vent to jug for dirty tays, und de von dat killed de demperance man vas kit from de alderman reprimand. Und dus it ran. A warning dake, for you might have made some pig mistake. Now how volt you have field, py shing? If dat man hap peen in de whiskey ring? Since you votes my dicket, of course you know, I'm pound to let you slide und go. Boot neffer on whiskey trink your fill, for you Dutchmen don't know who to kill. Now Deutschers all on dis warning dink, und don't get trunk on Yankee trink, for neither you, or another man, can pee hawks like de New York rowdies can. So trink you beer, mit music plest, for if you tried your level best, you can't be plaggart stained in de blood, dust and det de shooty of sprackers would. I gilly Romanesco. A gypsy ballad. Vender her Breitman vas a youngling, he vas go bummin around good deal in de world, vestigatin human natur, Roland de Verne en Verne, ash de French boat says. Goin' from town to town. Seein' beables in Jemix society, und learnin' dose languages vich ornament a drew muscopolite, or von whose kopf ish bemost mit experience. Mong oder tongues, ash it would appeared, he spoke fluently, Red Welsh, Black Dutch, Cotter Welsh, Goner Sprake, und Shipsy, und dis latter language he pring so wide dat he write a book of poads in it, von of vich poads I have intus him mit moosh droplas to telefer offer to de world. De inclined reader will, mit crate heavyhood blaze before himself de vexation und labor I have had in de Breitman his absence, to get these Shipsy verses properly corrected, as the only gentleman in town who vas culpable of so doin', ish peen gone find in de town Bryson, pout some droplas he had for stealin' some hens, und before I could consult mit him, he vas ruined offy. Den I found an old woman's Shipsy, who vas do notings boot peg, und so wider mit pout 5 or 4 odors more. Therefore, de rodums must be excused py de enlightened public, who are familiar mit dis beautiful language, which is now so generally fashionable in literary und sport in circles. F. Schwackenhammer. I gilly Romanesco. Shinava, Cabasno della Godla, Shinava Pasco Mascro. T. del Miro dul tu Scavina Bactalo. 3. Shinava oper Taruka Chiriclo Kugalila, Kamavala but dives, emi pale kama viva. Apo jewr divus s Shinava pro Gilaviban, economy avava, pro Marzos, pro Curibin. So Karava Curibant, so Karava apre dram, Mikun of Miri Ramni, so Kamela la Caro Ram. Translation. I hear de gaka growin'. I hear de musicant. Got gife de a happy shorny ven you go to a distant land. I hears o upon de branches a purd mit merry strain, good many tays must vanish ere I come to dis place again. O upon some oder times I'll hear dat song from de, but now I goes as soldier to war, o'er de rollin' sea. Und vot I steals and paddle, und vot on de road I steal, I'll bring all to my true loaf who lofts her loffer so well. Steinley von Slang. I. De watchman look out from his tower ash de Abengold glimmer grew dim, und saw on de road true de gar 10 spearmen cum right into him, und he schwir. May I lose my next bidder, und den mit der Teufel go hang. If id isn't dat pulley young Ritter, de hell drive in Steinley von Slang. De Vorlt neffer had any such man, he vites like a sturm in its wrath. You may call me a regular Dutchman, if he aren't like Goliath of Gath. He ish big ash de Shrant O'Brady, More ash siefen feet high on a string, but he can't win de hearts of my lady, de lofely plechtrud von sling. De lady make welcome her gast in, as she stepped to de dop of de stair, she looked like an angel got lost in a forest of autumn brown hair. Uend a bower maiden said as she tarried, I wish I may bust mit a bang. If id isn't ashamed she ain't married to de Hurrileach Steinley von Slang. He POWs to de crown for de lady, while his vase ish ash pale ash de ted. Uend she whispers unto him a reed ash mit arrow point accents she said. You have long dimes peen dryin' to win me, you have vite, and mine braises you sing, but I'm fraid dat de notion ain't in me, de lady plechtrud von sling. Boot brave who deserves a reward, sir, though you've hardly a chost of a chance. Sanct whereof? Neddinks ideish hard, sir, I should alwal lead you dis dance. Like a bee's veneted booze true de clover, dese murmurin' accents she flang, while singin', a stingin' her laughter, der womoody Ritter von Slang. Boot if von ding you do, I'll knock under, our droples must end in damn it Uend if you pull true it, by donder. I'll own myself euchred Uend bit. I schwör py de holy Sanct Clody. Py mine honor Uend Avery ding. You may have me so, puddens Uend potty, mit de whole of plechtrud von Sling. Uend dishish detest of your power while we stand ourselves round in a row, you must roll from de dop of dis tower, down stairs to de valley below. Ideish rough and steep ash my virtue. Mit schwanenschweet accents she sang. Taunt try if you dinks id will hurt you, mein gut little Ritter von Slang. And more arose mong de beeples. In fain tid she dorn in her scorn, der Watchman on dop of de steeples ploughed a sorrowful dune on his horn. Ash day looked down de Dousanfoot trep, day schwird day volt pass on de ding, Uend not roll down de firstest tam step for 100 like Fräulein von Sling. 2. 'Twas autumn. De dry leaves veer bustlin Uend visperen der elfen wild talk, ven schlo, mit his veet in dem rustlin. Her Stanley coomed out for a walk while dux vly afar in de gloamin, he hear a vaint gry vom de gang, Uend wischt he veer off mit dem Roman, de heart-wounded Ritter von Slang. Uend ash he vent musin Uend speakin, he se, shust ahead in his vey, in singular manner a streakin, a strange little bein, in cray, who turn ed on him quick mit a holler, Uend cutten a de begien ving, cried. Say, can you change me a thaler? Oh, guest of de Lady von Sling? De night vas a gut natured veller, de peggers all knowed him at sight, so he forked out each groschen Uend heller, till he fixed de finances aright. Boot shust ash de little man vent, he, der Ritter, ashtonish cried. Dang! For id vast von thaler boot 20, he'd passed on der Ritter von Slang. O Reader! Suppose such of light in de fingers of me, or of you, how we'd turn ed on our heels, Uend gone kiten dill no von was left to pursue. Good Lord! How we'd froze to de ready! Boot mit him dvas a different ding, for he went on de high, moral steady, dis loffer of Fräulein von Sling. Uend do no von will geif any credit to dis part of mine dale, still ids drew, he draffled ash if he would dead it, dis little old man to pursue. Uend loudly he after him hollers, till de valas mit de cliffers loud rang. You have gift me 9 10 2 moosh dollars, hold hard, cried der Ritter von Slang. The old man op his eyes like a casement, Uend laid a cold hand on his prow, den mutter in utmost amazement. Vot manner of mordel art do? I have lifed in dis world a jahrtausend, Uend never yet met such a ding. Yet you find it hard vark to peace spouse, and beloved by de Lady von Sling. Uend she vant you to roll from de tower down steps to yon rivulet spot. Here de knight, whom amazement o'erbauer cried, Himmel's pots pumpin' her got. Boot de old veller said, I'll arrange it, let your droples Uend sorrows co hang. Uend notings willkommen to derange it pet high on it, Ritter von Slang. So get up dis small understandin', dat tomorrow by 10, do you hear? You'll PMit your trunk at de landin', I'll also be dear never fear. Uend I dinks we shall make your young woman a new kind of melody sing, dat vain, wicked, cruel, unhuman, Gottam Nappel Fräulein von Sling. De violet stars veer above him, white moths Uend white doves shimmered round, all nature seemed seeking to loaf him, MIT perfume und vision und sound. The little old feller had finished, in a harp-like, melodious twang, und MIT him all sorrow vast panished affe from der Steinli von slang. 3. Id vast morn, und de Volt had assembled mid panners und lances und dust, boot de heart of de Baroness trembled, und often her folly she cussed. For she found dat de Ritter would do it und die or get into de ring. Und den she'd be certain to rue it, although she vast Lady von Sling. For no man in Deutschland stood higher than he MIT de Minzing crew, he vast friended to Haney von Steyr, und Wolfram von Eschenbach too. Und she dinkt as she looked from de Winders, how herzlich his brazes days sang. Now dale knock my goot name into Flinders, for killen der Ritter von Slang. Boot o! Der goot night had a shower, und felt most uncommonly queer, then he find on de top of de Dower de Goblin, beside him, Abier. Den he find he no more could go valthin, und stewed, schust and potrified ding, while de Goblin went round about talkin', und chaffin plektrud von Sling. Den advance he see indo de problem, und vast staggered like rats at Id's vim. His soul had gone indo de Goblin, und de Goblins had gone indo him. Und de eyes of de Volk vast enchanted, der vast glamour, upon de whole gang, for dey dink dat dis Veller who ranted so loose, vast der Ritter von Slang. Und, Lord! How he dalkied! Under Heffens der vast Neffers such derpel wits, knocken all dings to sexes and siefens, und giffen plektrudda, Dutch fits. Mein Gott! How he punished und chaffed her like a hellstingen, devil-born ding, while de Volk lay a rollin' MIT laughter at Fräulein plektrudda von Sling. The lady grew angry und paler, the lady grew wrathful und red, she felt some satanical jailer hafe Bryson de tongue in her head. She must laugh ven she van to pee cryin', und vast crushed MIT de tuffelish clang, till she knelt herself, pooty near dyin', to dis derrible image of slang. Den der Goblin schumpoop to der ceiling und tro summers round on de vloor, right over plektrudda anilin, till she look more a vull dan before. Den he rolled down de steps light und breezy, his laughs made it all about ring, as he schwirred der vast noting more easy dan to win a plektrudda von Sling. Und ven he caught down to de potom, he laughed so to freeze in your blood, und schwer dat de bumps ash he caught hafe make him feel petter ash good. Boot oh! How dey shook at his power, then he turned himself round MIT a bang, und roll up to de DOP of de tower, to change forms MIT de oder von Slang. Den all in an instant vast altered, der Steinli vast cum to himself, und de sprite, which in double sense paltered, from dat moment cane vast an elf. Dey still dink dat he vast de person who had bobbed up and down on de ving, und knew not who twas lay de curse on de beautiful Lady von Sling. None enlit plektrudda repented, und gazed on der Ritter MIT showy, in dime to be married consented, und vast plest MIT a beautiful poi. A 20 gold piece on his bosom ven Jeporn vast tiskaferd to hang MIT de inscript dash. Dis dime don't refuse em. So in det detail of von Slang. Dresden, 1870. To a friend studying German. Si leisret t amara et severum magnum mer sponsum t parducerum tristitia amorosa. Frau Adventure von J. V. Scheffel. Willst du learn die Deutsche Sprache? Den set it on your card, that all the nouns have Schenders, und de Schenders all are hard. Der ist also dings called pronouns, which IDs just as well to know, but ach. De verbs or time words they'll work you bitter well. Willst du learn de Deutsche Sprache? Den you alltag must go to Sinfonies, sonatas, or an oratorio. Then you dinks you knows pout Musik, more ash any other man, be sure de soul of Deutschland into your soulish ran. Willst du learn de Deutsche Sprache? Du musst eat about a peck a week of stinging sauerkraut, for und siefen pfounds of speck. MIT got nose VOT in vinegar, und deuce nose VOT in rum. Dis ist de only certain way to make de accents cum. Willst du learn de Deutsche Sprache? Prepare dein Soul to stand such sentences as ne'er was hard in any oder land. Till do canst make parentheses and twistadones all dan worst du erstuchfertig sein. 5. For a language ideal. Willst do learn de Deutsche Sprache? Du musst mit out and fear trink Avery Tee and gallon dry, of foamin' Sherman beer. Und de more you trinks, p certain, more Deutsch you'll surely p, for Gambrinus ish de Emperor of de whole of Germany. Willst do learn de Deutsche Sprache? Be schally, brav, und true, for dat Veller ish kein Deutscher who ish not a schally poi. Find out vot means Gemülligkeit, und do it mitout fail, and sang und klang dein Leben lang. 6. A brick ganz Kreuzfeidel. Willst do learn de Deutsche Sprache? If a Schendelman do art, den strike right indo Deutschland, und get a Schweiz heart. From Schwabenland or Saxon wir now dis right appease, und de bretty girls all wachsen schuss like apples on de drees. But if do beast a lady, den on de oder hand, take a blonde mustachioed Loffer in divine green Sherman land. Und if you schuss get married, would mit would soon makes a wire, you'll learn to sprechen Deutsch main kind, ash fast as you desire. Dresden, January 1870. Love Song. Volmerasti sior miem, sora mea spansa. O wir mein lofa Sugarpaul, de ferry schmales lump volt schwiet de seas, from pole to pole, und make des children schump. Und if she veer a Cloverfield, I'd bet my only pence, it would pee no dime at all before I'd schump defense. Her heavenly voice, it drill me so, it oft times seems to hort, she ish de holiest animal dat runes o upon de dirt. De Renpau rises when she sings, de sunshine when she dock, de angels crow und flop der wings when she goes out to walk. So livin' white, so carnadine, mein loaf's Gomblexion show, it's just like Aben Carmesine, rich gleamin' on de schnow. Her soul makes plushes in her chic ash summer reds de wine, or sunlight sends a fire life true and blank Carfunkelstein. De Uberschwenglich ideas dis loaf put in my mind, volt make a first-rate philosoph of any humankind. Tis shooter and schwiet on Erd to meet in himmlisch hoelisch qual, und treat midwhiles to kumel schnaps de Skunheit sidial. Dein Fuss sein Weiss wie Kreiden, dein Ermlein Helfenbein, dein Ganzer Leib ist Seiden dein Brust wie Marmelstein Javioti de older boats sang, I sing of die do fine. Do arti soul und potty, heart und life glatt, zart, gelind, und rain. 7. Der Freischutz. Der Pabst let. And see. We gets, my friends, if you'll allow, I sings you right offy just now some dreadful stories which they calls der Freischutz, or de magic balls. Wall in Bohemian land it cooms, wir folk trink brandy made of plums wink with a frown 8. Der Life ein Jäger Maxwell Schmidt who shot MIT goons und never hit. Now der was von old Jäger, who says, Maxwell, dis will never do, if you shoot miss on Drielte, der'll p der Teufel den to bay. If you do miss, you stupid koos, der'll p de Donnerwetter loose, for you shan't have mein Tauter's hand, nor p der Herzog's Jägersman. Id Kuhn before de te was set, dat all de Schaps Togder met, und Max he fired his goon und missed, und all de gals caught round und hissed. Dey laughed before und hissed behind, boot von Schap Casper said. Tun mind, I dells you vot Houston them alls if just you shoot mit magic balls. De magic balls. Oh, vot is dat? I caught some in my hoontin hat, dey replack as coal, und shoot so drew, oh, dem's de kind of balls for you. You see dat eagle flyin' high in 100 miles up in de sky, shoot at dat eagle mit your bix, you kills hin Ted Ash Dunderblicks. I tump believe de dings you say. You fool, says Casp. Den plays offy. He plays doffy, then, sure as plud, down coom de eagle in de mud. Oh, was is das? Said Maxo Schmidt. Vhy? Dat's de eagle vot you hit. You kills him ven you plays offy. Boot dat's a ding you nix verse day. You must go to make dem balls to de wolf's glen ven midnight valls. Thou knows de spot alone und late. Oh, jai no shim gans fust rate. Boot den I does not like to go among dem dings, says Casp. ACH, show! I'll help you fix dem Teufel chaps, like a good Vellerdake some schnaps. Hilf Samuel! Hilf dash. Here, take some more, den Cass vent stompen round de vloer, und koomd his humpugs over Schmidt, dil Max said. Nunnichgehe mit. All in de finster Mitternacht, ven oder folk and schliep vas locked, down in de wolfschlucht, Cass tid dry his Teufel strikes und hexery. MIT schools und pones he made a ring, de howls und spuks pageant to sing, und all the Teufels underground cum priekin loose und ruschen round. Den Maxo comes along, says he. Mein Gott. Vot dings ich dis I see. I dinks the fairy Teufel und all must help to make damn magic ball. I wish dat I had nix come raus, und stayed mineself in bet to house. Hilf Samuel! Cried Casp. You whelp you red Dutch Teufel cum und help. Den up der cum de dreadful storm, de Totengrips around Tidge farm. De howl shumtup und flopped his wings und turned his het like Avery dings. Up drew de crown der cum de pot mit let, und dings to make de shot, und hoelish fire and Grimson plays, und awful schmells like Schweitzer Käse. Across de scene a pinestick flew mit several Schaleperds vassen to, 6 dreadful Schaleperds mit der wings tied to de sticks mit magic strings. All drew de air, all in a row, die wild jag vas seen to go. De hounds und tier all made of pone, und hunted py a skeleton. Der cum de dreadful spectra pig, who, spitten fire offi, tid dig, und fiery drox und Teufel snake a scooten drew de air tid preek. But Casper tidn't mind dem alls, but casted out de pulled balls, 6 vas to go ash he vote like, de 7 mus for de Teufel strike. At last, upon de dryalte, de gals caught round so nice und gay, und den day goed und make de tance, und singed about de Jumpfenkrans. Und den der Herzog dats der Duke comes down und dinks he'll take a look. Young mans, to Maxwell den said he, shust shoot dem dove upon dat tree. Den Maxwell pointed mit de bix. Pot splits, says he, dat dove I'll fix. He fired his rifle at de taub, when Cass rolled over in de staub. De pride she falled to in de dust, de gals they cried, de men they got kussed, der Herzog says, I dees very glear dat deer has peen some Teufels here. Und Max has shot mit Teufels blay. Pfui, dive refluct hexerei. O Maximilian. O du guest nit mit rechten din gen zoo. Boot den a hermit's cum den late, says he. I'll fix these things frustrate. Und tell der Herzog dat young men will raise der Teufel now und den. De Duke forgift de Casper Dan, und made of him a Jägersman, that shoots mit Bixen goon, und file, und talks about de Waidmanschile. Und den de pride she cum to life, und caught to p de Maxwell's wife. Den all de beeples greed. Hurrah! Das ist recht brav. Und hop sesa. Moral. Py dis things may p understood dat vat is pad works often gut, or maximilia maximilibus curanter if you will. Weingeist. I stumpled ut ovia de fern, broscht mit a gallon of wine, und I ruched along de strassen, like a derriple Eberschwein. Und like a lordly boar pig, I dumplet de soper folk, und I trode a stone drew a street lamp, und bot of de classes I proke. Und a gal vent runin bast me, like a wild koos on de wings, but I gatch her for all her screechin', und gis her like Effrey dings. Und den mit and board und a parel, I blade de horse viddle a beast, dill de neighbors scream. Deet, und murder. Und holler aloud. Bolice. Und wenn der Krim Night Wechter says all of dis foon must stop, I up mit main umbrella, und schlag him ober de kop. I leave him like Ted on de pavement, und rush drew a darklin lane, dill moonlight und to stand music, bring me round to my soul again. Und I sits all under de linden, de heartsleaf linden dree, und I think of de quick jevenish loaf dat vent like de wind from me. Und I wunders in mine dipsyhood, if a damsel or dream vas she. Dis life is all a lindens mit holes that show de plu, und pedween de finite branches cums himmelite cherneen tru. De bledder are rochlin o'er me, und effre leafish a fay, und day veit dill de windsprout comet, to pair dem and fall offy. Den I cum to a rock py der Rifer, vir a steinish of harp form, jardausen in, ood, it stand at und noppity blaze but to storm. Here, vons on a dimes, a witches, some melodies here beginned, de harp ward all zu stein, die melody ward zu wind. Und so mit dis Toxigation, which hardens de outer me, Uberstein and Schwein, de wine still harps u de melody. Boot deeper de your lied ringet, Oberstein und wine und Sveins, dillet in death wir all pegenet, und alles word uig zu eins, in de dipsy, tremless slumpervich units de nix und sains. Und im Mundemlichtet Mormors, und it burns by waken wine, in Madchenlieb or Schnapsenrosch das Absolut ist dein. Schnitzels Philosophid. Die Speer dir thut führen die ist sehr groß und lang, das sollt du glauben mir, gemacht von Vogelsgang. Sein Ross das ist die Heidi, das sollt du glauben mir, darauf nun thut reiten, verward das sag ich dir schon ner Leid von dem my und von dem Herbst. 16th century. Prologue. Her Schnitzel make a ph losopede, von of the pulliest kind, it went mit out a veal in front, and hadn't none behind. Von veal vast in the middle, dough, and it went as sure as X, for he straddled on de axle dree, mit der veal petween his legs. Und when he went to started off he paddlet mit his feet, und soon he caught to go so vast dat everydings he peat. He run her out on broader street, he skeeted like der wind, hey! How he bassed de vancy crabs, and left dem all behind. De Wellers mit de Trochten nags pulled up to see him base. De Deutschers all astonished said, Potstausend! Was is das? Boot vaster still der Schnitzel flewed on mit a ghastly smile. He tidn't touch de dirt, py shings. Not vons in half a mile. Oh, vot-ish all this ert a y pliss? Oh, vot-ish man's success? Oh, vot-ish various kinds of dings? Und vot-ish hobbiness? Vi find a pank node in de street, next dings der pankish preek. Vi fulls, and knocks our outsides in, wenn vi a 10 strike make. So vastet mit der Schnitzerlein on his Philosophid. His feet both slipped outside of ard just when at his extra speed. He felled upon der Veal of course, de Veal like blitzen flew. Und Schnitzel he was schnitzen wacht, for it schlicht him grad in two. Und as for his Philosophid, id caught so scared, men say, it pounded onward till it went gans typhoids awfully. Boot vierish now der Schnitzel so? Vier dos his spirit pied? In Himmel drew de endless plu, it takes a meter ride. 2. Hans Breitman and his Philosophid. Wenn Breitman hier dat Schnitzel was quartered into de, und how his crate Philosophid to Teufel had peen flew, he dink und dinkt so heavy, as only Deutschers can, den set. Who might pellyfet dish is the end of man. The human souls of beeples exist in der IDs, und dis of Wolfram Schnitzel might travel many ways. In his bestimming dimension der Fichte makes believe, dat v progress unendly in vat behind v leave. De sparrow falls ground downwards or drafels to the west. De sparrows dat come after, build just the same old nest. Man had not wings or feathers, und in oderdings, 'tis set, he taunt come up to sparrows, but on nests he goes ahead. Oh! Vlies do dra born in worlds, und nebuloser foam, by monstrous midnight shrant forms, or vir red typhels roam, or vir de ghosts of shky rockets peon creation flee? Vir erido art, O Schnitzerlein, great saint! Look down on me! Und teach me how you mak it dat crate Philosophid, which run twice 6 miles vaster as any our upsteed. Und teach me how to stonish folk, und knock dem u dish pots. Kung pack to ert, O Schnitzerlein, und bring id down to dots. Just as dish vort vent out varts, Hans dinkt he saw a vlash, und unterwards de dable he doom pelt mit a crash. Und to him, mung de glasses, und pottles ash fast proke, mit his het in a cigar box, a voice from Himmel spoke. Adsum, Domini Breitman. Her Kapitän, here IP. So del me right honeste, querinquia tasti me? T video interspunibus, et largis glasses tu, Saravigia repletus, sicut percussus toni true. Den Breitman answer Schnitzel. Coarcter nemes, see. Siquidem felicium pugnant adversum me. Ergo vocaviti, ash sol vocavit Samuel, ut me ostenderies quid teufel facium? Den de spirit in ladinish said, Bene, dat's de talk, non havs in hoc shanty, a shingle et some chalk? Non video incum nec calenus, I spose some bummerstol levate oculos tuos, son, et a spice ad lentilum. Den Breitman see de beast of chalk vich risid from de vloer, und signed a fine philosophied alone, o upon de ter. De von dat schnitzel fabricate, und underneath he see, probate inter equites, try dis in de cavalry. Der Breitman stood up from de vloer, und leonet on a post, und said, If dis could shoot have peen, dar volt, might peen a ghost, but if idp numenon, phenomenon indeed, or de so objective objectified, I fe caught de philosophied. Den out he seeked a plackschmidt, ash vark and iron steel, to make him a philosophied mit schusten only veal. De dings vas mac it simple, ash all crate IDs shoot p, for twas noting boot a guard veal, mit a defeat axel dree. De dimes der Breitman dimple, in learnin for to ride, vas oftener ash de sand cranes dat rollen in de tide. De dimes he caught obsetet, in stieren left und right, vas oftener ash de kleeman stars, dat stud de shkypy night. Boot divorcedest of de vadiers and dis von Veelhorse you pet, ish dat man could go so nicely, before he get upset. Some dimes he co-like plazes, und dorn her, extra fine, und den schlop over dis as vot haf killed der schnitzerlein. Such droples ash der Breitman haf, to make dis vention go, vas nefer seen py mordal man, o upon dis volt below. He dumplet ride he dumplet left, he haf a douse and dumps, der nefer vas a gricket ball ash get such fernal bumps. Boot ash he'd schwirred he'd put a drew, he schwirred it mus p tone, do he schimpft und flucht gar lusterlich, he wischt heaten er pigun. MIT. Hegel! Blitz! Cruz Sacrament! He macket de Hauser ring, und wischt der Schnitzel was in hell, for diechen him dis ding. Nun gut! At last he caught it, und beautiful he goed. Dis day, said he, I'll stonish folk a ridin' in de road. Dis day, py shings! I'll do it, und knock dings out of sight. Ach we. For Breitman dat day vas not be market mit weit. De numbers of de Deutsche Volk, dat kum dis side to see, I dink, in soper Ernsthood, might not g reckon at p. For miles they stood along de road, mein Gott. Boot day wrn dry, day trinket den lagerbier shops out, before der Hans kum py. Then all advance trementis grease de ferry kun dry shook, und beeple streamed. Da ist er! Schau! Here comes der Breitman, look! Mein Gott! Was effer such a sight! Was effer such a gry! Then like a brickpat in a vide der Breitman rush py. O mordal man! Vhy ish idt, do hast passion to go vast? Vhy ish id dat t tog und horse like speed too quick to lasht. De pugs, de perds, de pumplepees, und all dat ish, twood seemish nefer hobby boot, except, ven pillen on de steam. Der Breitman flew. Von mighty gry ash he vent scooten bast, von deripel, dermentis yell, dat day diverse und lashed. Vot ha! Vot ho! Vhy ish it dus? Wat makes dem sterregasht? Vhy kooms dat veil of wild despair? Ish something's cut g smashed? Yeah, even so. Yeah, fairly, speak, soul, it ish dy biz. Der Breitman skeet so vast a long day fairly heard him whiz. Then shust o upon a hilltop point it caught a branch g bent, und like an apple from a schling, offy Hans Breitman vent. Then drew de air an 100 feet allowen more or lees den, pob a mile, or do he rollet along I guess. Say hast do seen a gannon ball half spent, still poundin' on, like made of gumelasticum? So vent der Breitman. Dey bick him up dey pring him in, no word der Breitman spoke. Der Doctor look he schwer airs taunt dat nodings ish peen proke. He rolled der rocky road entlang, he pounce ower stock und stone, you dink he knocked his out sights in, yet nefer pre capone. All still Hans lay, bewilderfied, he seemed not mind de shaps, nor moft until der medicus heeft dos him vel mit schnaps. De schmel vokup de poetry of tes ven he was jung, und he murmelt de fragments of een sad romantisch song. Ash sommer pring de roses und roses pring de dew, so Deutschland gifts de maidens who fetch de beer for you. Komm Maidlein! Roth Wengelein! Mit Weinglas in your paw! We'll get trunk among de roses, und pee soper on de straw! Ash winter pring de Eiswind wich plow o'er bird und hill, hard times pring in de landlord, und de landlord pring the pill. Boots sing Maidlein Roth Wengelein! Mit Weinglas in your paw! We'll get trunk among de roses, und pee soper on de straw! De duk der Breitman homewards, boot effer de vey he neffer spieket no man, und notings else could say, boot. Maidlein Roth Wengelein! Mit Weinglas in her paw, we'll get trunk among de roses, und pee soper on de straw! De laid der Hans im Bett, pennied de eider down, und semblet all de doctors who doctor in de town, dat ish, de Deutsche Ärzte, for Breitman Alves says, de Deutschers ish de onlys mit original IDs. Der was Dr. Moritz Schlinkenschlag, dat Varkash Kafiopath, und de learned Kobus Skupskov, who used de Milchi bath, und Korschelichki aus Bayman, vat cure mit Slibovitz, und Wechselbalg, der Pruss, who only tend to fits. Der was Strabich aus Westphalen, whom of all ert ly ills mit concentrate Schinken juice, und pumpernickel pills. Und a Bierker man from Munich, und a great curist from Rhine, und von who scare diseases mit a dose of Schlesser wine. So they meet in consultation, mit Dr. Winkleck, who proctice, renovation, mit sauerkraut und speck. Und dat no man should pee schleitet, or drietet asche tunts, they agreed to dry der systems upon Breitman all advance. Dat ish, mit de exception of Giffen Schlesser wine, for der remedy vast dangerful for von who trink from Rhine. Ash der Teufel von Stecklerett, then he tasted on a spree, dat a man, to trink such liquor, must a porn sei lesion pee. So they all went los at Breitman, und wonderful to del, he cum to his Gesundheit, und pooty soon caught vel. Some hinted at Natura, mit her alt vis senatrix, boot each doctor schvor he curet him, und de rest were togenics. I know not vot der Breitman more newly has pegun. Boot days say he talks de daily mit Dana of de Sunday day talk in Deutsch Tagder, und Volk say de end will be, Philosopedal Shangs in de Union Cavalry. Gott help the Howland Safage. Gott help the Indian. Should Breitman join his forces mit General Sheridan. Und den, to sing his praises, I'll write anoder Lied, hier hat Disdale and Endy, of Breitman's Philosophie. Die schon wit we, nein, de pooty widow, vot de Yankee chap sung. Dat pooty little widow vot v daschen tivish to name, ish still leben on dat little street, a doin' just the same. De glurks around de Gornus sometimes goes round to see how die tarlin little vitch es, und ask her how she pee. De lofts her vergut liquor, de lofts her little store, de lofts her little baby, but de lofts die widow more. To dock mit dat schweet widow, wenn she hands das Lager round, will make der Schap dat does IDP happy, ve'll be pound. Dat ish if we can vel believe de glurks vat drinks das beer, who goes in der for noting else, put simply for to see her. 2. How der Breitman cut him out. Oh yes I know die wit we, mit eyes so bright und proud. She's de allerskoenst wit we vot live in dis here down. In her plack silk gown mine gracious, all putten to de neck und a pooty little collar, mitout a spot or speck. Ho! Clear de drac you oder fraus you can't pegen to shine wenn de lofly vidderkums along dis vidder ashish mine. Ho! Clear de drac you Yankee chaps, you Englishers und such, you can't pegen to coot me out, mitout you dogs in Dutch. Ich hab die shine wit we schaun lang nit gesehen, ich sa sie gestern abend wal bei dem Countersten. Die wangen rain we milch and blood die augen hell und klar. Ich hab sie sexmal outgekust Potztausend. Das ist war. 10. Breitman in battle. Tunc tap for os rear stridum et ritris dignum potuere ariagera lobum. Hilti brought enti hagebrant. Der Vater und der Son, 11. I think I'll go a weiten. Outspoke der Breitman. It's 1848 since I kit sword in hand. Dies 14 years MIT hacker all rusten I have been. But now I kicks der Teufel up and goes for sailin' in. If you go land outrightin', said Casper Pickletongue. First thing you knows you cooms across some repels brave and young. Away down south in Tixie, they'll split you like a clam. For dat, spoke out der Breitman. I do's not ger one tam. Who der Teufel peas de repels, und wir de kits der sass? If they make a run on Breitman he'll soon let out de gas. I'll split dem like Kartoffels. I'll schlag dem on de Kop. I'll set de plaggerts runing so, they don't know wir de stop. Und de outspoke der Breitman, mit his Schläger py his side. Vorwärts, my pulley landsmen! It's time to run and ride. Will ridden, will weiten der Kapitän au p. It's sporn und horn und saddle now all in de cavalry. Und ash day rode dre Winchester, so herrlich to be seen, der Kuhn some repel cavalry a ridden on de Creen. Mit a sassy repel Dutchman and Colonel in Gommand, says he. Vot Teufel makes you here in dis main Vaterland? You're dressed up like a gentleman mit your placard Yankee crew, you mudsills and mechanics. Der Teufel put you drew. Old Yank, you ought to stay at home und take your little horn, mit some old womans for a Norse. Der Breitman laugh mit scorn. Und should I trink main lager beer und roost mine self to home? I fay got too many dings like you to mash beneath my tum. In many a fray und fears for a dis Dutchman will be feared before he stops dis weiten trade 'twas there he grade his peard. I pulls dat peard out py de roots I gifs him such a dwist till all the blood runs out, you tam net old abolitionist. You creanpacks mit your sword und vatch, right over you must shell, und den you goes to Libby strike und after dat to HLL. Main creanpacks and main Schläger, I kits them in New York, to gife dem up to Greenhorns young man, is not de talk. De heroes stop der Sassen hier und gross der Sabers twice, und de vey dies Deutschers vent to vark was von pig ding on ice. De younger fetch de older such a gabelmachty schmack de Breitman dinks he really hears his school go split and crack. De repel schumps 12 paces back, und so he save his life, der Breitman says. I guess dem schumps you learns dem of your wife. If I should learn of womans I dinks it a shame, beg I am a gentleman, aristocrat and game. My Vater was anoder I lose him fair young der Teufel take your soul. Come on. I'll split your wagon tum. A Yankee drick der Breitman dried dat old grey-beard man for ash the repel raised his sword, beneath dat sword he ran. All round der schlim young repels vast his arms old Breitman pound, und schlinged him down upon his pack and laid him on der ground. Who rubs against alt kittlepots may keep vite if he can, say vot you dinks of viten now mit dis old gentleman. Your dime is oop, you got to die, und I your brius vil p, believe still in moral ideas? If so, I lets you free. 12. I don't know nix about ideas no more dan pout St. Paul, since I fay peen down in Tixie I kits no books at all. I'm greener ash de clover grass. I'm stupid as a spoon. I'm ignorant to ash de nigs for day takes de tribune. Main Vater's name was Breitman. I heard main mother say, she read de papers that he died after she ruined Alfie. Days say he leaves some property perhaps 'twas all a sell if I could lay main hands on it I likes it mighty well. Und was dy Vater Breitman? Bist du his kit and kin? Den no dat ich der Breitman dein lieber Vater bin? Der Breitman pulled his handshoe off und shooked him py de hand. Ve'll have some trinks on strength of dis or else may I be tammed. Oh. Vater, how I schlag your Kop. Der younger Breitman said. I den dime sooner had it come right down on main own head. Oh, never mind dat soon dry up I sticks him mit a blaster. If I had split you like a fish, dat veer en vorst disaster. Dis fight did last all afternoon wall to de vesper tide, und drew de streets of Winchester, der Breitman he did ride. Vot wears der Breitman on his hat? De plum of victory! Who's dat a ridin' py his side? Dis here's main son, says he. How stately rode der Breitman up! How lordly he kit down! How glorious from de great pokal he drank de beer so proud! But der younger Bichter parel up and he schwig him all at one. Bei Gott! Dat settles all his dings, I know do art main son. Der one has got a fader, de oder found a child. Both ride upon one warpath now and paddle fierce and wilt. It makes so glad our hearts to hear dat day did so succeed and damn it hat sane endy de jungen Breitman's lied. Breitman in Maryland. Der Breitman MIT his company rode out in Maryland. Dere's nix to trink in dis country, any droats as dry as sand. It's light canteen and haversack, it's hunger mixed MIT dorst. And if V had some lager beer I'd trink until I'd borst. Gling, glang, Gloria! V'd trink until V borst. 13. Herr Lieutenant, take a dozen men, and ride dis land around. Herr Feldwebel, go forage in dill something scoot is found. Gottstander! Men, go plunder! V half trinked a bit dis 14 hours. If I had beer I'd soff until I split. Gling, glang, Gloria! V'd soff until V split. At Mitternacht a horse's hoofs cum rattlen drew de camp. Rouse dear! Cum rouse der house dear! Herr Kapitän V muss tromp! De scouts have found a repel town, MIT repel Daverneer, a repel Keller in de Crown, MIT repel lager beer. Gling, glang, Gloria! All full of lager beer. Gottsteiner Krachach were an oath. How Breitman broke de bush. Oh, let me see dat lager beer. Oh, let me at him rush. Und is main saber sharp und true, und is main var horse gut? To get 1 quart of lager beer I'd spill a sea of plut. Gling, glang, Gloria! I'd spill a sea of plut. 400 repels hold de down, 100 strong RV, who gares a tam for all the odds ven men so dursty p. And in day smashed and down day crashed, like Donderpolts day fly, rash fort as der Wilt Jägerkums MIT Blitzen drew de SHKY. Gling, glang, Gloria! Like Blitzen drew de SHKY. How flew to right, how flew to left de mountains, drees, und hedge, how left und right de Jäger Corvent donderen drew de pridge. Und splash day for de stream vir not some pridges p. All dripplin in de moonlight peem strax vent de cavalry. Gling, glang, Gloria! Der Breitman's cavalry. Und hoary, on de rote, owen heden vet or try, und horse und rider schnort and blowed und sparklin beppels fly. Rop! I schmelled de parley prue. There's something scootish near. Rop! I sent de nightperi, VV got to lager beer. Gling, glang, Gloria! VV got to lager beer. Hey! How de carpine pullets clinged upon de helmet's heart. Oh, Breitman, how de y saber ringed, du alter Nasterbart. De contrapans they sing for showy to see de rebs go down, und hear de Breitman grimly gry. Hurrah! VV duck de down. Gling, glang, Gloria! Victoria, Victoria! De Dutch have duck de down. Mid shout and crash and saber flash, and wilt huseren shout de Dutchman borst de Keller in, und rolled de lager out, und in de Kurlen powder smoke, while still de pullets sung, der stewed der Breitman, axe in hand, a knockin' out de bung. Gling, glang, Gloria! Victoria! And Coria! De spicket beats de bung. Gots! The Otia Spree der Breitman had while yet his hand was red, a trinken lager from his poots among de repel ted. 14. 'Twas dus day vent at midnight along der Mountain side. 'Twas dus day help make history. Dis vast der Breitman's ride. Gling, glang, Gloria! Victoria! Victoria! Servigia and Coria! De dreadful midnight ride of Breitman's Wild Freischarlinger, all famous, broad, und Wied. Breitman as a bummer. Der General Sherman holds up on his course, he stops at de Grossroad und reins in his horse. There's a ford on der Reifer dis day we must take, or else de Grand Army in Beeses shall preek. Wenn Schustash dis Wort from his lips had gone bast, there cum de young Orteili gallopin fast, Hu grymt amazement. Herschenral. Gut Lord. Dat bummer der Breitman ish holden der Ford. Der Schenral he uttered no hymn und no psalm, but opened his lips und he briefly say. D.N. Der must have been whiskey on dat side der Rifer, to get a dose shaps would set hell in a shiver, but now dat they hold it, ride quick to der aid, ho sickles! Move prompa why, send down a brigade. Dat Dutchman must vark mighty hard mit his sword if against the whole army he holds to deford. They spurred on, they hurried on, galloping straight, but for Breitman help coom just a little too late, for as the Lauwein goes smash mit her pound, so on to de bummers de repels coom down, Heinrich von Schinkenstein's Ted in de road, Dietrich Hinkelbein's flat as a toad, und Sepperl Tyrelisch spoke nefra vord, but just. Muttergots. Und died in de Ford. HL of Innsbruck ish drilled drud de Herr, einer Aus Boblingen, 15, he too vash der Carly of Karlsruhe shot near defense, his horse vash orlodet mit Torquis und hens, und do he like a raven mad cannibal fought yet der Breitman der Captain der Hero vash caught, und de lastings v saw, he vast tied mit accord, for de repels had goppled him up at de Ford. They stripped off his goat und skyogled his poots, they dressed him mit rags of a repel recruits. But von Greyhard old Veller smiled crimly und bet dat Breitman volt be a pad egg for dem yet. He has more on his pipe, 16, as dem Vellers allows, he has cards yet in hand und das Spiel is nicht aus, they'll find dat they took in der Teufel to board, de day they pool Breitman vel over de Ford. In de Bowery each beerhouse mit crate vas up done, ven day read in de papers dat Breitman vas gone, und de Dutch all caught trunk o upon lager und wine, at the great Trauerfest of de Turner Verein. Der vas wine en mit weinen ven beplesh did dink dat Sherman's great Charman could neffer more trink. Und in William Street viepen und Valen vas hoard, Pickius der Hans Breitman vas lost at de Ford. Second part. In dulce jubilo now vi all sings, fin de panas like Effrey dings. De pries dro de bintrees ish cooler und salt, und der Schenral is merry venifer vi halt. Lusty und merry he schmells at de pries, lustig und heider he looks dro de drees, lustig und heider ash vel he may pee, for Sherman, at last has marched down to the sea. There's a gry from de guard there's a clotta und dramp. Then dat very same ortally rides dro de camp who report on de Ford. Der ish dropless and awe in de face of de youth about somethings he saw, und he speak me in French, like he always do. Look! Sager plu! Fenter chew! Der ish Breitman his spook! He ish coming dis way! Nam de garce, 17, can it be dat de spooks of de Ted men coom down to de sea? Und he looks, UNDV sees, UNDV tremples mit tread, for risen all swart on de Fneen red vas Johannes der Breitman der War yes, bei Gott. Cum riding to Usvard, right straight to de Spot. All mouse still wie stud, yet mit upschumpen hearts, for he looks just so pig as de Charant of de hearts. Und I heard de South Deutschers say, Ave Mori! Braze got all gut spirits py land und by sea. Buditzig of Frankfurt he lift up his nose, und bemarked dat de Spuk hat peen change in his clothes, for he seemed like an generalissimus Dresden of Lammen new coat und magnificent vest. 6 pistols beschlagen mit silber he vore, und a cold-mounted sword like a Kaisar he bore, und v dinks dat de ghost or vote he p must have proken some panks on his way to de sea. Idea is he, und let knock! He lives v all say. Der Breitman old Breitman. Hans Breitman. Herr J. Und v rush to embrace him, und still more v find dat verifer he'd peen, he'd left noting behind. In both of his poots der vast portmoneys crammed, mit creampacks stuff full all his haversack jammed, in his pockets cold dollars vier shinglen der dunes mit de duzen vaches und 4 dozen spuns, und de silber teapods for making his da. Der Ghost have pring mit him, en route to de sea. Mit gut sweet potatoes, und dorkies, und rice, v makes him a super of Effrey dings nice. Und de bummers hunt round to pout, alla wien, till they find a Plantaskian mit parels of wine. Den Tivas. Here's to you, Breitman! Alt Schwed 18 bis Zurich? Wie Teufels you make since this 14 nights week? UNDV holds von stupendous and derpel spree for showy dat der Breitman has got to de see. But in fein tid we ask vir der Breitman hat peen, viot he tid, viot he passed dro or viot he might seen? Vir he kits his vine horse, or who gave him dem wounds, und how Providence plessed him mit pods und spuns. For to all of dem queries he only replies. If you delves me no questions, I asked you no lies. So 'twas clear dat some derpel mysH dry must p vir he kits all dat plunder he brings to de sea. Dearish Bapers in Richmond dells derpel lies how Sherman's Grand Army hafe raised their supplies. For we read in Brint dat der General Grant say de bummers hafe only shust take that day vant. But 'tis whispered dat while a refulfro go round der Breitman will never a pegjin be found, or starvin ash prisoner by dunder. Not he, while der Teufel could help him to get to de sea. Breitman's going to church. Vida Zigiter, collega carissime, visitationum canonicum esse rem haud ita periculosam, sed valdeminum, si modo vinum, grojo et sibi presto sunt. Novissimi epistoli obscurum virorum, Berolini F. Berggold, 1869. Epistola 23, page 63. Divas near de state of Nashville, in de town of Tennessee, der Breitman vance vas quartered mit all his cavalry. Der General kept him close in gamp, he would let dem go. They couldn't steal the first plaque hen, or make der red cock crow. Und verse der Breitman wildly schmiled, und den he madly schwor. Crate H.L. mit spuns und Schinsherbread, can dis p maken war? Verdem p all der discipline. Verdem der General. Wir I vance on de road, his will, wir worst mir und eagle. 19. O virish all de plazen roofs dat cladden vance mine eyes? Und wir de cran Plantaskians wir wie gadierd many a breis? Und wir de plast spies wie hung a howlin loud mit fear? Und wir de rascal pushwhackers wie shash like frightened deer? De roofs are standen fast and firm mit repels blotten under. De cran Plantaskians lie round loose for Morgan's men to plunder. De spies go valken out und in, ash sassy ash can pee, und in de woods the pushwhackers are making foon of me. O vir I on my schimmel grey main saber in main hand, they should drack me py de ruins of de houses trud de land. They should drack me py de puzzards high sale overhead, a followin der Breitman's trail to claw der repel dead. Outspoke der bold von Stassenheim, who had theories of God. O Breitman, dis is judgment on de ways that you have trot. You only lives to joy yourself, yet you yourself must say, dat self-development requires the religiosity. They sat dem down and argued id, like Deutschers free from fear, till they smoke 10 pounds of Naster, und drink dre fass of beer. Der Breitman go py Schopenhauer, bud weit he had him den, for he took him on de angles of de moral oxygen. Der Breitman lo, dat penance, ish known in every glim, und dat to grin und bared vas hilde und suppline. For mine South German Catholics, id vas p gut, I know, like vice dem Northern Lutherans, if vance to Schorsch they go. Bud how vas id mit oders who dinks philosophy. I don't begrief de matter, said Stassenheim. Den see. De more dat Schorsch disgusted you, und make despise und bane, de crater merit ish to go, und de crater ish your gain. I know a little Schorsch myself, o upon de bold Jack road, de rebs von shot drie federals der, ash into Schorsch they goed. Do you might make a pilgrimage, und do id in a tay, God only knows vot dings you might bikup, o upon de vey. Den der spoke a contraband, vas at de tent ids tur. There's 20 barrels of whiskey, hid, in dat tabernacle, sure. A rebel he done gone and put it in de cellar, true, no liebing man dat secret knows, cept only me and you. Der Stassenheim, he grossed himself, und knelt beside defense, und grieved. O Captain Breitman, see, die finger Providence. Der Breitman drode his hat off, says he. Pete hit or miss, I fay heard of miracles before, but none so hunk ash dis. Wolof mine pulley cavaliers, ve'll ride to Schorsch today, each man ash hasn't caught a horse must steal von, right offy. Dere's a raw, green core from Michigan, MIT horses on the loose, you men ash fance some hoof irons, look out and crip dere shoes. All brush UND fixed, de cavalry, rode out PY moon and shine, de cotton fields in shimmerin' light, lay white as elfenbane. Dey heard a shot close PY Laverne, UND men who rode offy, in de road a velterin his plut, a federal picket lay. UND all dat he have dimes to say. While standin' at my post, de guerrillas got first shot at me. UND so gay foop de ghost. Den a contraband, who held his head, said, Saw dose guerrillas all is only half a mile from Hyar, a dancin' at a ball. Der Breitman spoke and brummed it out ash if his heart tidge fell. I'll give dem music at dat Paul will tance dem into hell. Hey! Arrow fast a Teufels ride. De plaque man led de way, dey reached de house dey see de lights dey heard de fiddle play. Dey never waited for a word boot galloped from de gloom, UND, bang! 100 carbine shots they fired into de room. Oop vent de groans of wounded men, de fiddlin' died away. Boot some of dem veer ted before de music ceased to play. Den crack UND smack coom scatteren shots tre vindau UND true door. Boot bang and clang de Germans geif anoder volley more. Der let em slide. Right file to Schorsch! Aloud de orders ran. I guess I paid dem for dat shot. Speak grim der Breitman. All rose and red de mornin' fair shone gaily o'er de hill. A violet blue de SHKY crew teep in Rifer, pond, UND rill. All cloudy grey de limestone rocks kumhoop true dimmeren wood. All snowy wheat in mornin' light de Schorsch before dem stude. Now loo dat vel de organ, oop, to drill MIT solemn fear. UND ring also dat lumpenglock to pring de beeples here. UND if it prings guerrillas down, ve'll give dem, PY de Lord, de low mass of de saber, and de high mass of de cord. 20. Du, Eberly AUS Freiburg, du bist ein Musikant, Topsawyer on de counterpoint UND Buster in Discant, to die de soul of music all innerly ish known, du kannst MIT might fulenden de art of Orgelton. Therefore, a miserere will do, begostet, spiel, UND vake be raised, yearnin, also a holy feel p referent, men remember dis ish a Gottschalks du Conrad go along de aisles UND schenked a whiskey AUS. De blay crate dings from Mozart, Beethoven, UND Mehul MIT chorals of Sebastian Bach's supplying UND beautiful. Der Breitman feel like holy saints, de tears run down his fuss, UND he sopped out. Gott verdammt dis ist wars Kunstgenuss. 21. Der Everly blade up so high, he macket de rafters ring, der Everly blade lower, UND v hard der Breitman sing like a drone in wind in piney woods like a nightly moanin' sea. Ash de dinkt on Sonntags long agon wenn a poi in Germany. UND louder UND MIT louder tone high up de orgel blowed, UND plentifler effe yet around de whiskey goad. Dey singed ash if MIT singin', dey might indo himmel when I dinkin all dis land such sprees ash yet hafe nefapeen. Ven in de Bensonentian, MIT dis clouds true de door, all plaque ash night and golden light der Stud ein Schwarzer Moor, dat contrapan so wild UND we. MIT Paul's glaring rune, who cried, For God's sake, hurry up. De reps ish gamen down. UND while he yet was speakin', a far-off sound peggin', down rollin' from de moundine of many a rider's man. UND while de waves of music veer rollin' o'er der heads, dey heard a voice a screamin'. Pile out of thar, you feds. For we UNS are a comin' for to gov to you UNS fits, and knock you into brimstone and blast you all to bits. Boot era done IDs speakin', der vass order in de band, Ash Breitman, MIT an awful stem outdondered his garment. UND Ash fish hawk at a mackerel doth make a splurgin' flung, UND Ash eagles dab de fish hawks ash if de gods veer young, so from all de doors and windows, like spiders down der webs de ditch went at der horses, UND de horses at de rebs. Crate splendors of de dreadful veer and dat paddle rush, crate vites MIT swords UND carpine, PYF fence and bush. Ash panthers vite MIT Chris lies and famished mortar fits for de rebs veer mad ash poison, UND de ditch veer drunk ash blitz. Yet wilt ash vast de paddle, so quickly vast it o'er, Oh, why must I for pestine mine page mit gore? Py little und py little they draw themselves offy, off turning round to viten like buffaloes at bay. De scattering shots grew fewer, de scattering grease more slow, und further through the forest v heard dem vain to grow. V Guy von shout. Victoria! Und den der Breitman said, as he wiped his bloody saber. Now, poise, count up your dead! Oh, small had been our shoutin' for showy, if we had known dat der Stassenheim am Oakenwald lay dyin' all alone. While his old white horse mit druppen had looked dumbly on him down, as if he dinked. Wie while is do here while fightin's goin' on? Und dreams cum o'er de soldiers slow dyin' on de earth, of a Schloss afar in Baden, of his mother, und noble Bert. Of poverty and sorrow, which drove him like the wind, und he sighed. Ach weffer de loft ones, who wait so far behind? Wall auf, my soul o'er de mountains! Wall auf well over de sea! Dere's a Frau dat sits in de Odenwald und spins, und dinks of me. Dere's a child ash blaze in de greenin' grass, und sings a little hymn, und learns to speak a fader's name dat she never will speak to him. But Mordell life ends shortly und Heffen's life is long what bist du Breitman. Globies 22, got suffers noting wrong. Now I die like a Christian soldier, my head upon my sword in nomine domini. Was Stassenheim his word. Oh dear was bitter while en then Stassenheim was found. Even from dose der lion fast dyin' on de ground. Boot time was short for Vaten, de shades vir gathering dim, und I never shall forget it, de hour vi purried him. De tramp of horse und soldiers was all de funeral knell, de ring of sporn und carpine was all de sacrin bell. Mit huntin knife und saber day dig de grave a span, from German eyes blue gleamin' de holy water ran. Mit moss grown sticks und barkthang de ples cross v made, und put it veer de soldier's head towards Germany was laid. Dat grave is lost mit dead leaves, de cross is gone offy, Bootgot will find der rider upon de youngest day. Und dinkin of de fightin', und dinkin of de dead, und dinkin of de organ, to Nashville, Breitman led boot long dat rough old Hansel was Ernst Haft, grim und kalt, still dinkin o'er de heart's friend, he'd left I'm Grunenwald. 23. De verses of dis Bohm in Heidelberg I write, de night is dark around me, de stars apove are bright. Studenten in den Gassen, 24, make singen many a song, ach Vaterland. We bist du white. Ach sight. We bist du lang, 25. Breitman in Kansas, 26. Von so upon a dimes, good weil after der var was over, der her Breitman vent ud vest, der fellen apout like Effrey dings. Circuivit ter met perambulavit ihm. Ash der Teufel said wenn they ask him. How vas you und how you has peen? Von Effenings he vas straffel mit some ladies und Schendelmans, und he stayed incognitus. Und day singe songs, dill py und py one of de ladies say. Ish any potties here ash no de crate pal lad of Hans Breitman's bardy? Den Hans say. Ecce gallus. I am dat rooster. Den der Hans duck a trink und a let bensel und a piece of paper, und goes indo himself a little dimes und den cooms out again mit dis Bohm. Hans Breitman went to Kansas, he draffel fast und far. He rided sure stray dousan miles all in von railroad car. He knowed fuss rate how far he goed he gounted all de while, der vash shust one bottle of champagne, dat bopped at every mile. Hans Breitman went to Kansas. I tell you vot my ploy, you bet dey had a pulley dimes in crossin' Illinois. Dey speak der speaks to all de folk a standen in de car, den ask dem in to dake a trink, und corned gans und gar. Hans Breitman went to Kansas, by Shings. Dey did it prown. When he got into Liefenwort, he found himself in town. Dey dined him at de Blanter's house, more good as man could dink, mit every dings on earth to eat, und twice as much to trink. Hans Breitman went to Kansas, he vented on de loud. At Ellsworth, in de prairie land, he found a pulley crowd. He looked for bleed in Kansas, but dat's blade out. Dey say, de whiskey kegs de only ding dat's bleed in der today. Hans Breitman went to Kansas, to see what he could hear. He found some Deutschers that exist py making lager beer. Says he, we gets do alt Gessel? But notings could be heard. They'd growed so fat in Kansas that they couldn't speak a word. Hans Breitman went to Kansas, py shings. I tell you what, von day he met a crissly bear dat rushed him down, bei Gott. But der Breitman took und bind der bear und bleased him very much for every wort der crissly growled was gut Bavarian Dutch. Hans Breitman went to Kansas. By donder dat is so. He redet out upon de blains to chase de buffalo. He fired his rifle at de bulls, und galloped through de smoke, und schumpt de canyon just as if der Teufel was a choke. It's hey de trail to Santa Fe, it's ho! Across de plain, it's lope along de Denver road, until we turn again. Und de railroad draffle after us about as quick as we. Dis Kansas ish de fastest land ash effer I did see. Hans Breitman went to Kansas. He have a pulley dime, but 'twas in old Missouri dat dey rushed him up subline. Dey took him to der Bilot knob, und all the knobs around. Dey spreed him und dey teed him dill dey ruin him to de ground. Hans Breitman went to Kansas, und made his carpine pop. Then he shooted at a driver man to make de wagon stop. A noble Tribune gentleman shust dodged dat Pulitzbohr, und de driver swore dat such a crowd he never drove before. Hans Breitman went to Kansas. Drew all this earthly land, of working out life's mission here so abayak to fly und grand. Some Beplesh runs the beautiful, some Vark's philosophy. Der Breitman solved the infinite ash von eternal spree. Hans Breitman's Christmas. Haec est illa bona dies et vocata lata quis vina scientibus. Nullus metus, nec labors, nulla cura, nec dolores, sint in hoc symposio. De generibus ebriusorum, Franco forti ad minum, AD 1585. Id vas on Weihnachts seben vot Christmas f de called de Breitman mit his Breitman, tid rent de Musik Hall. Ash de Breitman und die Vomen who wir in de Liederkranz voll blend der souls in harmony to have a bleasen tance. De rief de hall mid pushes so noble to be seen, around Beethoven's buster day on did a garland creen. De ladies vark like Teufels de tays to scrub de vlor und hang de crate serenity mit welcome. Oop de tur. Und weil der was a Schweinblatt whose redactor tid say, die Breitman he was liederlich, wie antworted disse way, wie maked anno der serenity mid letters plu und red. Our liederlich de repels. Ng. Enough jesed. Und anno der serene transparency wie make de Vellerbane. Boot de vey he poch und vertifield id, vas enough to schwere saint, for wie vand la Germania. Boot der artist mit a blunder, vent und vlorisch lager agras id und den put mania under. Now wie muss p guess friendlich. Said Breitman, said he. Und shoot t ter vid oben, for people all to see. For elements internally unided make a punch. Boot id dakes a tausend fellers venue gifs dem frey lunch. Und as Christmas f was gekommen, de Beplesh waren im Hall. I schwörs id was got full dat splendid, pedleried ball. Wie hat fun wie der Teufel in Frankreich wie kutup like der Teufel in France, und vok pairwise in, weil de Musik blade laut de Facultans. Boot wenn de Waltz strike port wie most went out of fits, ash der Breitman led off on a twister mit de lofly Halmine Schmitz. He vaults just like he was standen still mit a beautiful solemn smile, und Halmine say he never stop pauserin alle while. Es tont, es roche Satan klang I hear de Musik called den Herzenhellen Saal entlang all dro de Gleeman Hall. O mochtit Schwebenstolz und fro o my die effer pmit dr dersches gans Leben so. Mein Leben lang pyd. Und vaster blade de Musik de Wellen und Wogen von Strauss. Und some drop indo de Tanzen, und some of dem drop aus. Und soon like a storm in de Meer I viel de Reelen vlor, so de Spinners stop mit de Spinsters, for they couldn't spin no more. Now waren we all frolic, und louder Udeding, und dursty ash a Brischpinder wenn we hear some glasses ring. Furs mild und sanft in de distance like de song of a nightingale, den a ringen und rotlin und klotteren ash de gluck of Eden Hall? Hey! How vi rush on de liquor? Hey! How de kellners koom? Hey! How vi busted de beer kegs und punished de punch a la room. Like lonely wafts at midnight upon some Charant shore, like an awful storm in de wilde vast de dursty Deutschers roar. I pied some carts for a dime apiece, I pied just 50 du, de vier gut for beer, or schnapps, or wine by dinder how de flew. I ring de deck on de vaders for liquor hot und cool, und every dime I blaze a cart, py shings, I rake de pool, 27. Und ash v trinkt so comfortable, like boogs in any rug, de trumpets blowed 10 dar a day, und dare come in a maskinzug, a beautiful procession, so raisin and sublime, de marmorbilds of de heroes of de early Charman dime. Der Ventergro Arminius, mit his Frau thus Nelda, du, de Vellers Ashlam de Romans dil de Rune mit noses plu, den followed Quinctilius Varus who carry a Roman yoke, und arm in arm mit Gambrinus cum der Allemagne Krock. Der Alte Friedrich Rothbard, und Kaiser Karl der Crate, mit Roland und Ulivers Vent Schwiepen an in State, und Conradin, whose sad full deech still makes our hearts plead, und all over dem old Vellers aus dem Niblungen Lied. Und as they moffed on, der Breitman make de Teufeld splendid wits an anti-word to dis Question from de lofly Mina Schmitz. Vhy day always makes in stone dem Vellers so antiquated? Vhy day set in de lapse of ages dil day got lapidated? Und just as the last of dis his dory had finished drew de door, wie hard de G screech, and pels nickel cum howlin on de vloor. Den de ladies yell like der Teufel, und vly like gulls mit wings, und der pels nickel lick mit switches, und v laugh like F-writings. I never have such laughin before dat I vas geborn, und pels nickel, then twas ober, he plow on a Jägerhorn, und denounced to all the people gesembled in de hall. Dat a Christmas tree vas vaten, mit presents for us all. So we followed him into de Zimmer so quick as dies words he said, to kid dem beautiful presents, all gratis und on de dead, und in fact a splendid Weihnachtsbaum mit Lieds v drully vound, und little gifts dat G kostet a benny a bees all round. Der vas reich strange die des hour in a Mädchen straight und tall, she caught a picture of Cupid boot she didn't see it at all, dil der Breitman say, mit his splendid style dat all the ladies take. Dat pen of de bowish decretion pen dat you so often make. Anno de charmante lady, Maria Top, did cot, a schwingen mit a ribbon, a little benny pot. Boot Breitman hafe id de roughest of any oder mans, for he kid a yellow grattle mit a little wooden Hans. Den next Beethoven's Sinfonie, die Orchester tid blay, Adagio Allegro andante cantabile. These sad and still commotion so dat a bin might drops, und de deers rune town der Breitman sheiks, midwhiles he was trinken schnapps. Nextings v had de Weihnachtsstrum G sung by de Liederkranz, den I trink 12 schoppens of Glühwein to set me up for a tance. Dis dimes I tans wie der Teufel we shriek de Volk on de vloor, und boos right indo de Superroom vor v tans de whole drew de door. Den twas rowdy to und hopsassa, v hollered, man und weep. Rip Sam und set her up a cane. Vieri all of de Shackdaw tribe. Then pels nickel plow his tromp once more, und pegus to stop our din, und drew de oben door der cum 9 denpins marchen in. 9 Vellers tressed like denpins they go to de end der hall. Und de Hans Wurst, Shackputten glones they rolled at mit a ball. De balls vast painted beautiful, they was 15 feet around, und de rule of de came. Hoofer caught hit, most dimple on de crowned. Sometimes they hit de denpins, sometimes de oder voke und pooty soon de gumpany vas all laid out in choke. But I dells you vot, it make us laugh till we by nearly splits, then der Breitman he roll over, und drip up de Mina Schmitz. Dis lets itself in Charman p frustrate wordblade on, und mongst us begifted Vellers you pet dat id vast tone. How der Breitman might draffel ash Breitman on de road dat ish bright und crumb frowny face 28, hear de drumpets sound, and pairwise v goad for de superum. V goad for G roasted Welsh hens, v goad for G spickter hare, v goad for kartoffel salade mit butterbrod, caviar, wie rush at de lordly sauerkraut und de worst which loafly shine, und oh, mein Gott im Kimmel. How we goed for de mosel wine. Und trunker more, und trunker yet, und trunker still caught wie, in rosy Lige still driven on a gross a fairy sea, den matter, wilder, frantiker, I proct a salat dish. Und schuss like roarin' elephants wie tanzt around de tisch. I face schwimmed in heavenly drunks before boot neffer von like dis. De Morgen het ik only seen abortion of de bliss. De vile and trilling beauty round like heavenly windharps rang a gush of golden melody de Rheinweinbecher's clang. De Melton Minzingers song a drunk of honeyed rhyme de bewildren dipsy bardic chants of Teutoburgic dime. Back to de runic dim Valhall und Baldur's foam and mead hereance in heller glory shine de Breitman's Weinack slide. Breitman about town. Der Schwackenhammer cum to down, before de fall vast past, und by der Breitman drawed he in Ash Tramel's honored gast. Let's see de sights. In self und world, der sights for him, to see, who selbst in Skoings vermagen hat, said Breitman, said he. Dey vented to de opera house, und der de vound em blayen, of Offenbach, der open Brook, his shows spiel bell Helene. Der's Offenbach, Sebastian Bach, mit Kaulbach, dat makes drei, I always like such Brooks as dies, said Breitman, said he. Dey vented to de Bibliothek, which Mr. Astor built, some pucks veer only en brochure, und some veer pound und gilt. Dat makes de gold, dat makes de shin, mit pucks, ashmen, vc, de pest trest vellers gilt de most, said Breitman, said he. Dey went to see an editor, who'd schond his flag und dune, und crowed o upon der oder side, dat very afternoon. De anciens worshipped Wettercocks, to Wetterfane's pent Denis, powed down, mein Schwackenhammer, pow, said Breitman, said he. Dey vented by a Panker's Hause, und Schwackenhammer schwor, he only vant a pig red shield hung up before de Tür, one side of red, one side of gold, like de Nides in history. De schildern of dat shield is rich, said Breitman, said he. Dey vent unto a picture sale. Of frames wert many a cent, de property of a Schendelman, who into Europe vent. Don't goi he'll soon pack again mit anoder gallery, he sells dem 12 dimes a year, said Breitman, said he. Dey vented to dis person's house, to see his furniture, sold ud at Octian right offi, beremdery und sure. He keeps 6 houses all advance, each week a sale der Gotts. Vot a dime his wife must have, said Breitman, said he. Dey vent to vind a gut cigar, long dimes dey roamed about, von Veller had a brand new sort, de very latest out. Mein Freund, I dinks you airs yourself de schmell ish old to me, dat infamous stinkadors brand, said Breitman, said he. Dey vented to diverse hotel, de brandy make dem creep, a trow of IDs enough to make a brazen monkey veep. Dey say a Wiener house ash dis, will soon build at crate got. Vot can dey mean to trink? Said Breitman, said he. Dey vented dru de Irish streets, dey saw from house to house, und gauntet up, pout more or less, 500 awful rows. If all dies little vites dey waste, could von crate paddle gots. How de Fenian funds volt rise? Said Breitman, said he. Dey vent to see de Rigelists, who worship got a mighty flowers, in hopes he'll loaf dem pack again, in winter among de showers. Ven de Pacific Railroad's done, dis things in Brofville de Joss Sticksville Santal Vood, said Breitman, said he. Dey vent to hear a breacher of de last sensation style, 'twas nuff to make der Teufel weep to see his awful schmile. Vot biddies dat der Fector ner vas in theology, dey'd make him bishop in his Schorsch, said Breitman, said he. Dey vent indo a sporten crib, de rowdies cluster dick, dey ask him del dem vot oglock, und dat infernal quick. Der Breitman drawed his volverud, ash gull could p. Ids schusta goin to strike 6, said Breitman, said he. Dey vent polid gal meetens next day hear dem rant and rail, der President vas a forger, schust bardond ud of jail. He does it ud of gratitude, to dem who set him free. Ids harmony of interests, said Breitman, said he. Dey vent to a clairvoyant witch, a plack-eyed handsome maid, she warsagt all der Vorchens den. $5, gents, she said. Dies witches are not of dis earth, und yet are on id, I see, der Shakespeare nu de priet right well, said Breitman, said he. They vented to a restaurant, der Vader kute dash. He garfed a chicken in a vink, und served id at of lash. Dat chap knows vel just how to koot und roon mit poldery, he vas kapitein under Turchen vants, said Breitman, said he. They vented to de Vomans rides, vir ladies all agrees, de gals should all p voters, und der bows all de votes. For every man dat nefervarks, von Frau should franchise p, dat ish de vey I solve dis ding, said Breitman, said he. They vented up, they vented down, twas like a roarin' rifer, decides vir here decides vir der und de volt vent on forfer. De more v trinks, de more v sees dis volt a derwish p, das wordens all von whirling drunk, said Breitman, said he. Breitman in politics. Aye, the nomination. Wenn ash de var vas ober, und bis her Schnowweiss wings vas waffen oer de Kundrei, in Spatz, like every dings und heroes vir revartet, de people all pagan to say twas shame dat nodings vas done for Breitman. No man wised how id vas startet, or vir de Vorschlag came, boot de schwerdet vas a cinder, derito a pern in shame. Der is Schnitzel in de Gustum House, potsplits. Can dis things be? Und Breitman he hafe nodings, vot sides is dis to see. Nod diverse rets sent for Breitman. Ish dis to p de gry on de man dat sack de repels und trink dem high und dry? By means seal I schwers id, und vats more I declares ids drew, he vons gleaned out de down in half an hour, und stripped id strumpf und shoe. Then dey plundered de down of Huntsville, I dells you vot, py tam. He burned up 4 Bianofords and a harp to roast a ham, then he found de rouge und email de Paris, which de ladies have hid in a spot, he whited his horse all over und den pinked his ears, bei Gott. Then he found dat a blace was plunderful, he always telled them, sure, men, sack und pack. I shoots mine eyes for only just an but if de blace vas very rich, he volt say mit a solemn mean, men I only sleep for von half or more v must have discipline. He vas just like Koenig Etzel, of whom de shudry del, der Hun who go for de Romans und geif dem schurneen hell, only dis dat days say no grass volt crow vir Etzel's horse had trot. Und I really believe vir Breitman go, de hop spring up, bei Gott. If once you tie a dog loose, der ish more soon gets around, und wenn dis vas started on Breitman id was ringserum be found. Do vhy he must have somethings vas not by no means glear, nor tid id, like Paulus confers on de snap to all abir. Und, in fact, Balthazar Bunchen said he couldn't nicht plainly see vhy a feller for gadrin riches should das revartet p, der Breitman own Dre Hauser, mit a handle in a store, dazu en Lagerwirtschaft, und sans was somethings more. Dis plast plagard nonsense v couldn't no means stand from a narrow manit Schweinskopf, of our noble Captain Grand, such low, gorse, Betty Bornathite a gentleman deplores. So v called him Verfluchter Hunsfot, und schmeised him out of Tours. So v all dissolved dat Breitman should have a nomination to go to de legislator, to make some dings off de nation, mit de help of a Connecticut man, in whom v have great hopes, who had changed his bulletics 15 dimes, und therefore knew de robes. 2. The Committee of Instruction. Den for our instructions Committee de Ding vas Protocollert, by Dr. Emse Grubler, who in Genevance studeret, und for Breitman his instructions de Committee tid say dat de all outgoing from de ones vas die first moral idee. Und de second crate moral idee dat into him v rings. Vas dat government for every man must alphys do every dings. Und die next day do which his mind especially v gall, is to do mitout a president und no government at all. Und die 40 day v vish der Hans volt alphys kieben few, ish to cultivate die beautiful, like vice de gut und drew. Und de form of dis oprighthood in practice to present, he must get our little pills all bast, mitout ids gosten assent, 29. Und die 50 day ash lernen ich de greatest ding on earth. Und ash schupiter der Vater to Minerva gif Gebert v peg dat Breitman into us all public documents which he can grap or steal will sent Frank mit his compliments. Die sext crate morally day since id very well ish known dat mind is the result of food, ash der Molschot has shown. Und ash mind ish the highest form of God. As in ficta dot abier he must alfis go mit de bardi dat go for lagerbier. Now ash all dies instructions wir showed to Mr. Twine, de Yenji Bull edition, he say de wir very fine, de wir pesser ash gut, und amest nice eternal tall concern. But de have some little drawbacks, und in fact weren't worth a dern. But yet, mit our permission, if the gentlemans allow here all their charmans in the room take off their hats und pow he volt gif our honored candidate some naudians of his own. Having managed some elegdians mit success, as well vast known. Let him plow id all his own way, he pet as sure as born, dat our man volt not kumud of der little enderhorn, mit his gut prod charman shoulders dis macket us laugh, py schink. So de comedy start for Breitman's nota bene after a trink. 3. Mr. Twine explains being sound upon the goose. Der in his crate corved Okenstol de Breitman sat he. He looked just like de Charant in de Kinderhistory, und before him, on de Tische, was vir man alfies found at 12 inches of good lager, mit a bulmish glass around it. De force vort dat de Breitman spoke he make no speech or sign. De next remark vas. Zapfit aus. De derd vas. Schenkit ein. Then incommed little Gottlieb und Trina mit a stock of allerbest Mark Griefler wine dazu 12 Glaserbach. Den Mr. Twine declared that he was happy to denounce that as Captain Breitman suited us exactly do announce, he was get the nomination, and need not more explain. Der Breitman dink in silence, and den roar aloud, champagne. Den Mr. Twine, while drinking wine, miwhiles vent on do say, dat long instructions in dis age veer not de dime of tay. Und de only ding der Breitman need to pee of any use was just to tell to every man he sound o upon der Kuss. Und ash dis little phrase perhaps was na duus bekannt, he takes the liberty to make dat we shall understand, and volt del a little shuddy which took place before the wars. Here de Breitman nod to Trina, und she base around cigars. Idea shall lunch dime, now here, in Pennsylvanian state, all in der down of Horaceburg der rose de viers de pate, tween families mit Kusses, und dos wir none wir found if Kusses might, by common law, go squandering around. Those who wir nod p gifted mit Kusses, und wir poor, all schwer de law forbid dis crime, py shings und certain sure. But de Kus holders teklar a Kus gret liberty tid need, and to pen dem up vas gruel, und a most unchristian tid. Und den anoder bardi itself tid soon refeel, of aristocrats who kept no Kus, pakius twas nod shendil. Te tid not vish de splotteren keys shoed on der pavements base, so de schoin de anti-Kusses, or de under lower glass. Here Breitman led his steam out. Dis shooty goes to show dat in Poldix, Ashlager, Virtus in Medio. De drexish ad de potam de scum floads high in teed. Boot das bierish in de middle, says in gut old Charman lied. 30. Und schuste pout a legdian dimes de scum und drex, vec, have a pulley walver wand shaft, or election sympathy. Dis is very vine, says Mr. Twine. Vot here you indrotus, mit your permission I'll grack on mit my shitty of de Kus. A candidat for sheriff de Kus beholders run who schwer de Kus de noblest things vot vok penit de sun, for de Kusses safe de capital in Rome long dimes ago, und Horaceburg needs saffin mighty pad, ash all do know. 31. A canes dis mighty Kus man anoder veller rose, who keepet himself ungarment still ven oders came to plows, und if any ask how 'twas he stut, his friends would vink so loose, und whisper ash day dap der nose, he's sound o upon de Kus. He's okay o upon de subject frowny face 32, shus pet your pile on dat, on dis particular question he intends to coot it fat. So de veller caught elected before de people found on which side of der Kus it vas he sticks so awful sound. Und effer in America, Hence everward from dat day, ash MIT de Native Americans, de fashion vast to say likes well in de Kansas dropless de shap who did not refuse to go MIT beeples ash fand him, vast sound o upon der koos. Dis should all I have to tell, says Mr. Hiram Twine. I advise her Breitman shust to vite ID on dis line. De voke who of dies balletics would oder chapters read, must whiten for dis second part of dis here Breitman's lied. 2. 4. How Breitman and Smith were reported to be log rolling. ID hoppenet in de jaar of Crace, ven all dies things peggen, dat Mr. Schmidt, de chap who runde Kanes der Breitman, vas a man who look like Mr. Twine so moosh dat people say de pleef de must g bruder p got weiss in vot ave. ID vas also moosh bemarkt vich look shus like a bruder dat ven Twine vas vark on any side der Schmidt vas under oder a fairy gammon dodgish MIT de aristocracy. So dat vote for cart dorns op, ID's gain for de family. None gut. How for dis might p, twas certain on dis hit der Twine vas do his typhus to eucher Mr. Schmidt, Schmidt, I grieve to say, exclaim. Gall darn me for a fool, but I'll smash old Dutch to cholera fits and rake the eternal pool. So dey caught some little letters, ash briefate ash could p, vich Breitman writed long agone to friends in Germany. Dey bring dem in every way to make de beeples laugh, comment on dem in de style dat, sports, call, slash or gaff. Deerto as vash known py Schudschmidt clearly ascertained, dat Breitman hath lost money py a valse schwindlin front so dey ruined drew de newspapers. Speech to make pagan, dat Breitman told de geld himself rop de oder man. 33. Boot de ding dat jam de hardest on de men dat bull de vires. Showed that Kapitein Breitman stood pedween de hefty vires, vas. Pakius he vas a soldier von could see ID at a glance they had put him in a tistrite veer he hadn't half a chance. For ash de pold solidaten ish more praif ash oder mans, they must lead de hope verloren paddle in de vans. Ash defeat ish honorable to men in honor strict, they honor dem py putten m veer de re certain to be licked. Boot dis dimes it schlopped over. Twas de third or second heat, dat a soldier in dis tistrite had been put up beat. So the plugoats stinked over go quietly to vark, de bow ven two moosh oft spant vlies packward MIT a yerk. Now Mr. Twine deglaret dat de ding seemed doubtful, but midout delay he took de horns so poldy py de bull, spread de shuddy everywhere, dill folk to pleef pecan, dat Mr. Schmidt had sold de vite unto der Breitman. He fixed the little tedales how moosh der Schmidt have got for sellin' out his barty to let Breitman haul the pot. He showed a briefate letter from Breitman to Schmidt, where he bromise him for Congress if he shust let up a bit. Der Twine vas writet dis letter, for der Kapitein Breitman would never have stewed such humpugs since first his life pagan. He had toned some rough dings in de war, in de plunder more de line, bud vas huckleperi persimmon MIT dis boletics of Twine. However, dis letter vorkik force rate MIT de Americans pest of all, for they mostly dinked it de naturalist ding as effer could befall. For to sheet vaughn's own constituencies de pest mof in de came, they neffers suppose the Dutchman have de sense to do de same. 5. How they held the mass meeting. There's notings in dis voilt so pad, ash all of us may learn, boot may change from dark to lighthood, if look should they adorn. So it happen at MIT Breitman, who in spite of sin and Schmidt, gontrieft at shust dis Jungshire do make a glucky hit. Dey hat sendet out some placards to de Deutsche Bürgers all, and be dishish not mean blackguards, boot de pills dey stick on de Wahl, to say dat a Massenversammlung, or a meeting of all dem asses volt be held in de Arbeiterhalle, to consist of de charmant classes. Now dey geif de brinting of de pills to a new gekomen man, who dink dat Demokratisch vast de same ash Republican, got him himmelweiss veer he'd hit himself on dis free Columbian shore dat he scaped de naturalisationists, hand found out before. Boot to dis Deutsche Brinter, the only difference he between Republikanisch and Demokratisch tid see, vast dat von vash de lettuce longer. So he duk shust vot seem pat to make de poster handsome likewise a little fat. How often in dis buzzin life schmal grubs grows up to wings? How often shust from mustard seed a verst glass pusiness springs? Van Klein kommt men tot Groot, Ash de Hollanders heeft said, mit dies de lettuce Breitman caved in der Schmidt's head. 6. Breitman's great speech. Dis tale dat Schmidt heeft sel de vite kot so much put apout, dat many of his beeples veer in ferry tupius tout. Poval, those who are on de make, an easy change der lodge, und, pain awful smart themselves, believe in every dodge. Ven de meeting vast jesempeld, und they found no Schmidt vast there, they looked at von anoder mit a ganz astonished air. But they saw it clear as taillight, und around a vink der ran, then before dem rose the charant form of Kapitein Breitman. Den Breitman vent los at dem. He could nix vel express de rapture dat besqueezed his heart's de one of all happiness to meet in friendlich counsel and glasped the hand of those, who had peen mit most unreason and unkindly galled his foes. Perhaps o'er all this schmeilen earth he would say it dear und den such spectacles could not be seen of such imbardial men, so tifoid of base suspicion, so apof all Betty Drix, ash to gom und least den verily to a vo in poldix. Dat ish to say, a so galled vo for he feeled id in his soul dat de principles vich mof dem veer de same o upon de whole, but he lack a word to express dem in manners opportunes. Here a veller in de gallery grwyud, unkindly. Spuns! Und der de Breitman goppeled him. If spuns are modifies p. Dere's not a man before us who lost a spun by me, far rater had I gif you all a spuns to eat in mit, und I hope to get a ladle from mein friend, der Mr. Schmidt. Dis fetch das Haus like dunder it raised der Teufels dust, und for siefen leffen minuts day o applauded on a bust. Und de chaps dat dinkt of hedgen saw a ring as round as o, so they boked each oder in de ribs und said, I told you so! For dis delusion to de ladle vast as glear ash city milk, und drawed it on de beeples so vine ash flossen silk, dat Hans und Schmidt veer rollen locks, und de locks veer ready cut. Only Breitman heeft de little end, und Schmitzy dekte but. Den Breitman he crack onward. If any lighten man will seeken in his bibel, he'll find dat a publican is a barty ash sells lager, und de ding is very blain, dat a republican ish von who sells id gain und gain. Now since dat I sells lager, I gant agreen mit de demperance principles I here distributed to Schmidt, boot dis I tells you verily, und no one to tceive if I were Schmidt, I'd pliefen schust vot der Schmidt belief. And to mine charmin lipro friends I might mention in dis spot, dat I hear an unfounded rumor dat der Schmidt belief in got, und also dat he goes to shorsch mit a brayer book for Salfadian. I would not for die welt say dings to hort his reputation. Und noting is more likely dat it all a schlander p, so also de rumor dat ven young he study divinity, I myself, ash a publican, must be a sinner py fate, und in dis sense I denounce myself ash republican didate. Ash Deutschers say und Yankees du ven der wine ish in der man, so sh o upon de oder part, de wisehood in de can, vich brofs dat wine und wisehood ish all the same, py shinks. Und de only real candidate ish der veller ash koes for trinks. Und dat v may meet in gammon, I declare here in dis hall und I schwers myself to hold to it. Vote for may befall dat any man who gifts me his vote for his boletics p shall aufis p regertet esch political friend py me. Dis wonderful condescension bring down dramatis applause, und those who catched in na dion gif most eripel hurrahs, especially some Americans ash fast standen near de door, und who in all der Leben long never heard so much sense before. Dies ish de principles I holds, and those in which I run, they ish fixed firm und immutable ash de course of de eternal sun. Boot if you tunt approve of dem blease not ice vot I say I shall only be too happy to alder dem right offy. Und undo my democratic friends I would very clearly state since this useless mit objectliard minds to hold a long debate dat there's no man in this society who sells besser liquor ash I. Und I stand de treads free gratis venifer mine friends ish try. Ad finem in de endi I must mendi on you all, dat a dutzend parels of lager beer ish a gammon to dis hall, der ish none of mine own barty here, but will do mitout der helfs, und I kess, on the whole, 'twill be just so good if we drink it all ourselves. Such tremendous suppledation before vast never seen, Ash day svord dat der kapitein Breitman vas a brickpat, und nose sardine wink with a frown 34, und day trink themselves besoffen, sayin', Hope you word succeed. De nexte Theo will peed de end of dis historisch Lied. 3. Part diversed. The author asserts the vast intellectual superiority of Germans to Americans. There's a little fact in his story which few have understand. Deutschers are, de jure, the owners of dis land, und I brides myself unspeak barley dat I forced make be known, the primordial cause dat Columbus vas derivet from Cologne. For ash his name vas Colon, it visibly does shine, dat his eldern are Geberen bin in Cologne on der Rhine, und Colonia being a colony, it sehr bemerkbar ist, dat Columbus in America was der firster colonist. Und ash Columbus ish a tove, id ish wort de droppel to mark, dat en Bigen forced Tisco for land avlion from de ark, und ish still wider in de Paginen, midhout de leastes tout, a tove vas vly over de wassers und pring de voilt her out. Ash main good old teacher der Kreutzer to me tid often speak, de mythos of name repeats itself which see in his symbolic. So also de name America, if we a little look, vas kum from der old King Emmerich in de Deutsche Heldenbuch. Und id vas from dat fairy Heldenbuch how wonderful it ran, dat I stole the song of Hildebrand, or der Vater und der Sohn, und distributed to Breitman for a reason which now ish plain, dat dis Sagan cyclist fullen det, bring me round to der Hans again. Dies laws of unendly Unwindung ish so deep and broad and tall, dat nobody but a Deutscher have a het to verse to dem at all, und should I write mine dinks all out, I taunt belief indeed, dat I myself would verse to de half of dis here Breitman's Lied. Ash der Hegel say of his system dat only von mans knew, vot der Teufel id meant und he couldn't tell und der Jean Paul Richter, too, who said, God knows I meant something Sven forced this buck I writ, but God only wise vot das buck means now for I have forgotten it. Und all of dis be wise is so blain ash de face on your nose, dat der Deutscher have even more intellects than he himself suppose, und his difference mit de over again volt, as I really do suspect, ish dat oder Volk have more suppose und lesser intellect. Yet uprighty I confess it mitout ish can vhy or vents, der ish also dimes wenn Americans have shown sharp pointed sense, und a very outsigned example of genius in dis line, vast displayed in dis elegdian py Mr. Hiram Twine. Part the second. Showing how Mr. Hiram Twine played off, on Smith, 35. Vid licet. Der vas a fiage whose vote alone volt be about enough to elect a man und give a majority, so de von who could scoop, dis settlement volt make a lucky hit, but do de wir Deutschers, von und all, they all go von on Schmidt. Now id happenet to gome to base, dat in dis little town, de Deutsch vas all expegden dat Mr. Schmidt kum down, his principles to fortsetzen und his ideas to deach, id est, fixup de briefate pargains, und tele for a public speech. Now Twine vas a gyrotwistive cuss ash plainly ish peen shown, und vas always an outfind and vote for might p known, und mit some of his circumswindles he fixed the matter so, dat he p himself at dis meeting, und see how dings vas go. O strangely in dis Leben de dings kits varkt apout, o wunderly Fortuna makes dorn us inside out. O singular de look vio rolls this little meeting dear, fixed Twine at perpendiculum, shush suit him to a hair. Now it happenet on dis Efnien, de Deutschers von und all, wir awaiten mit impatience de Anfang of de Ball, und de Schatz of Night wir fallen und de Stars pageant to plink, und de wish dat Schmidt volt hori, for 'twas dime to take a trink. De hear some hoofs a dramplin und de saw und dink de node, de breddy greater kum in on his horse and lang de road, und ash he ride town in vard de likeness vas so blain, de donnered out. Hurrah for Schmidt! Enough to make it rain. Der Twine vas start like plazes boot oop started to his vit, und he dinks. Great turnips! Vad if I could base for Colonel Schmidt? Gall darn my heels I'll do it and go the total swine, oh so balls! What a chance! Said dis disembulatin Twine. Den 'twas. Welcome! Welcome! Mr. Schmidt! Rings a room on every side, und. First rate how do yourself? Der Hiram Twine replied, De Ashkim. Cum und deka trink. Boot de find id mighty gewer. Then Twine informed nun boot hogs vood trink dat stinken beer. Dat lager vas notings boot boysen, und as for Charman wine, he dinksed Wasser fountain expressly for Charman Schwein, dat he himself was a Dempensealer, dat he gloria in de name, und advised them all for Thiesen's sake to go und do de same. Dies bemarks, among de Deutschers, vera pout as vel receive, as cats in a game of den pins as you may of course believe, de heats of de reception went down a Dutzend degrees, und in blaze of hurrahs was only hard de roostlin of de drees. Und so in solemn still day scorched him to de hall, where he macket de crate ordian which vas so moosh to blease them all, und dis way he pegenet. Before I further go, I wish dat my opinions you puttenhead Dutch should know. Und a here I narrate further, I think it only fair, we should understand each other, presently, chunk and square. There are points on which we disagree, und I will plank de facts I taunt go round slanganderin my friends behind their packs. So I beg you take it easy if on de raw I touch, when I say I can't abide de sound of your grunting shishing Dutch, should I in de legislature as your Slumgolian stand, I'll have a bill forbidding Dutch, dra all dis versal land. Should a husband talk it to his vrouw, to deed he should be led, if a mother braid it to her child, I'd bunch her in de head. Und I'm sure dat none will advocate ID's use in public schools, unless they read peacefully, nasty, prudel, sauerkraut eden fools. Here Mr. Twine, to gather breit, shust make a little pause, und see 600 gappin eyes 600 staring chaws. Dey standen erstart like frozen von fainly dried to his und von set. Ich id schliep sein Treamin Gottstausend. Wat is dis? Twine kept het von ion de Vindau, boot boldly vent ahet. Of your oder stinken hobbits no vort niet hier p set. Stop guzzlin beer, stop schmoken biped, stop rootin in de mire, und shust undutchify yourselves. That's all that I require. Und den der kunde schinde ashif de shky hat tro. Tro him mitx, py dunder. Go schlag him on de kop. Hey! Shoot him mit a powie knives. Go for him, gans and gar. Shust tar him mit some feathers. Let's feather him mit tar. Such a teufels row of fury vast nefra opkicket before, some rush to onclimb de platform, some hurry to fessen de tur, von veller vired his refall for boot de pullet missed her mark, she coot de cord of de chandelier at vel und de hall vast tark. O vel vasset for Hiram Twine dat nimply he could shump. Und vel dat he light on a mist hoff und nefer feel de bump. Und vel for him dat his coot cray horse stood sotlet shust outside. Und vel dat in an augenblick he vas off on a teufels ride. Bang! Bang! De sharp pistolin shots vent pippin py his ear, boot he tort led up de barrack road like any mountain deer. Dey trode der Hiram Twine mit Steins boot dey only could be mark von klimps of his vite obercoat und a klotteren drew de dark. So dey gesempel togder, ein ender to sprechen mit, und allowed dat such a reed dey nefer expect from Schmidt. Dat he vas a forced glass plaggard, und so pig a lumpash ran, so nemini contradicent dey vented for Breitman. Und 'twas anathalbjard thereafter before dis Schmidt vas know, that macket dis rural go pack o upon him so, und he schwerd at de Dutch more schlimmer ash Hiram Twine had done, note bene, he titted in earnest, while der Hiram's vast pusiness fun. Boot ven Breitman hard de story how de fiege had been dricked, he schwor bei Leib und Leben, dat he'd rader haf peen licked, dan be help at drus such slum guzzlin, und 'twas petter to pia schwein, dan a schwinlin, honeyfuglin schnake, like dat lion Yankee Twine. Und peget so heavy disgoodet mit de politics of dis land, dat his friends could barely keep him from throwing up his hand. Then he held straight flush mit an ace in his putvich phrase ish all the same, in the science of pokerology, ash if he got de game. So Breitman caught a legged it, py volowin de vay, we manage our elegdians unto dis very day. Dis shows de Deutsch Dummerlichkeit also de Yankee. Wit, das ist das Abenteuer how Breitman licked der Schmidt. Breitman as in Eulen. Joe Forey Echther, Brin things appalled. Magni bland in ok magentiri, for hand joda. Sigurd Fernal. Beer I bear to thee, battle's great apple tree, mingled with might and with bright glory, all full of song. The Edda. I, the vision. Dear vas vance o upon a dimes a Frenchman who asked if a charman could have esprit. Alwyn for his pad spellen, the reader will find dat her Breitman was have a spree goot many dimes. You can't get round to Dutch. Fritz Swackenhammer. Got splits. Blau Fuhr, Potsbaumen Tod. VOT shimmers in de midnacht Roth? Like Hellstrom borst o'er Heffen's plain, troen dead light on Erdekane ja. Wide in Nord om Odenstone lies a Charant form im glare alone. Trunk py de eis kalt roeren stream der Hans ich haf ein wundertream. Trunk om haunted Odenstein im Hexenlicht und Elfenschein wir bloody Druids omens true from gring und screech of Shaps day slew. Or wir der Norseman long of your vast carven eagles on the shore, as o'er him yelled the Valkyr Brit und crows vok round knee teep im plut, vile raben scream o'er ruddy bay. Der 10 pottles trunk Hans Breitman lay. Fast und rof der Warman schnorr like the Hammerschlag of Thor, schnell as Mjolnir's bang und beat heaved deform from het to veet vile upov him in de skis there he saw a glory rise, und im middle von at all the iron lords of Crate Valhall. Long he gaze mit wolfen glare at de Asser in de air, long mit schnirren baren grin he turn his nace auf und hin. For ne'er a Sherman tam de Ots vas effe yet geifen to Gots, dil Avery as ondup dat he a got like man of brass must be. Stern der Breitman raise his het, to his fader Gots he said. Let your words of wisehood slip, rush your runes, und let em rip. For you de Gots haf effe p of dos who vir esch Gots to me alt Thor der Thorin here pelo vot hell you vance, 36, I'd like to know. And worded ash de Donner clangs, der fader of de iron bangs. De Gots will let de hell dogs go, und raise damnation here below, until de sassy Frenchman schmell de Reifers 10 dat rune tru hell to tell dis I come denke, do lord of lion impudence. Draffeler. I know die vel. Breitman imperturbable. Ven on earth I hab my shy, Breitman of dat age vas I schwör py Thor. So crake und gay. I smash de Jotuns in my tay, und do shall p girit sublime ash de crate Thor of dynatime. Now v lets de eagles vly screamin true de vlammen shky, our own specials, dare not laugh, for in de London Telegraph, a wundrous poi vot make us stare, for hop vat may, he's alvis der. Vil del de world, trublut and flame, Hans Breitman is de Eulen's name. Und all though er on earth has done, from upgang until set in sun, vil p ash nix I schwir py Thor. To vat doelty do in dies a war. Plazen roofs und mortared men, hell set loose on earth again. Rush und ride and storm und flute, cannon roarin, pools of blut. Deutschland mad and full career, led py dy alainen spear, hell's harvest sheafs of victory, reaped mit dietz sword und reapt by d. Ja! On many a dorf und dish, do shall bring a requisish wink with a frown 37, 20 dimes de Frencher men have sporn dy land and blood acane all those 20 dimes in von, py Deutschland shall to France p done, und 20 dimes in blood and wine shall sto revenge de Palatine. Go! Mit spear und fiery muth. Go! Mit durs for beer und blood. Go! Mit loaf for Vaderland, into burning fury fanned. Towns und Henrus shall have shown vir der Eulen ist peen gone, und Cox will rune und men crow tame to hear of der Alainen name. Der Fission fadet in de shky, und hours vent on und time god py. Vot herdest do, Napoleon? De rumpety, rumpety, rumpety pum. When you hear de sound of de drum, oh then you know dat de Dutch have come, de dreadful roarin' Dutch, mit de drum und de rumpety, pumpety, pumpety pum. De wild ferocious Dutch on a bum, mit cannon roar und paddle hum, mit fee und faw on de foe und fum. Led py de awful bright teamum. Biddy boom. Boom. 2. Breitman in a balloon. Who vas effer hier such wunders, holy briest or version non. As befeld de Captain Breitman, wenn he hunt in air ballon. Der busy, 38. Und der Dizzy, 39. MIT Lutheringen und Lothair, was Notings to dis Deutscher, who vent kite in true de air. ID was in Jahr November, in 1870, der Breitman vent a prowlen, by Monden light vent he. In Fiege deserted he hier de Uhumon, for you alvis hier der Uhu, 40, vir der Uhulan ish gone. Alone Alans, 41, Beulen, boot notings could he find safe whitey clouds a drivin' in moonshine for de wind. Boot ash he see dies cloudins he bemarked dat von vas round, und inchted of going upwards it kept risin' towards de ground. Oh, vot-ish dis a gammon? Some planet, py de lord! Two bird to life in heffen, cum down on earth to port, und below it schwing tree angles two he vans mit a wench. Boot mein Gott! Vot sort of angles can dos p, dalken French. I have read in Eckhartshausen dat up in heffen py tam. De Engels dock in Sherman, und sing Martin Luther's psalm. O nies sind kein Engeln vot sail so smoothly on, das sind verflucht Franzosen in einem Luftballon. 42. Hey! How der Breitman streaked ven vance he kest de trut! He spurred ID like de wildfire of hope in early out. True de Weingarts like der Teufel ven he chase a lawyer's soul. Down der Mount ein mit his lanes und his waif and banderole. Down de Mount ein, o'er de valley, true de village he ish gone. Dog barks die out behind him, odors bark as he come on. Little he dat he dare bellin, little mind der Hahn and crow, little hear der born yellin, clotter, clotter, on he go. Oh, vot-ish hunten foxen, und vot-ish Jäger pliss, und vot-ish schossen bison on de blains, to such ash dis? I have think dat Runien rebels vast de best of early fun. Boot ID isn't half so schally ash to go a Luftballon. Und ash ID still vent onwards mit der Wind, der cum a real madness to catch ID, o'er his mind. Und hadst do seen him violin, dat wild unfuriate brick, dost have schworn dat Captain Breitman was pecum belunatic. In fein day trode der sandbags, in fein all dings let fall, de Ballon still kept a sinkin, und ID wouldn't rise at all. Yet de wild wind trife ID onwards still der Breitman go, till he catch ID py a rope and vot vas hangen town below. Boot venet risen upwards, as he cling to ID, of course, mit de lefter hand he holtet to de bridle of his horse. Der horse walk on his hind legs, too schwer to rise vas he, mein Gott! Vot fix for Breitman of de Uland cavalry. So he go for several Stunden between Himmel und Erd below, boot der Teufel und die Engels couldn't make der Hans let go. Dill all advance any day cum from his looky star he let co his horse's bridle und glim up indo de car. Und vot dinks he founded ven in dat Ballon? A noble English Viscount, Milord de Robinson, und mit him vas a laity, mit whom he'd ruined affe, whom he introduced to Breitman ash die Jungfer Salome. Und der Drit was a Barson, whom Milord, mit prudent view, hat took als secretaire, like vice for Pallas do. They should have bitched him over ven de gas was out, they say. Boot de dame vould not lo it she'd an arriere pensée. Sate, milord. Afar we've wandered, we are completely brown, and I'll give 1,000 shiners if you'll take me to a town where no one will molest us till we find our way to Lan. Here der Breitman ent a sentence as he gry out, shortly. Done. And as for this fair lady to whom I would be bound, sate, milord, we'll have a wedding before we reach the ground. To escape her father's anger we fled to live in peace, but she's relatives in London, and they have the police. O was not dis of wonders to make de captain stare? £1,000 in Bakit und a vedden in de air? He gave avi de laity, und als sie wieder kem zur Fessenerde wieder, ward sie Robinson madam. 43. Oh go and mit me, said Breitman. Oh go and main Cartier. Don't mind dem gammon soldiers, for I'm an officer. He guide dem tru de country till they reach de ocean strand. Now they sit und plus Hans Breitman, in de far-off English land. Dis ish Breitman's last adventure how true Himmel flew he, und it's dime, O noble reader! For a dime to part from thee. Don't mistake it all in earnest or believe ID's only fan. Boot ders wonderdings has happened very oft in Luftballon. 3. Breitman and B. Trace estime ami, ik zijn nog niet verdorb, vielleicht sie denk wal kar, das ik say ta gestorb, ach eni kot loben denk, ik leb noch kans wal auf. Nederlich wie kespens die auf die kas kh. Deutsch Franzos, Leipzig, 1736. Vot rumbles down de Bergstrasse? Vot a grash ish in de air. Mit a de berate confusion, und a goy of wild tesper, das sind gethrash Franzosen, 44, und dos who after flee are de terror of Champagner, die Uland cavalry. So little say die Hunted, de Hunters lesser still, der Frank is ride fürs Leben, der Deutscher rides to kill. O for dickly dusty faces der eyes like wild cats' glare, de blut und iron ride in a fury und despair. Boot of all the wild Elanen, der Breitman ride de pest, for he marked a French gaumenter ish most elegantly tressed. Und ash he cum down on him, there's a deet look in his eye. Gots! If I carve dat turkey, how I'll make dis stuffin' VOY. Mit a clotter und a flotta like a hellstorm day are on. Mit a roddle to de paddle cum de Deutschers, knocken down de Mount to a bruck vhy die Frenchmen tuern at bay. Oder Deutsch were der before dem, und die Prigisch kut ave. Von second der Franzos look down mit blitzen eye. Von second at de bruck, den tuern him round to die. Weil mit out g poked lanes, like ter Teufel shot from hell, rode der plundersch Tarven Breitman on der Graubart Colonel. Vot for der Captain Breitman ish stop in his career? Vot for he pull his bridle? Vot for let down his spear? Vot for his eyes like saucers grow pigger, rimmed mit staub? Vot for his hair, a prislin, lift up his pickle hob, 45. So awful so oniartel why, so dreadful was his glare, so unbescriblich ghastly, dat der Colonel self was scare. Up come der Breitman ridin', und mit gratin force he said. Bist du wirklich lebendig, 46, can de grave guy fupitz ted? Do livest yet do brefst yet, do olten now up since I mortared you in Strasbourg, mein Freund mon Jean B. We loft de self-maiden while 40 years agon she died to hear I kilt you Jean how weiss your beard ish grown. I would give my hab you and die Güter, 47, Dorito main bit of life could I bring dat child to Leben, you and die make her, Jean, die wife. Here der Breitman borst out gryen, like a little prook vept he, you and die day hugged and just einander, der Breitman you and die bui. ACH, de Eifels dat from Ethel true a life ish effer grow. Had I never dink I killed you, many a man were livin' now many a man dat sleeps in cane breaks, many a man py pillow shore, for dy mortar mate me recollos, you and die von ted man grease for more. O Madchen. Sean im Himmel, 48, worst Sean on earth die fine, can't stink among de engine of such as me you and die mine? Den look on such a rui, Ashert has never known whereto hast thou a saber? Wherefore not kill me, Jean? Oh, any plures pas, mon Breitman. Je trouve c'est le trop fort. Goy der Colonel said politely. How? You croy dat I was mort. Mon Dieu, 'tis but 1 minute, as we galloped to this plain, I thought your spear, mon Gallard, would kill me o'er again. Je vous face mon compliment, your tendresse becomes you well. Et ne plures pas, mon brave, pour la petite demoiselle. I have had 1,000 since. One can always find such game. Et pour dire la vérité, I have quite forgot her name. Der Breitman lock so earnest, long and earnest at his foe, as if seeing true his augen to de 40 years ago. Mit vot a schmiled der Breitman turned round und rode away. Dat was all his parting greeting to der Colonel Francais. 4. Breitman takes the town of Nancy. Oh, here a wondrous shuddery vot sounded like romance. How Breitman mit for Uland's vast stake de town of Nance. De Frenchmen call it Nancy, 49, und days say it's very hard dat Nancy mit her soldiers vast getuk py Gorpelsgard. They dink id vast King Wilhelm ash Hans ride in de down, und like Odin in his glory gaze dereply around. Den mit awful condescension he at de Frenchman stare, und say. Ye wretched children? Abortes mir vodre mir! Hans mean de city syndic, whom Mayor de Frenchman call. So mit a 2 sand soldiers they scored him to de hall. In de sheriff stade they sought him, der Mayor cum to be heard, und Hans glare at him 5 minutes before he speak a word. Den in iron dones he uttered. Ich teman que rentes foes, shy drazig mills soldet in bas loin lici, bar plus. Aber tons moi champagner, shy and soif extraordinaire about 1 dizaine cartloads, und den je foes lays fair. 50. Den he say to Schwackenhammer, his secretary. Read a little extra list of dings the army need, und del dem and Francis day must shell the needful down in less than 20 minutes, or, py God, I'll pern de town. Item 1 2 sand vatches of purest gold so fair, dows of funf 2 sand silbern, for de gammon soldiers wear, und 3 dow sand diamond ring day must make tirically come, we need dem for our sweethearts ven we write to em at home. Von million cigar and veal except ash extra boons for not squeezin' dem severely, dows a 12 2 sand spoons. Here de mayor fell down in schwinnen, den all that he could say vas. Oh mon Dieu, de Dieu, Dieu! Nous voilà ruinés. 51. No word der Breitman uttered, he only make a scratch, calm and silent on de dapple, mit a little friction match. De mayor versed a demotion, so went him to de task of raisin' mong de people's vot advast der Breitman ask. So cam he mit de ring, de vin dem pooty soon, so cam he mit de vatches, und Avery silver spoon. Boot ash for de champagner, he wept and loudly called that pardieu. He hadn't any, for de Deutsch have trunk it all. Ja! De Gorporals guard have trinket every pottle in de down, while dies negotiations upstairs veer written down. Boot der Breitman sublimely, like Von who notings felt said, instead of le champagner news Brentirons du Gelt. 52. Ja wall! Down sent Mil Franken, say mere eagle, you know wink with a frown 53, pid dem pring id in a hurry, for 'tis dime for us to go. Der Mayor he pring dem money, und der Breitman squeeze his hand. Leb wall, do nopal brickbat, hers bruder in Franke land. Boot it griefs my soul to larmen, und I sympathize mit dine, to pensive you, mon ami, sans le champagne wine. Der will oder Deutsch P gammon, und it preek mein heart to dink de vay dale bang and slang you if dere's no champagne to trink. C'est la faux faire mesure que chieni fut basc, so, volo mes gonsels, et brenes mon affis. Shy moi du mil bouteilles, de miler dat man can ask, 54, which I will gladly sell sheep as dirt 10 francs a flask. De mayor look up to heffen, while notings could he say, weil ud indo de midnight der Breitman rode offy. Away a town de folly, till noting more abers boot de glitter of de moonlight on der spears. V. Breitman in bivouac. He sits in bivouac, by fire, penit de dries, a pottle of champagner held gently on his knees, his langulant lane stuck py him in de sand, while a goot piece put in sausage adorn his oder hand. Und Junior Elanen sit round mit open mout to hear der Breitman stories of fitten in de sout und he gave dem moral lessons, how before de battle pops. Take a little brayer to Himmel, und a goot long trink of schnapps. Den his lieutenant bemarket. How wunderstrange it peen dat so very many wild pigs ish dis year in de Ardennes. Ash I sout der downer a wetter, I saw dem cum heraus, schust hier und der in Eber mit a 102 sand sows. Schust think of all these she picks vot flat to neutral land, said Breitman. Very easy-ish dis to understand, dies Schwein picks mit de sowen vot you saw Aaron and Rond, ish a crate metempsychosis of the French demi-monde. I have readet in de Bible how such a coterie vast G tournet into swine picks, und run down into de sea. Boots since de sea ain't handy, or de picks veer all too dumb, dey have coot across de porter und vly to Belgium. Now ash dey borstud Logan, und got more liquor out, dey hear den from de Sandria shot und den a shout. Und Breitman crasp his saber quick ash de bullet hiss, und leapin out, demanted. Hurrar got. That roish dis? Und bold der Schwabian answered. Dis minute on de ground der come at a Frenchman greepin, on all fours eight prowlin round. I asked him vad he vant, worda. I gry. Boot he say notings to my challenge, und only answer we. So I shoot him like der Teufels, und I raider dink our friend, dis sneakin' Frank Tirewar, ish a drawin' to his end. So dey hunted in de pushes, und in Avery Gorner dig, Boot main got. How dey vast Logan, then dey found a mortared pig. Next week dey hear from Paris, und reet in de Gaulois of de most atrocious action de voiled vas effer saw. How de Uland cannibalin, dis vile und awful prud, hafe kilt a noble Frenchman, und cut him up for food. Ja shop him indo sausage, und coot him indo ham, und schwer dale surf all odors exactly so py tam. Sons of France, awake to glory, let your ancien valor shine. Und sweep dis Prussian vermin het und dales indo de Rhine. 6. Breitman's Last Party. For fear of some misunderstandings, I would state dat dis is only mean de last party dat der Captain Breitman has given as yet. Pinepie I kess he guy fanodervan, und if I kitsen in leading, or introduction, I kess I'll go. I am von of de vellers dat vas ad diverse party. Wir mein Swister-in-law de Madilda Jane vast tans mit her Breitman. Fritz Schwackenhammer, Olem Studiosus Theologiae, now Uland freelancer, und Secretarius of Captain Breitman. The OT gallops at midnight, mit Rolla and yell, like der Teufels wild Jäger Boris loose out of hell? The OT gleams in the sunrise bright flashing in gold? Das sind die Ullancers of Breitman der Bold. They frighten de Country, they plunder de town, and when they are up die Franzosen co down, for before de wild Norsemen de Southron must flee, abiare Normanorum libera nos domini, 55. How they sweep de chateaux. How they grab oop de hens. Und gobble de turkeys shoot oop in de pens like de angel of deep day are ragin' abroad. You may track dem py feathers knee deep in de road. O der Breitman ish on, und der Breitman is on, und mit him de Ulands are plundering gone. De demon of vengeance his wings o'er wave, mit der fingers like hooks, und mit maws like de grave. They come to a castle, so splendid of bricks, Franzosen defended, das help gar nix. For de Ulands have take it, they smash in de gate, und inspired by God's fury, they stole all the plate. From chamber to chamber they fighted their way, till dead in de hall de Franzosen all lay, und der strud imagine, so lieblich und hold, who laugh at de dead true her ringlocks of gold. Den der Breitman, all plutty, to Madel so lind, spoke courtly und tender. Wie laughs do, main kind? Den de blue-eyed young pody, mit lips so red said. Wie not shall I laughen? Then Frenchmen are dead. I come here from Deutschland, de children to teach. They mock me for Deutsch, und they sneer at main speech. Und since the war calm, I vast nearly gone mad, you wouldn't believe how they treat me so pad. Mit a tear Breitman bend to de beautifulness. Great Gott! Canst thou suffer such horrors as dis? His arm round de maiden der hero has bound, und it stayed der gut vile, for they got it unwound. Ho! Fetch me de diamonds. Ho! Shell out de rings. Mit all in de castle of dat sort of dings. 'Twas brought to de captain a dunderin load, at de veet of de match and dat plunder he trode. Ho! Bring us champagner. Und light oop de hall. Dis night der Herr Breitman will give you a ball. Dat pile of dead vellers, VOT died for La France, may see, if they like, how de Shermans can tance. Dey find ladies' garments, und troot to confess likewise some French maidens, who helped them to tress. De rest of de Ulands who hadn't such loves, fixed oop in black clothes mit white chokers und gloves. Now hey! For de fiddles! Und hey! For clavier! For de tance of de Ulands de men of de spear! How de gentlemen ask if they'd please introduce, how de ladies mit beards were called espions Prusses. Hey ho! How they tans it! Hey ho! How they sang! How mit klingen of glasses de braun arches rang! How they trill from der hearts ash they pour out der wine, de songs of de Oberland, songs of de Rhine. Und matter und wilder, all whirlin' around, vent Hans mit de maiden in bacchanal bound. She held to his peered, und day just as if mad. I taunt dink dat effer vast dimes like they had. Boot calm in de hall, ever calm on de floor, was a row of still guests that wouldn't tance nevermore. MIT pledge streams black winding, der Lord MIT his men, when der youngest day cooms Hans may meet dem again. Hurrah for der Yulin, so rash und so wild. Hurrah for der Yulin, der Teufel's own child, dis ish Breitman's last bardy. They'll sing it for years, the lords of de Laneses, the sons of de Spears. For they frightened de Country, they plundered de town, und when they are up de Franzosen go down. For before de wild Norsemen weak southerns must flee, abire Normanorum libera nos domini. Europe. Breitman in Paris. 1869. Recessit in Franciam? Et effecta pectoris, et toto gesta corporis, et scholars maxime, confesta collant optimi. Carmina Burana, 13th century. Der Teufels losen Balmabil, there's hellfire in de air, de fiddlers can't blay noting ausboot orphi aux enfers. VOT makes de beeples howl MIT showy? De capo bravo. Bis. It's a Deutscher AUS America, Hans Breitman in Paris. Der's Silbertots VOT might have peen, der's golden deeds VOT must. Der Hans ish come to Frankenland on one eternal bust. Der same old rowdy Argonaut VOT hunt de same old vlies, a half in all de foon derish der Breitman in Paris. MIT a gal on either shoulder a holden py his beard, he tants de can, sacrament. Dil all das voke vas skeered. Like a roarin' hippopotamos, MIT a kangarinic shump, they feared he'd smash de catacombs, each dime der Breitman bump. De pretty little coquettes loaf everydings ish new. Do you vint il donc si grand MCU? O sacre nom de Dieu! In fein day kicks der veet on high, and sky like flying geese, they cannot kick the hat offy from Breitman in Paris. O vir vas id der Breitman life? O upon der Rond Point gay, VOT street lies just behind his house. La Rue de Rabelais. Around the corner Harper's stands vir Yankee drinks day mill, while straight ahead, across the street, there lies the Balmobile. IDs all along the Elysee, IDs up the boulevards, he's sampled all the wine shops, und he's winked at every gars. Do schwie Plaxilk and Gabriel, oh let me learn from thee, if 'tis in loaf or absinthe drunks, dat dis wild ghost may pee? Und do mace kneel in Notre Dame, und veep away de Wysin, while I go vite at bearer balls, until mine poots cave in. Boot if ve pray, or if ve sin while notings ish refuse, 'tis all the same in Paris here, so long ash on SMUs. O life, main dear, at pest or vorst, ish boot a vancy ball, its greatest showy a wild gallop, vir madness gofrens all. Und should day turn ID's gaslight off, und never leave a spark, still I'd find my way to heaven or dy lips, loaf, in de dark. O crown your head MIT roses, loaf. O keep a little sprung. Unless wisdom ish but dis, to go at while you're young. Und age vast never coom to him spring plums afresh, who finds a living spirit in der Teufel und der Flesh. Breitman in La Sorbonne. Der Breitman sits in La Sorbonne, a notebook in his hand, twas der he went to lectures, und in old Louis Le Grand. ID's more ash 2 und 20 years since here I use main pen, oh, where ish all the characters, dat I have known since then? Der Kratos boat effer vas, der pest I effer known, vent lectures here, too, shus like me, le Sieur Francois Vion. He raised the Teufel all around, he hear de Sorbonne chime, crate spirit ender in main heart, und mof main soul to rhyme. Ballade. Dix moi in what spirit land ish Clara La Fontaine? Or Pomare, or La Frisette, who blazed on such a train? Schweet echo flings the Quesdian pack, o'er lake or streamlet lone, all earthly beauty fades offy, virish dem loft one's gone. Oh, virish Lola Montez now, so loved in every land? How oft I smoked those cigarettes she rolled to mighty very hand. Dat mighty soul, dat splendid brick, a saint's come to be, for MIT such saints der Breitman make his hagiology. Und virish la Pochardinette? Is she too MIT de dead? She loafed a Latin quarter MIT a hack und fetter on her het. Lieb wal petit potchard in et. Que any se fade refuser, and I la ponche la blaine feray, and I essaye pocha un payser. O Prince! Dies questions all are nix, I sit here all alone, and mighty von refrain to end distrain, virish main loft von's gone. Ven Markovich has cut und run, und Schneiders off de ving, some cray old reprobate like me will of dies loft von sing. Breitman in 48. Der one once a studente, all in der Stadt Paris, 56, whom jetter der in Kent, der rowdy Breitman highest. He roost in der Rue La Harpe, em Luxembourg Hotel, 'twas just in anno 48, dat all these things peffel. Boot he who volt go huntin now to find dat Rue La Harpe, must have oangamen spectacles, und look darnation sharp. For der Kaiser und his houseman mit houses made so vree, der Rune just now a boulevard vir dis street used to be. In dis Hotel de Luxembourg, a wilt old schuddery say, a student van spring home a dame, und on de nexter day, he pulled a ribbon from her neck off fell de lady's het, she felled from de guillotine, und valked dis city debt. Boot Breitman never cared himself if dis vas fall shore drew, I guess he had mit liffen gals pout quite enough to do. Und Februar vas gamen, gans revolutionaire, und wir der Teufel had vark on hand, der Hans vas alvis der. Und darker grew de Beeple's brows, no banquet could they raise, so they stewed und schwor at Gornis, or they singed de Marseillaise. Und hear und der a crashin' sound like forcin' shutters ran, und borsten Gunschmidt's windows and hard vark der Breitman. He helped to hull les Girondins, to cheer de Beeple's hearts, he mac at dem build barricades mit garage und garts. Then a bready maiden sentinel vance asked de countersign, he gave das kind of rousen gis, got hier diar und dine. Und wilder vent de paddle, France spread her oriflamme, und deeper roared de stern bell, the bell of Notre Dame, und he who never heard it, or shots und cries of fear, loud booming like a dragon's roar, has something yet to hear. Und in de Faubourg Saint Antoine der Comet a fusillade, und dying groans und fallen dead veer round dat barricade, but de song of revolution from a Toussaint voices round, made a fearful opera goers to de deet grease on de ground. Und all around those barricades they raise der Teufel der, sometimes they vark mit pickaxes, und sometimes mit gur. They mac at private houses gif all their arms offi, und den upon de panels they write at arms dons. Und we saw mid roarin' volleys, streaked like bandits set in suns, 2 regiments come over, und telefer up their guns. Hey! How de deers vir runin, hey! How they gried hurrahs! 4 days saw de vite vas over, und they no day gained their cause. Thus spoke their hearts outborsten, in battle by de blade, from sun to sun mit roarin' gun und donnerin' barricade. In vain before de deputies de princes tremblin' stood, Vot comes in France too late a day coon schusten dime for blood. Then de Tuileries vast dakin, amid de Scotteren shot, und vlyin' stones, und howlin', und curses wilt und hot, twas der Hans klobbed his musket, und der de man vas first to rush into de palace, then de Tours vir ingeberst. Some vellers burned de guardhouse, some trinked de koning's wine, some filled their hats mit raspberry sham, und brandy beaches fine. Hans Breitman in de kitchen vas stare like Avery ding, to see Vot lots of victualdies id dakes to feed a king. Und oder voke, like plaggarts, then took de goches out, und burnin' dem, they rolled them offy mit yell und shout. Der Breitman in der Barler, help writin' rapidly, la liberté pour la Pologne. Like vice pour Italy. Den in der Tuileries courtyard 10 Toussaint voke come on. Day vas giesen und hurrahin for to dink der king vas gone. Some vas hollerin' und tanzen round a blazin' old caboose. Then Frenchmen kits a goin', den day lets der Teufel loose. Boot von Veller set me Logan, who rush madly ruined de field. He had ROP de Cluny Museum, und Gestelin spear und shield. Mit a splendid royal charger, which he had somewhere found, like a trunken Don Quixote, he went tearin' up und round. Down went the line of Bourbons, down went the vark of years, as the pillars of der Temple G crash like splintered spears, und o'er dem rose the phantom, wild, beautiful, und weak, while millions gry around her vive. Vive la Republic. 3 days mid stiflin powder smoke, 3 days mid cheers und groans, we fought to guard de barricades, or piled dem up mit stones. De hand which held de pistol den, or made de crowbar bite, das war de same Hans Breitman's hand which now dies verses write. Breitman in Belgium. Vlenderen, dag en nacht denk ik aan u, waar ik ook ben en weer, gyzy wike my altijd neer. Vlenderen, dag en nacht denk ik aan u. Overal verliquied, overal lust. Maagden van Vergeliet, napen zu vroom en dreigt. Overal verliquied, overal lust. Hoffman von Fallersleben. Spa. Then Sommerdries shake fort der Leafs, Ashmade shake out der Locks, und singen mit der Riffulets, which ripplen round der Rocks, und beeples swarm land outwards, und cities weary men, Hans Breitman rode de Belgier Mark for Spa and Les Ardennes. Und when he came to Spadenland, he found it fine und fair, for they pour him out to peach schnapps, dazu elixir rare, und mit a soldier's instinct to find a chance to shoot, without delay he fire offe right in de Grande Redoute. 57. De verse shot dat der Breitman fired he pring de peaches down, for he hit de 00 mit a gold Napoleon. Und ash he raked de shiners in, he hummed a little dune. I guess I taunt try dat again, said he, dis afternoon. But when he come to Rouge et Noir, a tear fell triplin den, I'd look so much like good old dimes, to come dose games again. Yet when he lost 100 francs, he sadly turned it offy. I'd rater keep de tiger here, dan vite him, any day. Und standing py de dapel, he saw a French lorette vat pour eau de spiche all around, und lost that every bet. Id's all the same mit dis or dat, or any kind of sin, de lorette or de roulette bot will make de money spin. He trinket of le Pahon well, und from la Sauvenière. He tried it at de Barrissart, und auch de Gerenster. Dey say dat trut lion a well, so trink from all we can, und here will prove dat trut is health. That's so, said Breitman. So long in ruined Franchemont he sat on hollowed ground, und dinkt of Wilhelm de la Marck, who'd rake dat Country round. Mein Gott! How I die was mof mein heart to read in history, und find dis scattered Chernine lights of Vellers just like me. Dis noble boar pig of Ardennes, dis stately wallowin' lord, vas make him famous py de pen, und glorious py de sword. Und showed his hero scholarship, then he wrote to de bishop, Satis, Brelabo monasterium vestrum, si non piatis. Dey say dat in de Keller here dear lives a coblin briest, de rito a tuffels jagersman vot guard a specie chest. Oh, if I once could find de vay, und spot dat box of checks, I wonder just how long 'twould be before I'd trees their necks. Und in de walk of Meyerbeer, veer plashin brooklets ring, he see veer in de water wild de wood birds flip der wing. Ash de brooklets lost in de rifer, und de rifers lost in de sea, mine soul kits lost on waterplane. Says Breitman, says he. Und ash he walked de Meyerbeer he marked, beside de way, a rock just like a wild boar's head, vrai tet du sanglier. Der Breitman heave a charant sigh, und say mit motion grand, von craigie day is schuber all in dis der Schweinpig's land. He draffel trud de Val d'Amblev, he lounged de sweet sceptars, he stare indo de window shops, und see de painted ware. 58. He looked at de fans und dings, den said. To tell de trut, dears painted veras more dear ash dis up stairs in la redoute. Und sittin in de champignon, which rose neat loaf's sweet hand, he read in books of Marmontel, of Jeanette et Lubin. Id's nice to see simplicitas rococo dup mit flowers, und dinks such virtue still may life in dis base vault of ours. Twas here, o upon dispodument der God she used to set, twas here they keep von simple cow like vice and lettuce bet. Perhaps I have crown worldly since, yet still may truly say, dat in mine boyhood's days I vas about so good ash day. But he vot van to see dis land, und has not time for all, each woodland nook und shady brook, on her marset should call. For he has baint at all to live when de drees themselves are gone, und shust so good as artist, auch, ish he bond companion. Farewell, Schwyz spa do home of flowers, of ruin and of rock, wir wilt birds sing de band ich play each day at 7 o'clock. If all the breeze that spa has seen wir melted into Von, de soul volt reach nirwana lost in transcendental fun. Ostend. Hupsa! Jonkerjan, die WL Ruderwardens can. Boon tidings to der Breitman came ash at table end, there's right good fish at Blankenberge, oysters in Ostend. Den to Ostland v will writen gain, to Ostland o'er de sand, do imit pridal drawn for derish de Oysterland. Ven de stud bei Ostersee, wir de waters roar like sin, der 500 Fischer vogt to dake der Breitman in. Gottstunder! Should we dumple down among de waters plu, I guess you'd want more help from me dan I should want from you. If you had peen wir I have peen UNDC I have see, wir des surf rise up 9,000 feet, in the land of New Jersey schwim dat surf as I have schwimmed, beside de Jersey strand. From dat day fort de Ostland men steered clear of der Breitman. But von Ding set him schwirren so, I think he'd never cease, de Ostend oysters coast at more in Ostend als Paris. Hans asked an ancient fisherman, to explain dis if he may, says he. Mine here dairy better here als 100 leagues offy. As the oysters better here of course they coast at more. Der Breitman duck his bilkrum staff, turn at him to deter. Says Hans, de Vlemsch fisherman can sheet de world I pet days shaten von anoder two, all's fish to a Dutchman's net. Der king begin a palace here, de palace had to stop, he found de beeples shaten so he geift de bilden up. Although das Leben hier ish gut, at least ostensibly. So spoke der Breitman cut dat city py de sea. Gent. We can't die stad where alles nog van Vlenderens grudheid spreekt? Where on trou, Valsheid and bedrigt van skemp nog verbleekt? Ledigank. If I had gold, as I have time, I tells you how tvier spent, on every year I'd stay a week in Vlanderens Hoofstad, gent. For oh! De sweet wild Vielens, in dat stad do move me so, then I'd think of all the glorious men vot life der long aco. If ever man had manly heart, he'd feel that heart to beat, then mit de old 10 dime of Gent he voxtra every street. ACH. De Volk are yet so gut, it gave me such a bliss, then I hear a beer house spielman sing a melody like this. Het was op Ihnen Monday, all on a Monday free, dat midgen hier Jacob van Artevelde unto his men said he seed mine lief gesellen, we all mus ride out land, and trive our way to Bruges town or Brussel in Brabant. As he unto Brussel cam, de meisjes sprong from bed, found Mynheer van Artevelde mit a crossbolt through his head. Schus pake use dis beerhouse song rectra my heart's invent, I feel dat I could life die all in de down of Gent. Breitman in Holland. S. Gravenhage the Hague. In dis boom, main Freund der Herr Breitman have his views on art before justet mit a deepness shorthood which is probably unliked in aesthetic. We have here, within the circumcomprehensiveness of dirty 2 lines, a theory which shortsomely express sends to der Teufel every dings ash vas effer described before on Kunst or Art, mac at every potties from Baumgartner down to Fischer Tain, look schus like puddin-headed old gasbalgs. Boot to de boom. For de information of dem ashish not justidied art, I vood state dat Adrian Brouwer, who is as regards an unvolkamine technique de first of all Holland mailers, vas neffer paint notings boot drunken plaggards liederlich dings, van Ostade Jan Steen vas and most der builds a good deal like him. Fritz Schwackenhammer. Hans rate at True de Nederland, from Rotterdam below, to Gravenhage Leiden Haarlem all a row, he stood it in de galleries a tausend works of art, boot ach der Adrian Brouwer, vent most typist to his heart. Dus exclaimed der Breitman in wundersalem strain. De greatest men wir Brouwer, van Ostade, Jan Steen. Der Raffel vas wel enough, dat ish in his schmal way, boot got him Himmel. Vot vas he compared mit such as day? Schus sie dat weit of trunken burs von tears de oders goat, weil de oder mit a pointet knifeish goen for his throat. A match in mit a 3-leg stolish clip him on de het, in dies higher human passion vox, der Raffles Colt und det. De more V digs into de earth or less V seeks a star, de nearer V to natur cum, more pantheistic far. To him who reads this mystery right, MIT inspiration geifen, der Raffles rollen in de dirt, while Brauer soars to heaven. Leiden. Tis schwiet to walk in Holland towns about de twilight tide, then all is still on prode canals, safe vir a poot may glide. Strange light on darkening Fada falls, and long soft lines afar, der Abendroth on Dunkelheit, which shows or hides a star. De pridge is risen all around so quaintly, left und right, pedween each pridge und shadow, lies, a lemon of yellow light, und das Volk ego and ober, so darklin onwards pass, they look like Chinese chateaus shown upon a looking glass. All stiller grows, und stiller, sogar die Efnien Pries, ich only hart far oberhet in dies long lines of drees. A real old Holland feelin cooms gathering overall, you'd neffe dink a sturm hat peen o upon dis grand canal. De noble houses. How they'd move an old New Yorker's heart, time vast twixt dies und dos at home you couldn't tell em part. MIT crate brass knockers on de tours, und parlors town so low you see de crates a glowin' pride o'er carpets as you go. Dere's comfort full of Avery dings, you feel it as you look, you knows de volksisch opulent, und keep a bully cook, und o upon de high cammon, or here und dere on shelf, dere's Japanisisch dings and rows, p mingled up MIT delf. Dere's noting in dis Holland life, which seems of present day, de fairy children in de streets look quaintlich as they blay, de little rosy housemaids, in Bicters vel I know, de dames und here's hafe, all an air of 60 years ago. They made talk of ancient history und for Romandish seek, de ding dat moffs most tiplaish old fashioned not antique. Oh, if you live in Leiden town you'll meet, if trip P told, de forms of all de Freunds who tied Ven du were 6 years old. Scheveningen, or de Maiden's course. Old Flamish. Het was mine hier Van Torenborg, ridude o upon de sand, und vate to hear a partican, cum trumplin from de land. He vated ven de boren volk ventude o upon de plain, he vated dil de very crows flew nestwards home again. He vated ash de wild fox vates and longsome hungernath, he vated dil de flitterin bats veer plack on Abendroth. Ides wo to watch for taily bread or bide forgotten call, boot o, to vate for hearts and loaf ish veriest of dem all. O dat ish not mine ladies put shust now so starlike shined, o dat ish not mine ladies haar soft floaten on de wind. Her goot crayhound mit such a step vast neffer want to go, und dat is neat her partican whose steps so well I know. Dat light ish spearlight from a land's vitchel part mine potty und soul, de floaten haar is a pennin gay or wafen banderole. De crayhoundish a pluthound wild vich long has dracked me here, und het partikanish a varhorse vioti has hunted me like deer. Well spoke mine hier Van Torenborg all drew vas afri word, for they bored him tru mit lanzen, und they hewed him mit de sword. They killed him harmlos, de plutty reaver band, und purried him so carelessly dat his vase stick out to sand. Boot night's plaque hat turned to red or de stars veer gone, der came de step of a partican soft tramplin on. A lady fair klimped off on him und trip mit dainty toes boot oh, mein Gott! How she vast scream ven she trot on her drew loaf's nose. O viotiish dis I trots opon? Ides shape full well I know, der neffe yet vast flower like dis, dat in de garden crow. Der neffe yet vast fruit like dis ash ripen on a dree. Het is mine hier Van Torenborg dat can ik plainly see. Dat heerlijk knows Van Torenborg, ish known of ancien dime, 'tis writ in olten chronicle und sung in minstrel rhyme. Und dis, de noblest of de race since history pagans, ish sticken here straight out de dirt, shus like some boor mans. O cuss de man dat mortared him. Cuss him up and down, ja cuss him tru de forest roads, und tam him in de tune. Und burn his vata und motor, vir der vuchteps val, mit his schwesters und his broders, de Teufel rake dem all. May afri cuss dat vas cust, since cussin force pagan, p horld and von drementus cuss, against dat nasty man. From de force crate cuss on Adam, to de smalls of de crop. Here de Ted man gave a schiffer, UNDGRYUD. For God's sake stop! There's a certain lot of schwerin, which anger alvies craves. Boot spite like dat's enough to bring de Ted men from der craves. I can't lie here no longer, UND here such pies and pain. UND since you've stirred me out, I guess I'll come to life again. And mighty von dramatis stream of bliss, his drew loaf stewed de shock, den catched him wildly py de nose. ACH Torenborg levs du knock. ACH jaw du ain't nod Ted yet. Dear's life still left behind, God bless de dat left dy nose, still wafin' in de wind. MIT hands all over diamonds, she loosed the sand apout. MIT an oyster shell so wildly she digged her laugh out. UND now doarty in free air, loaf. Who worst shust now on sand. Der vastish a nicer man, in all the Netherland. Vir vast it Liedeken written, vir vast it Liedeken sing, dat had ged one Hans Breitman, in de town of Scheveningen, twas written ober Rheinwein, twas written ober Bier UNDWR das Lied gesungen hat, got geb ihm ein Gluckliches Jar. 59. Amsterdam. To Amsterdam came Breitman all in de Kermis tide, young Magden alligator filled de straat on Avery side. De meisjes in de straten weer tanzen alle nacht long, der vas kissen, der vas trinken, MIT a roar of Holland song. Who went into de straten when de son had gone his day, de Dutch gals quickly graped him UND tanced him wild avy. There was der Prince von Capua, who fell among these wags, they tanced him off in a carmagnole, UND sent him home in rags. UND den at Avery Gorner, so beautiful to see, de voke vas bilen donuts, or else vas fryen tea. UND Kermis cakes MIT poetry, which land voke dinks a dreet, MIT all of Barnum's blade out shows and dance along de street. ID pring de tears to Breitman's eyes, to find in many a stand VOT oft he'd bide a quarter for to see in a distant land. De Aztec dwins UND de Siamese, dos some Vera Waxensham, MIT de Bear dat Frau UND de Bear woman all here in Amsterdam. De fashion here in Netherlandish not VOT you'd suppose, MIT's, men bays de vomans, boot de Dutch gals hires der bows. Dey hire dem for de season, UND because moosh rain ish fell, dey alvies bays a higher brice, for a man MIT an umbrel. UND der vas Nord-Hollander maids, so wonderful to see, MIT caps of gold UND golden pins, UND quaint or fevery. Likewise de Zealand boersmen, MIT silver bootens gay, UND silver belts, UND silver knives, mein Gott! How strange vir day! But though de men wore silver gear, UND de vrouws in gold were tall, de gals vir gablin all de dimes, UND de men said noting at all. Dey say dat speech is silbern, boot silence golden p, dat ain't de way de vark ID here. Said Breitman, said he. Good Gott! How Breitman vent it, in moonlight or in rain, den vacant to sheet it, then de mornin p met again. For to solve von awful problem, he vas effer still incline. If den win is better als de min, 60, or de min dot veel meer als de win. De weekster Breitman stew diet, while he vented on de howl. He spree so mush to find de trut, dat he looked like a biled owl. Den he say, Ik will honor Bacchus, so long as ik leven shall, boot not so mush versieren as to blaze him over all. De rose of loaf is loafly in zomer ven it plow, de bush still gifs a bromise, in winter mid de snow. Ja, als de bloem is geplukt, en van den steel genomen, 61, wie no de beautiful vil life, till zomer is gekemen. Boot o dos vas arch-heavenly dimes, then by mine loaf I sat, UNDC de mention pring de grapes, UND crashed dem in a vat. UND ven her glances unto mine in plasville Ropshire turn. I dink dir ne'er vas no de crapes like dem blue eyes of hern. What is soder als de trinken, 62, ja niet can bet as wyen. Niet is soder as de min, it smack nog better als win. Es jeet nix we die matchen, es gib nix we das bier, wr liept nicht alle bade, word gar keen cavalier. O VOTV van to quickest commish dad VOT's soonest gone. Dis life ish boot a passin from de effergamenon. De glosse dad v looks at ID, de schmaller it ish grow. Who goats UND spurs MIT loaf UND wine, he makes it fastest go. Germany. Breitman am Rhein Cologne. How wunderschön das Vaterland in autumn life abbears. Vot rain paus gild ids valleys crand, then seen travail in tears. Und von au Crete mit sang und klang, und drown in goldenen wine. Old Deutschland's caught her sohn again, Hans Breitman's on der Rhine. Und doubts is schwelled that mighty heart, too awful for make known, then they shunt him from der railroad car und tropped him in Cologne. The holy towers of the dome gleam, twilight veiled, afar, und like some lonely pilgrim's pipe, dim shines the evening star. Hans looked to find his baggage check, und see dat all is straights, den touren him to de city tours. Main nay dife land we gets? Boot dats vot all who read may run full blainly armies right. Ids for all half Germany, set down in black and white. Oh, black and white! Oh, Weiss and Schwarz! Vot dings ich dis to see? I wonder vot in future years your mission ish to be? Also in Crate America we had such colors too. Die Farbe sind mir nicht unbekannt, 63, Ids Schustaut come chez nous. Next day to de cathedral he went de dings to view, und found it schustre thaler cost to see de sides all true. Ids ter, said Hans. Boot go ahead, I fake caught de cash all right. Boot ids queer dats only protestants vot Mosley see de side. In Mittelalter I have read de Schorsch vas alvis sure an open picture gallery, und book for all de poor. Boot now de dings is so arranged no poor vote can get in. We Yankees und de English are pout all ash spends de tin. I schmiles like Mephistopheles in Schorsch's when I see poor Catholics vollering round about to steal a side trimmy. Dey peep und creep round chapel gates, boot soon kits trof offy, dey gross themselves, und make a brayer boot den dey cannot bay. Dies deutsche sacristans might learn more gut in Italy, where beeples bays just have to brice, for 10 dimes more to see. De voke vot dink I speaks a fear about dies custer vase. May read vot Mr. Bedecker in his Belgian handbook says. Und valken up und town de down von ding vas still de same, just ash of old he saw de spread of Jean Farina's name. He find it nort, he find it sout, he find it everywhere, dear vas no house in all Cologne boot J, M, F, vas dear, 64. De best Cologne in all Cologne I'll schwer for certain sure. Ich mack it in de Julichsplatz und dad at numero 4. Boot of dis Cologne in Julichsplatz let dis p understood, dat some of id ish 4 straight pad, while some is 4 straight good. Boot von ding Drafflers must observe, dis treadful trudidels, fast esh dis farinaceous crowd so vast have grown the schmells dos awful schmells in gas und Strasvich mof crate Coleridge squam, if so he wrote, vot he write about dem now, py tam? Of all the schmells I ever schmelt, py gutter, sink, or well, at every corner of Cologne ders von can peep dat schmell. Then dear you go you'll find it so, don't take de ding on troost. De meanest skunk in Yankee land would die dear of disgust. Boot noting dink der Breitman of schmutz or idle shine, then he sat in Abendammering und looked out on der Rhine and goldenen gleam while peelen far rang schlow, schweet Kloster bells, und in de dim, blue beautiful, rose distant Drachenfels. Day trinket lieb Frauenmilch so pure ash Vomens trut. Dis singed de songs of Germany, de songs of Breitman's yout. De songs mit tears of vanished years, made beautiful in wine. Dus in dead out de firste Tee of Breitman on der Rhine. Am Rhine. No, too. Im Con. Word jo world allem in, von demi mirons en den rin. De wolt ich my darben. Des dio Dane von Engeland legen minen armen. Carmina Barana. Am Rhein. A cane am Rhein. In boat o upon der Rhine. De Kasselberg soft golden im Bensenentien, mit lots of Rudsheimer, und Satan klang und sang, und ladies singen Lieder, ash wie go sailen long. Und von fair English Dame was der, so wunderschön, wenn der Breitman saw her, id made his hearts in pain. Oh, those long-tailed Veilchen Augen, which folks such hopes und fears, der shape vast nod like almonds, boot more like fallen tears. Und spectacles were o'er dem, de glass of Pansnes kind, in mercy to de beeples, lest they be strucken blind. Und gazen in dem glasses, reflected he behold de Rhine, mit all de steampots, und crags in Sonnengold. De signs upon de beerhouse, de gals they waschen close, de weingarts on de Main, like heavenly stairs in rows, de banks, basaltic paven, like beehive cells to view, a donkey standin' on dem, like vice her laughter too. All dis upon dos glasses vast plainly to be seen. One saw whatever vast nod iced, py de shown Englandrin. Boot o! De fairy love most of all dat love most p her own plue veilch and augen herself she could not see. So ist es in dis Leben, for beauty oft we spied, nor know de greatest poti ish in our soul inside. Mein Gott! Thot himmlisch splendor vast seen mitout and tout, if some great Bauer supernal vast Turnus inside out. Und gazen long on Natur, und gazen long on man, still all dings gleit vorber, ash since de world pagan, ash in dat lady's glasses, wie see dem bassen py, yet will a soul beneath dem, a sweet eternal eye. O schon English maiden mit honey-colored hair, dat flows as if a banen corb had got upsetet dear und all the sweetness of your soul vast drippin' from your brain. O shall I effe meet mit dr upon dis erdekane? O English Engel maiden! O sweet betaubend doof! O rain wine und Zigarren! O luncheon, mixed mit loaf! O Drachenfels und Nonnenworth! O Liebslust und pain! Das since the second chapterlet of Breitman on der Rhine. Am Rhine. No, 3. Nonnenworth. Alt Deutsch. He stewed beside de Klosterplatz, o upon der Rhinish shore, und der he saw a loafly face, he'd seen in dreams before. Feinslieb, und will sto go mit me? Feinslieb, make no delay, for rocks is steep und valles is steep, und dings is in de way. Und how can I go mit dr, or flyin' out of land? Der Bischof holds me py de law, der Reingraf by der hand. Liebschers, if do couldst landwarts gen, I'd follow willingly. But we are liefs, und strongs de stem vich pins us to de dree. Der Priest who helped py de law ish now a broken man, der Reingraf who volt marry die ish in der Kaisar's ban. Und if de Klosterbeoples here will stop your going to town, bei Gott! I'll burn von half of dem, de oder half I'll trown. Den linger not to back die white drunk, but let our loaf hay things. Dear's milliners and fair cologne, will make you avery dings. She turn her eyes in Mondenschein, she smiles so heavenly. Dear loaf, so schendel und so gut. I'll cut away mitd. Und do not kill the Klostervolk, trut only bring disgrace. Do if I had de abbess here, Lort! How I'd slap her vase. De moonlight blade o upon de drees, it shined o upon de blain, two forms rode in de midnight woods, und never kummed again. Munich. Gambrinus. Vot-ish art? Id-ish somethings to drink, objectively vorgebracht in de beautiful. Doubtest do? Den read, ash I have read, de Dionysiacs of Nonnus, and learned dat de borsten of infinite worlds into eternal light und mad golden loafliness ye of dine own soul is typified only py de cup. Vot. Still skeptical? Tell me den, Odo of little fate, wir on earth ish de kunst obtain id's highest form if not in a Bierstadt, 65 ha! Ha! I poke you dear! Capo Recopenatus, MS. By Fritz Swackenhammer, Olem Candidatus Theologiae at Tübingen, Schust now Lagerbierworth and St. Louis. December 1869. Saravigia bibent homines animalia ceteri fontis. In a field of golden parley gut King Gambrinus schlept, und tremeen pout de dursty volk, days say he greed und vept. In all mine land of Netherland, der crows no mead or wine, und wasser I could never get indo distrode of Maine. Now hear me on, ye heden Gots. Und all de Christian too, der Bacchus und der Schuppeiter, und Marie Treston Plu. Und mighty Thor, der Donnergott, und any else that be. Der Vaughn as helps me in dis nath, his servant I will pee. Und ash dis se full heden all in de parley lay, der cum in treem an angel who soft dies words tid say. Stay up, do Gambrinus. For even all around him parley vir do schliepest, some dings gut to trink is found. In parley vir do schliepest der hides a trink so clear, dat men will know zukünftig ash porter ale or beer. Und den in Nederlandisch he put de koning true, und gave him all treaming de recipe to prue. Up rose der gut gambrinus, und shook him in de sun. Go vey, ye se fool head in gots. Mit you it's out und done. Ye fey left me mit mine beeples in error und in durst, till in our dreadful tryness, vi taunt no vitches worst. Dat vast der gut gambrinus into his palakt vent, und loafers true de Nederland to all his lords he sent. Leave Odin or you lose your hets. De order vast severe, yet tinged mit mildness, for he sent a recipe for beer. Odin a merry sound vast hard of build in true de land, und de kirchen und de brories vent up on every hand. For de masons de vir hart at vark, und trinken hart at dat, und some hat bricks meiden de hods, und some meiden der hat. De pruit in de Nederland, de pruit on de Rhine. Boot in de old Bavarian land, de make it strong und fine. Und he dat trinks in Munich, as all good vellers know, has got somethings to dink about, verifer he may go. 2. Have you heard of Kong Gambrinus? If you haven't I devask youer, for he vast the first finder und de holy saint of beer. Und his portrait, mit a scepter, very beautiful to see, hangs on every lagerbeer house, in the land of Germany. Every vir de whole world over, Deutschers paint him on de sign, as a bruf dat they are dealen in de Bach und lager line. Crown und beermug, robe und ermine, German signs of empire, dies, mit a long white beard a Fallon fairy nearly to his knees. Vance dis beer saint, prite und early, rose from bed und vent his way, to a dark mysterious gasel, vir his lager dungeon lay. While the lark's first song vast ring in, und die roses shone in dew, den his soul vast just in order to enjoy de early brew. Deeply, awfully he swilled it, till de vaults seemed turning round, und while tipsy over tips he falls und dear is drown. Yet while gorglin in de beer fass, biously he gave his soul. God verdemich! Don a wetter! Himmel's sacrament amol! Der day found der Kong. Departed, not mitout his stirrup cup, moach day wondered dat he berished when he might have trunket up, or dat his long peered vich flotet full a yard on every side, hadn't buoyed him from destruction dust der beer dead monarch died. Frankfurt on the Main. Sankt Martin war ein frommer man trank during Saravisium, und hat a keen pecunium solis er seinen tunicam. Comment by Herr Schwackenhammer. Vance o upon a dimes in Frankfurt der Herr Breitman experienced an interval pedween de period when he had just spent the last remittance he had become from home, und de airful of de succeeding wexel, or bill of exchange und, in blain derms, was hard up. Therefore he went to dat good relation who may be found at 10 or 15% all the world over. Mein Onkel, und put his Trescoat up de spout for den Florins. No sooner was this done, dan der kund an invitation from the English lady in whom he was so much mit lofen beten, to gay mit her to a ball party. Awful bad was he viel, und sat about 3 hours mitout saying notings, und den wave in his hand, borst out mit de Volowin version of dat beautiful lied by Wilhelm Caspary. Mein Frack ist im Pfannhaus. Mein Trescoat is spouted, mein Trescoat ain't here, while you in your ball ropes go splurgin, mein tear. To Bartize mit you I'm invited you know, boot my pest coat is spouted mein poots are no go. To hell mit mein uncle dat rascally knave. This pledgin und pawning has made me his slave. Then I dink of his sign boss, den 3 dimes I ball, while mine plack pants hang lonely und dark on de wall. Good night to de fine loaf so loafly und rich, mein Trescoat is spouted gonfound every stitch. I dinks dat alt Satan true all mine affairs, loaf, business, und fun, has been so in his tears. My Trescoat is spouted mine Trescoat ain't here, while you in your glory go schurning, mein tear, und de luck of der Teufel is loose over all, while my black pants hang lonely und dark on de wall. Dis foregoing song was overset by der Hans Breitman from de German of Wilhelm Caspary, whose lyric Vasabarity on a translation made Indo-Deutsch by Freilegrath from Anoder Boom Py Sir Walter Scott, Vich Sir Walter Vas Kitty Dea from an old Scottish ballad Vich Pegin mit de Vorts. My heart's in de Heelands, main hearts ish nay here, main hearts in de Heelands, in wild and revere. It hunts for de stag, UNDID hunts for de ray, main hearts is dem Hockland wa immerich gay. This is the original Scotch, as good as I can myself remember it. Then I vast del der her Carl blind pout dis intercom mixture of perplexified transitions from Scotch to English, and Denke into German, and de rafter into a Barity, vich vast be done over again Indo her Breitman's own slanguage. He sated vas a Rattenkonig, a phrase too familiar to mine readers to require any wider complication. 66. Italy. Breitman in Rome. Der slides o upon de Appian, de shine de road and lang. UND from EIN 100 tombs there brums a wild ladyish song. It rings from Nero's golden house. Evo. Here he cum. Fly out, ye monads, from your craves. Hans Breitman's got to Rome. For weil de lamp holds ood to pern, or von Gooch park ish dear, there's hope for all of dem whose lives ish down in Lempriere. Von real, genuine heathen is cum at last to home. Ye sleepin' gots, lift up your heads Hans Breitman lives in Rome. Silenus mit der Hercules, der to der Maya's son, ish all unite in Breitman to make a stunning one. Frau Venus mit de Bacchanals is schmile to see him come. De Vesta only turn her pack van Breitman kit to Rome. He vented to de vacuum, vir de Bopish keep his bulls. Boot couldn't vin dem, dough he hard dat all the blaze vas fools. Der ish here and der some oxen, right manifest I see. Boot de bulls all comes from Irish priests, said Breitman, said he. UND goin' py de vacuum, UND passin' tru de yard, mein Gott! How vas he stumple, then he see der Schweitzer guard. MIT every kinds of colors dressed, like streamers in de van. Hans Wurst ist stets ein Deutscher Gewest. Das marked der Breitman. UND dus replied in Gartsman. I show is to see you here, ich bin dem Babs say Leidgartner. Dazu a Halberthier. Dis Purperkleid of yellow blue vas made, ash I have heard, py von Hans Michel Angelo, der tailor of our guard. Wir Schuss von 130 strong. Wie list for 20 year. De surface is not pad, but dis verdam das Romisch Bier. For wenn mit Baragozosa maiden fills my glass, she might ash vel geif gift ash say feinslieb, it schenkt die das. UND dus rebli der Breitman. Un tedesco italianizado, ein Deutscher turnet Italian, ich il diavolo incarnato. Your clothes are like infernal flames, they burn my fairy soul. Boot tonight will trink together nun Lieplansman lieb wall. At de Sherman Artist Festa, wir all vas prite UND fair, twas fair UND more prideful wenn Breitman entered der. UND der Vaders in de Greco, so long he trinkt UND sat, vas called him Elabriacone twas de name der Breitman got. He saw a veller in de street, VOT sell some friction matches, de kind they call infallible, for they blazes when you scratches. They dragged him off to Bryson, UND tied him mit a rope, for in Rome there's nix infallible, they said except de Bope. Hans see de crate Prometheus, in Corsini's gallery hang. He taught about de matches, UND it made his heart go bang. It's risk to carry light apout, too cheap for every man. How de Lucifers is fallen, 67, Ida Dixit Breitman. He got among de Bobes Zouaves, they trinkt from morn to night. Den frolic call bell until de shky crew prite. It blees der Breitman wonderful, and does he often say. Zaviter in modo ish der Rio Roman way. Boot oh, his heart burned wild mit fire, his eyes gefilled mit tears, at de Gotsen every builder Saul, mit goats legs, tails, UND ears. UND he sopped. ACH liebes Deutschland, bist hier on every hand? Was magst du Mephistopheles so weit im Walschen Land? Boot de wood nymphs borst out Logan, der Garten got der to, UND sate. Old Hans! Weil you're apout wie Neffer can look blue. Den pan blay on his syrinx, to de tune of Mary Blaine. Don't gry pakius veery out of town, veery coming back again. Von day you got de yoke UND vite, de next day only shells. Von day holds a council, UND de next day something else. IDs bops und kings, und gots and dings, upon dis early ball. Boot for me IDs all von frolic, und a high old carnival. Rise up, do Odin Traffler, und tun die to den Nort, wherefrom, as Bible tells die, great Ethel shall come fort. Der is mutterins in Ravenna, und ere long der'll come a turn, a real hellbender from the land of Dietrich von Bern. Und wenn der Breitman's prototype, der Victor Manuel, Coombs Tromplin true de Fern, to give dis Kuhn try hell. Und wenn in La Camarca, der is storm all in de air, die Weigotsville geif die Vark, main Sohn, Hans Breitman shall be dear. For a year will not be over before de French will run, und de game at last be end, und Italy P1. Und den in roaring battle, for history so grand, die white banner lead de Uland spears, all in de Frankenland. Nota bene. Dis poem was all written in 1869, before de wars, und all de dings prophesied in it cum to base. Herinder her Breitman abiers ash a see her a prophet so crate as de greatest ash nefer vas. Der great artist Mr. W. Story for whom dis lied vas written can prove all dis. Fritz Schwackenhammer. Redactor. La Scala Santa. Robusti sono I fatti. Discorso del terremoto, del S. Alessandro Sardo. Venetia, 1586. In San Giovanni Lateran, Davy caught a flight of stairs, more wonderful ash nefer vas, as Latin Pux declares. For you kits your sins forgiven, if you glims dem ni py ni, it's such a gettin' up a stairs, I never yet did see. Now as Breitman vas avayatin among some demi-reps, ascensionum expectans, to see dem glim de steps, there came a sinful scoffer, who his mind had firmly set to go dem holy stairs afoot, und do it on a bet. But just as he vas started, to make dis sassy go, der Breitman caught him py de neck, und tripped him off his toe. Und den der come de skiance, a la preen as guard as vous, for he bung his eye and bust his shell, und split his nosh in de. De breast veer so astonish, to see him lam de man, dat day schvor a holy miracle vas vark by Breitman. Says Breitman, I'm a heretic, but dis you may be bound, no chap shall mock relicious things while I'm a bum min round. Und you owes me really noting, for as I'll plainly show, at last I've found out something voti alphys fan to know. Und now dat I have found it, in de newspapers I'll brag, eviva. Ho trovato, vot means a scalawag. 68. Breitman interviews the Pope. Altri biva il falerno, altri la talfa. Toscana re, dite prho parli dite. Bacco in Toscano, di Francisco Radi. Si regressum fisi metro retro anti retro quid si graves sunt acudi? Si accentus fiant muti? Quid si placid plain fragi frontum Prisciani, sat s verbum declinavi tituboditubus titubavi. Barnabe Itinerarium. London, 1716. Von Efnien esch der Breitman went from his winehouse Vinken, so ppmit Falernian which he vas starkly trinken, he found his hut and goat was gone, de duk mood for dryen, und in der blaze a priester hut und priester mantel lion. Der Breitman put de triangel o upon his head, and whistled, den rop de cloak around his form, and down de corso mizzled. De beeples gazed mit astonishment as bay dem he go villain, he looked gans ultra tremontane, so twisty vas his reelin. Next day in Vaticano, while he stared at frescoes o'er him, Hans turned und mit amaze men saw der Pab's vast schuss before him. Down on his knees the Breitman vent for so de law it teaches. He proke 2 holes in de pavement und like vice split his preaches. Ego video, says the Pope. Tu yes entist exalmania, est una mala gente et corrupta con insania, unfons hereticarum et malarum tut terrible, perci non voltus che ego il papa se infallible. Sit verbo venia, said Hans. Permit, Saint Pater, number verum sut noster rum gemixta est mit water. In Celes would I got live, non semper est sereno, nor de wine ash good ash decit in each spatio di vino. Sunt mihi multifretresca si dinken ut dicisti, ego cicrum illos, valide, per sanguine de Christi. In nostro monasterio si habemus nostrum rentum contra infallibilita non curamus rubrum centrum. 69. Vigindi nostrorum nuper convenir, in quandam capitulo, simul et dixir, Papa vult concilium in Romum tenera, quid debimus super hoc ipsi respondera? 70. Et dixit noster presil. Ies ist mir omnis unis, si Papa est infallibilis, tanquam non sum jejunis, si nonus est pius aut pius est nonus diabolis curit. Non accipio diser onis. Si possum me jesura circum vitrum renovini. 71. Ies ist mir worst si Papa est origines divini, Deus se facit olim homo, et nam dis urge leben. 72. Et nunc Papa noster will sich selbst zum Gotterieben. Ida dixit Breitman et sanctus pater respondit, mi pies semper intendere tudo cio che elandit, sed tu dic mihi la sua ragen, tu non homo natus es, solus mangier macaroni. To nitris et cesps. Dixit Johannes Breitman. Si veritatem cupis, tunc ego sum de right man, percut semper ferrum dum caldum est et malleable, nunc est tuum tempus te facere infallible. In nostra America cum preses dicit abier, die ultimo facit omni quod possit imaginer. Appointet ambasciatores et post magistros, consuls et alios, per dextros et sinistros. Cum rex bomba ist Neapolitanus, compulsus fiut to shinit ut dixit Africanus facit ultimo die ducas et countos, venus. Inter alios M. Kloski, tus Hibernicus, Chamberlainus. 73. Et quia tu es, ut credo, ultimus paporum, facis bene devenire, quod diciter high coccolorum se magnissimus toad in the puddle, id caput, magnament, et eritus sicit deus, nemini contradicint. Unis aerosolis, Sanct Pater comicisti. Quia primus infallible non te proclamavisti, nam nemo audet dicere, Papa facit quod non est bonus. Dicit semper jacter super alios probandi onis. Conceptio immaculata, hoc modo fixisti, et nemo audet dicere unum verbum, deisti, non vides si infallibilis es, et vultus es exter. 74. Non alias sed tu solus hanc debet proclamer. Figlio mio. Dixit Papa. Tu es homo mirabilis, tua verba sun me dulcior quam ostrich comstabili in tu de Roma, de Alemania gente, non ho visto uno con si grande ment. Vero benedetto es eris benedictus, tibi mitterum photograph I am in quo sum depictus. Tu comprendes situatio il punto et gravamen. Sunt posse clerici utt. Nunc dico tibi. Amen. The first edition of Breitman. Showing how and why it was that it never appeared. Uns ist in alten Meeren Mutters viel Geschichte von Helden Loberen, von grosser Arbeit. Von Fessen und Hochzeiten, von Wienen und Klagen, von keinen Rechenstreiten, mot nun Wunderhoren sagen. Der Nieblungen Leid. Dus, in ancien Schuttery, Crate Wunders ich Pien told of Lapers full of glory, of heroes bluff und bold, of high old times Akiten, of howlin und of tears, of kissen and of weiten, all this we likes to hears. Der grode once dimes in Schwaben, since 50 years pagan, and child of decadent elders, his name Hans Breitman. De gross adventures that he had, if you will only look, ish all bescribed so truly in dis Vorlion book. Und allowal dies Lieder wir goen true his het, de Reiter lay von Sante a schliepen in his bed, then, lo! A yellow Biggien cum to him in a dream, de same dat Mr. Barnum Vance had in his museum. Und das Aussprach de Biggien. If you should bring to songs or oder dings of Breitman which to dem belongs, they will tread de road of Sturm and Drang, die while es mot leben. 75. Und be misja born in paddle to dis fate ischit ergeben. Und das rebli de dreamer. If on de ice a schlip, then let id dake id's chances rip Sam, und let her rip. Do seist id vil p sturmy, vot sturmy ish cran, crates heroes ish de Beeples in Uncle Samuel's land. Du bist ein Rector Gelbschnabel, 76, O golden Begien mine, und auf fi id on dis summer, if id dakes me all dis line. full littleish de discount, upon de Yankee peeps. Go to hell! Exclaimed de Big Ian, for by vas all mine sleeps. Dear vent to South Carolina a gentleman who dinked, 77, dat t Paul ads of der Breitman should papered pund inked. Und dat he volt fixed a Brinton before de writer know, dis make to many a Brinter, full many a bitter woe. All in de down of Charleston, a druckery he found, where dey cut de copy into takes und sorted it around. Und all vas good pigeonin, for no man heeded mooch. Dat half de jours vas Americans und half of dem vas Dutch. Und vorser still, another half had vorn de federal plu, while de anti-half in Davis Gray had peen Confederates true. Great Himmel! Vot a schinde vas started in de crowd, then some von Red Hans Breitman, his bardy all aloud. Und von gut natured Yankee, he schwer id was a shame, to del such lies on Dutchmen, und make of dem a game. But dis make mad Fritz Luder, und he schwer dis treat of Hans, was just so good a bardy ash any oder mans. Und dat notings vas so luscious in all dis earthly spier, ash a quart mug full of sauerkraut, mit a plate of lagerbier. Dat de Yankee might pee tam mit himself, for he, der Fritz, have peen, in many such a bardy und all those things have seen. All mad upspring de Yankee, mit all his passion ripe, und wired at Fritz mit de shooting-stick, verimit he vas fixen type. It hit him on de occiput, und laid him on de floor, for many a long day after I ween his head was sore. Dis roused Pete Weiser de Pfalzer, who vas quick to act und dink, he helt in hand a roller verimit he vas rollin ink. Und he dake his broof py strike in der American top of his head, und make such a fine impression, dat he left de Veller for deet. All while these things unfolded, der vas rose of another kind, und droppel in de wigwam enough to trife dem blind. Und a crate 6-footed so dern man vot have varked on a refu, schwer he hoped to got he might pie de forms if de Breitman's book warn't true. For de Sout vas plounder deripel, und in dat dark some hour he have lost the yallowpine maiden, of all the land of Lower. Bright gold doubloons 100 for her he'd gladly bay ash soon ash a thrip for a ginger cake, und deem it cheap dat day. To him and worded a Yorker who shumpt den dimes de bounty ie. De only dings he lost in de war was a sense of property, says he. Vote for you have drop some oder shap have get, und de yallowpine liked him petter ash you, on dat it is safe to bet. Dead pale pecame dat so dern brave, he tidn't so moosh as yell, but he drop right on to de Yorker, und mit von lick bust his shell. Den out he flashed his pig sticker, und mit looks of dramatis gloom, rooshed wildly in de paddle dat vast ragin round de room. Boot in Angulo, in de corner anno de quarrel vast grow twix a Boston chap mit a Londoner, und de row ish gekommen so. De Yankees say dat de hu more of such right vast less dan small, though it mak it de beeples laughin, boot dat vast only all. Den a Deutscher say, by Donner! Dat such a paradox vood leaf no hope for writers in all Pandora's bender box. 'Twas like de sayin' dat heine have no wits in him gut or bad, but he only kept sayin' witty dings to make beeples believe he had. Den de oder Veller beheaded dat der vas not a spark of foon in de pad spelt lieds when you lead dem into English correctly done den a proof sheet Veller responded, for he dinked de dings vas hard. Dat is shust like de goot old lady ash vent to hear Artemus Ward. Und say it vas shames de beeples vas laugh themselves most ted at de bur young Veller lecturin, then he tidn't know vot he said. He roved de Yankee answered. Gall dern it stop your fuss. And all de crowd togder go slap in a grand plugmus. De Yankee schlag de proof sheet such an awful smock on de face, dat he schwell right up like a punkin mit a sense of his disgrace. Boot der Deutscher boosted an ink keg on dop of de Oder's hair, it viel why true de air like a boomshell den mein Gotts. Vot aside vas der. Den over all de Schapelveers war vas ragin loose. Fool many a viten Brinter got well gegucked his goose. Fool many a nose mit fist in, I ween was padly scrooged. Fool many an eye prite gleamin' vas plutty outjegouged. Du ward of Chowan, 78, der vas hewen off of pones, du hort mandarin man hard such dreadful crowins. Jack Warren de digest, de ro vas rough and tough, genuoj sludgen one and der vas plutty wounds enough. De souls of ancien brinters from Himmel look down upon, and allowed dat in a chapel der was nefer such carriens on. Der was Lorenz Koster mit Gutenberg, and Scheffer mit der Fust, and Swainheim mit Panitstro ders, upon dis Teufels dust. Der vas Yankee jours extinct who lay upon de vloer, der vas Sodern Rebs destructed, who voten nefer Jeff no more. Ash der souls rise up to heaven, dey hard de old brinters calls, and Gutenberg gif dem all a kick ash he histed dem over de walls. Dat ish de vey dies ballads force vir Christian plut and storm, fool many a day mus base offe before dey duck dis form. De copy fluted o'er de priests of heroes lion tot, dis vast de dire paginen das war de Breitman's noth. Dis song in Philadelphia long dimes ago begun, in Paris vast continued, and in Dresden ist full done. If any tout about de facts, in noble minds ish grew, let dem ash Carl Benson Breestead, he knows id all ish true. And now, dies Breitman stories in Gebrant in many a land, sogar in far Australia de re gestelen and bekant. Gehen main puk in alle Weltste aus was der Kamp zu. Man base dike, man rice dike ner das man mir nix Thursday. 79. Breitman's Last Ballads. Breitman in Turkey. Der Breitman hier im Türkenreich vas fighten high und low. Stauf, o Schwackenhammer Main! It's time for us to go. Sie dein Kanonenstiefeln, und schlief dir das Schwert, schauen lang her han mer nix get han, der Weg ist reitensworth. 80. O upon which side? I hardly know boot von side in dis war, dearest the holy Russland all mit a holy czar, but I be not a holier, nor you von saint, I fear, outline is holy plunder, mit sacred lagerbier. Dears von Constantinople man vot write to me, and say he kits me in commission to make me Breitman Bay, and if I mounts de turpon and keeps the muslin law, and bribes ein wenig, den I rise to Breitman Pasha. Dis much is true, dat Turkey is a real powder land, and if dairy goin' to touch it off, v must be on hand. And if v spring into de airs while meddlin' in de fuss, I rader dink some Russian bears will spring along mit us. And wenn he kit to Turkreich der Breitman work like mad, and kit ein Kortogder, mein Gott! That men he had. Mit Polars und mit Shipsies, Ungaren, Turks, und such, und allerlei Gesindel. Hey! Says Hans. Dis beats the Dutch. Den onwards to his Schicksal, 81, und vorwärts trud de night, und upwards to his mission, und downwards in de Veit. Until in de Bulgaren von night his horse he strode, and meet a tausend Cossacks before him on de road. Slap forward rode der Breitman right on de Cossack spears, but forwards cum der leader and halted his careers, and gry. O Turkish Ritter, I am de Capitan, and if you want a shindy step up, and I'm your man. Dey fight it like der Teufel, dey fight it mit der swords, and Breitman vood have killed him, but 'twas not on de cards, for de Cossack fire a pistol as his retread pagan, down from his horse all senseless flop. Went der Breitman. Then he have kid his senses, der Breitman find he lay inside a noble castell, upon a canopy, and py his side a lady so wonderschön to see, vas schlizen up a lemon indo a cop of thee. Den to himself say Breitman, although he hold his jaw. Dis is divinest woman's, py God! If a saw. Vot lowfliness. Vot muscle. Mit every himmlish charm. She measures 20 inches, bei Donner. Round de arm. The lady see his glances so noble and so game, and just as he reflected she think of him de same, and she say. We gets? In English. Du gallant cavalier, who art become de captive all of my bow and spear. I am a gal this mornin', yestreen I vas a night, old hoss you nearly smashed him, I guess, in that small fight, and if I hadn't shot you I think I should have ran. Gottschimmel mit Potsbomben! Exclaimed der Breitman. But say, O noble lady, vot got you in dat set of placards vill do del me? De Dame rebly. You bet! My father came from Boston, and when this war began he got a splendid contract, all with the Russian, to sell the army shoestrings. But I have read of fights, and I dream of war and glory, for I go for women's rights. Then I read a book of poems which fairly turned my head, the ballads of Hans Breitman. Oh ho! Hans Breitman said. And as I think the Breitman must be the greatest man who ever went a-fighting since history began, I dressed me like a soldier, for I am stark of limb, with Breitman for a model, and try to act like him. Oh, tell me, noble captive, while rolling in this storm which men call life, hast ever beheld Hans Breitman's form? Oh, could I once embrace him, and gaze into his eye, and feel his arms around me, then I would gladly die. He is the man of mortals, the Odin of them all, a higher incarnation, the Menschheitzideal, 82, a being made to worship, to me an earthly god, Py Shings, exclaimed Hans Breitman. Dis thing is gettin' hot. O laity! Noble Countess! Dis man of whom you dinkish lion here before you, half ted for one of trink, likewise for loaf of you, too, done up mit loaf and durst, you indi mit de two togder, I don't know which is vorst. And do canst safe dy hero from bittertoad Spain, if do hast in de keller only one fass of wine. Nay, doubt not in my pocket is dot which brovst a man, my base sport, you indi dre tavern bills against der Breitman. The lady she embrace him until he nearly bust. Potsblitz! Gasp out der Breitman. She is a squeezer just. De Dane she vas fealty, likewise an orphan too, mit a castle you indi a title, so Breitman put it true. So soon the parvir merit, hey. Vot a dimes they had. Hey! How day life togders so glorious you indi clad. Now he has caught a title dot was a capitan. Here hat detail ein Ende of her Count Breitman. Kobus Hagelstein. Ich bin ein Deutscher, you indi main name is Kobus Hagelstein, 83, I come from Cincinnati, and I life pay on der Rhine. You indi I dells you all a shooty dot makes me mad ash blitz. Pout how a Yankee company vas schwindel me to fits. I hard to pout dis company, you indi wish to see dot same, das Lebensversicherungsgesellschaft was ID's name. Dot is the name in Sherman in English it will say dot it insures your life mit fire, then you de money pay. Now, I had a little house line vir I life so still ash mice, you indi you straight taus and dollar vas dot little pildings brice. I was always used so happy ash ein Kaisar in de land dill at last I kid and droppel, for main house vas abgebrant. Den I goes unto dot company you indi dells em right offy, das Lebensversicherungsgesellschaft, you indi I say. At last the youngest day is come for you to plank de cash, and you must pay me moneys, for mine house is burned to ash. Den de secretary answered. All this is very true, but you know we have the option to pile your house anew. Dearest a lot of people's VOT burns their houser down, den come to kit de money pack all over in de tune. I look into de papers you indi I find it as he say, das Lebensversicherungsgesellschaft need not pay. So I dells em all to go ahead you indi piled anoder store, you indi day make me von in Yankee style more petter ash before. Den I met der secretary derafter on a day, of das Lebensversicherungsgesellschaft, you indi he say. You've found us vellers honorable you indi honest in our line, wie why taunt you go insure de life of Madame Hagelstein? I puts mine dumb o upon mine nose, and thinks him mit mine eye, you indi says I cooms to do it ven de ocean runs dry, ven gooses turn to ganders, you indi de bigs kits shang to schwein, oh, den I makes insure de life of Madame Hagelstein. I have tried you on insurance, as you know, yes once before, you indi ven main house vas abgebrant you piled anoder store, IDs drew you piled it good enough, but I tell you allewhile, I vas licket ID moosh petter if it vas in charmant style. Now, if I goes insure my wife anoder dime mit das Lebensversicherungsgesellschaft, I knows VOT it would do, if from dis Volt Frau Hagelstein should rise to Himmel life, instead of paying Geld you'd kit for me a Yankee wife. I puts mine dump below mine eye, you indi winks him merrily, you indi say. Go find some Dutcherman dot is more creen ash me. Dere's plenty of dem creen enough, I know, pay on der Rhine, but none among dem wears the name of Kobus Hagelstein. Fritzo Schnall. A ballad. Ash on de Alabama biz, deep sinine long I sat, I dinks von ding for dinken pya free diplomat, und dat ist, dat vol many a ding vot ist de facto done, mais p de jure unbossable, und officiel unknown. Von Dimes in San Franciscus, im Californian Land, among de Californiaments der one de Deutscher Band, und chief among dies heroes der schon her Fritzl Schnall, who never volt belief in nix dat vast not logical. Vel den, von te as Fritzl vas vok Dolores Street, Main got. How he vas overrush ein gut old friend to meet, Hans Liederschnitz aus Augsburg, vot professed in Bayerisch Bier. Gottskritz. Du alter Schlingel, cried Fritz. Was magst du hier? Now in de dimes I scribe of, drei ways der wir bakent, und only drei, to get to das Californian Land. De verse de plains kumofer, de next de isthmus tru, de dirt around Cape Horn, all over de ocean plu. But de first lot of surveyors for de railroad overland, vas seek a new way northwards, all for de Eisenbahn, und MIT dem, der Professor of Lager went along, so he come to San Franciscus, und den into dis song. But ash unto her Fritzl dis news vas unerheard, he could not know de tidings wherevon he had no vord, und therefore dis here question he makes to Hans. Old Haas, I kest de way you kit here, you come de blains agras? Neen, said Liederschnitzel. I come not as you say. Vel den, and where did Fritzl? It pees an oder way. If you come de blains not uber, I see vot you have do, you maken longer way und gross de isthmus tru. Neen, Akane said Schnitzel. Dat road I never know, und vas not ride de isthmus, cried Fritz astonished. So you come de blains not uber, nor gross de isthmus tru? Vel, den to make de horn around vas all that you could do. I schwers py got, says Schnitzel. So sure as you vas porn, except upon some oxen I never saw a horn. Dat ish mitwhiles to whilen, I have fawn in mine hand, und trink to die Gesundheit, im Leben Vaterland. Astonished stood der Fritzl, no word heraus brought he, und sind den Seifserd. Pots blitz. How vash dis p? Until a light from Himmel vlashed down into him straight, ash heffen in Jakob Bohm vlashed from a buter blate. Den laut he cry, I sparklen, ash trunk mit truth tiefein, like de Warheitzer Novlis. Hergott! Yes, luch mir jan. If you come de blains not over, nor py horn, nor py canal, den I schwers you dis, Hans Schnitzel, du bist not here at all. Moral. Go in for Wahrheit, und for pure reason seek, if it land you in a poghole, den die dir like a brick. Gott brasber all logikers, und ples der nopel breed, und soest kom zu dis Breitmans let's lied. The Gypsy Lover. Dat was a Schwarzzigener, 84, dat on a vittel played, und underneath a fenster he macht a serenade. Dat was a lofly Countess who hart de Gypsy blayen. Said she, who make dat Musik vot sound so wunderschön? Dat was de Schwarzzigener who was very quick to twig, und he song a mournful ballad how his hearts was broken big. Dat was de lofly Countess said. Tell me who you are, he said. Mein name is Janisch, the Lord of Temesvar. Dat was de lofly Countess said. Come more near to me, I advance to dock on business, I'll throw you down de key. Dat was the moon kept lighten de Countess in her room, but somethings most have written de minstrel to not come. Dat was a treadful udgry ven early in de morn day found de hens was missin, und all de wash was gone. Dat was a Schwarzzigener vot sat upon de dirt ate and roasted chickens all in a new glean shirt. Dornenlieder. I. For every rose dot plum in spring, day say and maid is porn, for every pain dot rose will make day say there comes adorn. But let dem say just vot day will, dis thing I will suppose, I'll immer prick main finger still, if I make fluck die rose. ACH, Rosalian, du schon main, 85. Dat man vas never born vot did deserve to win de rose, vot could not stand de dorn. Bloodfarbig ist die schon rose, 86, und dat ist just a sign dat I must lose a little blood to make de rose main. Wr Rosenbrick die finger stickt. Das ist mir ganz egal, der Bricht sie auch in Winter nicht, und kits no rose at all. Was wir hier traben und kosten, love, de joy or misery, soll bleiben unter der Rosen, love. Und our own secret p. 87. 2. Von Dorn ride out in hunting gear, mit his horse und his hund too, und his mother she say. Bring home a deer, mein Sohn, vote for you do. You know, gewiss, dat I never miss, und wenn you hear mein Horn, be sure dat a deer is coming here. Said der Ritter weit von Dorn, mit his deer so fine, tra la la la. Mit his deer so fine, tra la. Tra la la tra la la la. Tra la 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 la. Von Dorn he redet im greenen wood till der, penita dree, he saw a maid we milch und blut. As fair as a maid could be. Und der Ritter he spies her great black eyes. Ides petter, I'll pe schwor, to have a deer o upon 2 feet dan von dot runes on 4. Mit a deer so fine, tra la la la. Mit a deer so fine, tra la. Tra la la tra la la la. Tra la 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 de la. Der Ritter redet pack to home. ACH, mutter alles gut, I brings you here de finest deer in all de green wood. The mutter she looks, mit joy surprise. Hast recht, mein lieber Sohn wink with a frown 88, der was neffe a deer wilt have such eyes as de deer wilt you have one. Mit her eyes so plack, tra la la la. Mit her eyes so plack, tra la. Tra la la tra la la la. Tra la 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 de la. Nota bene. This song must be sung mit expression. Fritz Schwackenhammer, redactor. Breitman's sleigh ride. Wenn de Winter makus schiffer und de bonds is froze mit ice, to schlide und skate on de Reifer, mit de poise und gals is nice. Wenn de horses have der bits on, und de roats pvt mit Schnee, to vly in a sleigh like blitzen is the jolliest things I know. Und it's high, hooray! Said Breitman. For de gals on de Dutchtown side, und it's lieb hock. For de younglings, viotil go mit de gals to ride, und it's hip, hurge. For de drivers vot never dake no odds, und it's 5 at. For de vellers, viotil stand de appletods. Der Breitman pulled his mitts on, der Breitman crocked his VIP. Now it's fly like Dunner Blitzen, mein children, let her rip. Like de eagles on de storm cloud avlion to der nest. Der is Oppeljak avaten for de von dot times de rest. O mein rap, du bist de bestest of horses in de land. Do canst traffel on de graffel, und canst shell it on de sand. O rap! There's money on ID, tun let de geld go blue. I vance you show de beeples dis te vot you can do. Der Breitman mit his Madchen was in a splentet Schley, Fritz Laufer mit his Mina, was just gras de vey, mit popslets und mit jumpers, mit horses and mit mules, der was more ash 50 fellers come mit der vehicles. Ids, ians vidre, togeter de hollert klein und gross, like de wind in stormy weather, strax vent de Deutschers los. De crock de VIPs like muskets, de ring from berg to berg. Hooray! Exclaim Hans Breitman. Dot sounds like Gettysburg. Der Breitman und der Laufer veer half a mile ahead, for wenn I come to driven, de oder Dutch veer det. De vly like Teufels arrows, mit imps o upon gay, de killed 500 sparrows vot kit indo de vey. De vly like rats und blitzen, de fairy gals was dum, und Breitman kept his wits on, to see vot chance volt cum. He knowed de pace de clipped it must enden in a squall by de vey de Laufer ripped it, und de steeds veer gans eagle. Der Laufer he was lied in Hans Breitman as he goed, but he didn't see a soplin dot was lion in de road. Ide yanked them out like marples, mithout a will or shell, het's downwards in a snowpank, vent Laufer mit his gal. Und ash Breitman comet unto it id kit indo his vey, und tossed him mit his Madchen right indo Laufer's schley. Hans grabbed de reins like Blitze, und go ahead like sin. Age, mein lieber Fritz, 89, dis times I scoop you in. He vly ave like schwallows to veer a davern lay, veer de Appeltod was plummen among de Deutschers gay. Der Breitman as he vanish used cast von look behind, at the Lex of Fritz und Mina a Waffen in de Wind. Hamburg vor der Hohe, Hesse-Nassau, September 1, 1888. The Magic Shoes. It was stiller, dimmer twilight amber turning into gold, like young maidens' hairs get yellow und more dark as they grow old. Und der Stude high ruin wir de Donau ruchet along, all lowly, yet neglected like an old und silent song. Out spoke der Ritter Breitman. Wenn I have not forgot, ich kenn an ancient story of disinteresting Spot, of the Deutscher Mittelalter Vot de Minzinger sung, wenn dat all ruin oben was a blumen, fair, und young. Von's der life de noble Fräulein very beautiful was she, more ash 20 dimes gut looking it is in de history. Und mit more ash 40 quarters on her Wappenschild, 90, dat men might behold mitout a discount she was of de upper 10. But do lofely as an angel, mit eyes of turquoise blue, she was cruel as a Teufel, und divorced man ever knew. Von's when a noble young one kneeled down to her mit loaf, she kicked him mit her slipper und upset him on de stove. Und said, I do refuse you, as you may plainly see, und from dis day henceforward mine refuse you shall pee, und when I do run after you like dogs run after men, den I will pee your wife, young man boot keep avy dill den. He listened to her crimly, and no single vort he said boot de bitter dings she spoke and put der Teufel in his head, for she hath not learned de Wisdom, which is always safe and sound, don't go to pourin' water on a mouse when id is drowned. Vonce, at the end of autumn, when de wind was bitter cold, dis maiden out a ridin' met a woman poor and old. Her feets veer bare and pleadin', and she said, ah, tunt refused to give me, noble lady, you'sh divorced of your old shoes. The lady borst out Logan, fool here, or fool me dear, you give to me a couple, I gives to you a pair. Then she rode avy a Logan. The old woman says I weet, I'll give you shoes, my lady, dat will fit your soul and feet. Dis woman was a witch, and bitter one dare to, all dat vot she had spoken she light enough could do. De Ritter did not know it, but he told her of his love, and how dat scornful lady had upset him mit de stove. Outspoke de grim witche, she shall pay de well to boot, if you'll bring to me de measure of dat lady's little foot. He got it from her shoemaker, and gave id to de witch, then she gave it to de damsel pooty soon as hot as pitch. Von morn de lofely lady, on opening her tour, found de nicest pair of gaiter boots she ever saw before. David her exactly metuten any doubt boot, mein Gott. How she was schrocken wenn dey gun to walk about. Und ash de poots go welten, like de buds go mit de stem, it followed dat de lady had to walk about in dem. Dey took her out into de street, dey run her on de road, by she saw a man ahead vot let her veer she goed. Then he went valken longsome den longsome was her pace, then he run like a greyhound she scampered in a race. He led her o'er de mountains und crossed the lonely plain, until the evening shadows, then he took her home again. Den she dink mit hate and fury of dis man she used to scoff, und den go at de gator's boot she couldn't pull dem off, she vark mit all de servants, boot twasn't any use, und so she have to go to bed a sleepin' in her shoes. Next mornin' off dey started, about de broke of day, den he led her to a castle in de woods and far away, and speak to her, my lady I dink at last you see dat de dime has come in earnest ven you've caught to follow me. O vadish female nature? O vadish mortal pride? How all dot stands de firmest most quickly slips aside de clouds dot o'er de mountains look scornful at de plain, ere long mit stormy weather come tumble down in rain. So de storm cloud of superbia which sweep her soul above, vast melt at mit his turnus and be turned into love, as his words like donner weather croshed ven de lightnin' flies, so downward cum de torrents of dear trows from her eyes. Und she gry, mit shame I own it, to say de very least I gonfess dat in dis matter I have acted like a beast, then I made of you my refuse, I dinked it no account, but now de pack is on my back it seems a big amount. But if you wish to ved me, I will do vat you require. He answered, now your talkin' dot is use vot I desire, for I am very willin', and you do not refuse, boot remember vot you promise send de witch a pair of shoes. She answered, I will follow wherever you may go, all over hills and follies, in sunshine, rain, or snow, all over in de Welt, dear, I'll wander on with thee. I do not care how rough de road or dark de path may be. Or in de bloomin' meadows, where de grass is soft and sweet, or in de rocky passes, where de stones are under feet, or if I wear de shoes, love, which you have given me, or if I must go barefoot, is all the same to me. He drew away de gaiters. She said, as I'm rich I will fill dem both mit money, and take dem to de vich, ja wall, she saw die hex, and taking her aside she danked her for de lesson vot had took avy her pride. On de way ven day veer married, how veer day all are ston to see a lovely lady come in mit golden crown, all in a rosy silken dress vot shined as bright as glass, said, my dears, I am de vich dot fetch dis ding to pass. You know I look so oldly vance, you and now I'm beautiful, dot is de way dot all dings vark ven folks be dutiful. Ash de lily turns to vidi vot once vast dirty green, so all is fair ven verger is runnin de machine. Dis is de wondrous story vot de Ritter Breitman told besides the Russian Danube of de Schloss so grey und old, while a schmoken of his Meerschaum, und till all time peg on the rustlin of de Wasser tells de tale forever on. Dat is an alt legend, und yet 'tis effer new, und to every von dot hears it fits just like a shoe. Und dis de schöne moral dot in de oyster lies someday you may ruin after de dings you vants despise. Vienna, 1888. Glossary. This glossary was prepared entirely by Mr. Nicholas Trubner. I am not aware that he had any assistance in writing it. I mention this because I have never met with any person who was so equally familiar with obscure and obsolete old German facetious literature, as the text indicates, and at the same time with Americanisms. I should say that in all of the later ballads, or at least in fully one half of all in the book, the author was indebted to him for ideas, suggestions, and emendations, and that the work would never have been what it is sit verbo venia but for him. Mr. Trubner was a poet, even in English, as his translation from Scheffel's poems indicates. A very few words have been added to explain the poems in the ballads which appear for the first time in this edition. Charles G. Leland. Glossary. Abendamarum, gr. Evening dim light, twilight. Abendgold, gr. Evening gold. Abendroth, gr. Evening red. Abendssonnenschein, gr. Evening sunshine. Abordsmore votre mere, German French, bring me your mare. Achwe, gr. O woe. Allatag, gr. Dial, every day. Alla while all the while, always. Alligator altogether. Alice word uig zu eins, gr. And all forever becomes one. Alterschwed, old Swede, a familiar phrase like old fellow, animal, ammer, animal. Anathalb jar, Anathalb jar, gr. Year and a half. Anti-word, and word answer. And worded, gr. Answered. Appletod ammer. Apple toddy. Spirit distilled from cider. Arbiterhall, working man's hall. Arminius, Hermann. The Duke of the Cheruscans, and destroyer of the Roman legions under Varus, in the Teutoburg forest. Armlos unarmed. Arum, hear him around. Arrière pensée, fr. A reserved thought or intention. Aufspanned, gr. Stretched, bent. Augen, gr. Eyes. Augenblick, gr. Twinkling of an eye. Aus, gr. Out. Bach, gr. Book. Benderbox, bandbox. Bald-face corn, ammer. Plain maize whiskey. Barrel hell pars parallel bars, a part of the gymnastic apparatus. Barrack, Pennsylvania, gr. For berg, mountain. Born, gr. Peasants. Beghostet, gr. Begeistert, inspired. Begifted, beschenkt, gifted. Begriefen, gr. Understand. Beheaded, behaupted, gr. Asserted. Beleib und Leben, gr. By my body and soul. Bekannt, beknown, known. Bellen, gr. Bellen, to bark. Bemarket, gr. Remarked. Bemark, gr. Bemarken, observe. Bemarks, gr. Bemerkungen, remarks. Bemerkbar, gr. Observable. Should be noticed. Bemust, gr. Moss grown, in students' language, ein Bemust Haupt, an old student. Bender Ammer. A spree, a frolic. 2. Go on a bender. To go on a spree. Be raised, with the augment, literal for gr or hoben. Berausched, gr, intoxicated. Besoffen, gr, drunk. Bestimming dimension vocation of man, title of one of Fichte's works. Betaubend, gr, enchanting. Bewise, gr, beweist, from beweisen, proves. Bibliothek library. Bienenkorb, gr, beehive. Biragazosa, Italian, aerated gaseous beer. Bischoff, gr, bishop. Big spooks, box, rifle. Best and brown. Best is the equivalent of the German Buchs, brown being merely an alliterative epithet. Winky face French, Bues tube, Flemish, Buis. Still found in blunderbuss, arquebus. See Blackleys. Word gossip. Letter, gr, leaves. Blay lead. Blitz, gr, lightning. Blitzen, gr, lightning. Blokes, English, men. Bock, a strong kind of German beer. Bohmisch, Bohemian. Borenfolk, phlegm. Peasants. Bold Jack Road near Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Bull. Bornerthite, limitedness of capacity. Bouleverse, boulevard. Bounty, Ammer. Bounty, money paid during the war as a premium to soldiers. To jump the bounty was to secure the premium and then run away. This is the song of Billy Jones, who jumped the bounty, i.e. American Ballad of 1846. Bowery, a street at New York, inhabited principally by Germans. Brandwine, gr, spirits. Brandy smash, Ammer. A plain half-glass mint julep of only sugar, ice, spirits, and mint. A regular julep is larger, and contains more ingredients. Brave, gr, good. Bright, gr, broad. Bring it down to dots, reduce it to figures. Prisoner. Brushpinder, brushbinder, gr, bursenbinder, brush maker. The brush makers are supposed, probably on account of their throat-parching business, to be always thirsty. Brummed, growled, gr, brummin. Bruck, gr, bridge. Bugs in America, all insects, especially Coleoptera. Bummer, Ammer. A fellow haunting low taverns, applied during the late Civil War in the United States to hangers-on of the army. Probably a corruption of the German bummler, loafer. Bumming from bummer. Bushwhackers, guerrillas. Bust his shell, broke his head. Butterbrod, gr, buttered bread. By nearly, beinahe, almost, nearly. Came game. Camin, chimney piece. Canyon, span cannon, a narrow passage between high and precipitous banks, formed by mountains or tablelands, often with a river running beneath. These occur in the Great Western Prairies, New Mexico, and California. Carmagnola, wild street dance. Carmesine, gr, crimson. French, cramasse. Carnadine, incarnadine. Change their lodge, shift from one, society, to another. Crocus an Alemannic leader, who overran Gaul, according to Gregory of Tours. Chunk, a short, thick piece of wood, or of anything else, a chump. The word is provincial in England, and colloquial in the United States. Cinderswende, sin. Clam, the popular name of a bivalvular shellfish, the Venus. Clavier, gr, piano. Call bell, idyll, with the beauties. Comedy committee. Conradin, the last of the imperial house of the Hohenstaufen, beheaded at Naples in 1268. Coot, to cut, a dash, to come out a. Swell, to dress extravagantly. Corned, Ammer. Made drunk. Coster, the inventor of the art of printing, according to the Dutch. Great. Grecian penned, when Breitman says, "Dat penned of the Bowish the Grecian penned." It is a rather equivocal compliment. Grecian bend has lately become a common newspaper expression. Smuggling done by women is called a case of Grecian bend. The present style of skirt, full at the back, is favorable to it. Chris lies, grizzly bear. Da ister. Shao. There he is. Look. Damn it, gr, therewith. Dampschiff, steamboat. Deck, a pack of cards piled one upon another. Temperenzler, temperance man. Dessauerin, a woman from Dessau. Deutschland, Germany. Die Hex, the witch. Die while es mot leben during all its life. Das wolde immer dienen die while es mot leben. Kutrun. 15. Adventure, 756th verse. Dinky, they think, my dinks my thoughts. Dinkty, they thought. Distributed instead of attributed. Disembulate in dissembling. Dissolved instead of resolved. Delusion instead of illusion. Donnered, gr, thundered. Donnerwetter, gr, thunder and lightning. Dux ducks. Dune tune. Dunderblix thunder and lightning. Dorn a thorn. Dorn lieder thorn songs. Draud hien, literal rendering of the German Zager Yin, Dremel, gr 3 times. Drockstrakes, dragons, gr Drachen, Druckerei printing office. Dummerlichkeit, gr, honest simplicity. Dunkelheit darkness. Dursty, gr durstig thirsty. Ernsthaft serious. Eber, gr, wild boar. Eberschwein, gr, wild boar. Eckhartshausen, a German supernaturalist. Eher, gr, sooner. In the dialect it has the meaning of before. Einander to sprechen mit, gr, to speak together. Eins, zwei, drei, 1, 2, 3. Einsicken, to take up one's abode with. Eldern, gr Eltern, parents. Elfenbane, gr ivory. Emmerich, King Emmerich, hero of a German legend. Emsegrubler, gr, assiduous inquirer. Engel, gr angel. Englandrin, gr, English woman. Entlang, gr, along. Erfinder, gr, inventor. Erfounden, gr, erfunden, invented. Ergeben, gr, resigned. Eredom, eartham error. Erston, astonished, erstant astonished. Erstart, gr, aghast. Awaiten, comma, gr, overtend, awaiting, expecting. Euchre sort of game played with cards, very much in vogue in the West. Euchred from euchre, the game of cards. Facultance, gr, torch dance. Fancy craps or crabs, fast horses. Fanes, wetterfan and weathercocks. Fast, gr, barrel. Fat printer's term. Feldwebel, gr, a sergeant. Feinslieb, gr, fair or fine love. Fenster, a window. Fichte, a German philosopher. Finster, gr, dark, dismal. Full to fall. Fun, fun. Fuhr's first. For by literal translation of the German Vorbei. Forlying literal translation of Vorlegend. Vorschlag, gr Vorschlag, proposal. Vorsetzen to set, put, lay, before an audience. Foxen, gr Fuchsen, foxes. Franktyrer Frankterer. François Villon, an old French humorous poet, whom Boileau speaks of as the first who began to write truly modern French. Frau, gr woman. Frey, gr free. Freischarlinger, gr Freischarler, a member of a free corps, especially applied to those who belonged to the free corps formed in southern Germany during the Revolution in 1848. Freischütz, gr free shot, one who shoots with charmed bullets, the name of Karl Maria von Weber's celebrated opera. Friedrich Rothbart Frederick Barbarossa, the great emperor of Germany and one of the German legendary heroes. He is supposed to sleep in the Kyffhäuser in Thuringia, and to awaken one day, when he will bring great glory over Germany. Frolic, merry. Froze to de ready, held fast to the money. Fulend and Vollenden to complete, perfect. Fuss, gr foot. Fust or Faust, the partner of Gutenberg, the inventor of the art of printing. Gambrinus, a mythical king of Brabant, supposed to have been the inventor of beer. Gandertate, candidate. Gans, gr Gans. Gans eagle, quite the same. Gans undigar, gr, altogether, all over. Garce, French, wench. Gas Strasse, gr, lane and street. Gast, gr, guest. Gasbaugs, bladder of gas. Gar valleys. Galdarn g, and Galdern, a Yankee oath. Goner sprash, gr, thieves' language. G builded, built, with the German augment. G bird, comma, gr gebird, birth. Geborn, born, with the augment. G brudert, formed like G Schwister, brothers. Gehen Main Puck, German of the 16th century. Guess nit mit rechten den Gen zu das not do it by any natural means. There is witchcraft in it. Gekommen arrived, newly arrived. Gekommen so, gr come thus. G kostet cost, with the German augment. Gesangverein, gr, singing society. G screech, gescribe bawling, clamor. Gesembled assembled, with the augment of the German preterite. Geschmash smashed, with German augment. Gespicht, gr larded. Gestelin stolen. Gestelin und bekannt, gr stolen, and known. Gesundheit, gr health. Gr musket. Gur is certainly. Gift, gr poison. Guilt in the ordinary sense, and also in the same verse. Guilt, implying the meaning of the German verb. Gelten, to be worth something, and also guilt. Glamour, ocular deception by magic. Glühwein, glühwein, hot spiced wine. Glucky, gr glücklich, lucky. Glueck, gr luck. Goblin for goblin. Go cool. Godalmachtig, gr Godalmachtig, God Almighty. Goddische cottage. Gottschau's, gr house of God. Gottful, Godvol glorious, divine. Gottesdiener Krachachschwerenoth, gr another variety of big swearing. Gottstunder, gr Gottsdonner, God's thunder. See also Gottstausend, a thundering sort of oath, but never preceded by lightning, for it is only used as a kind of expletive to express great surprise, or to give great emphasis to words which, without it, would seem to be capable of none. Gottstausend, gr, an abbreviation of Gottstausend Donnerwetter, God's thousand thunders, and therefore the comparative of Gottstunder, with most of those who use it a meaningless phrase. Gott weiß, gr, God knows. Go one, bet on him. Grillas, gorillas. Grad, Jared straight. Grow, gr, great. Gastfreundlich, Gastfreundlich hospitable. Gummi-lasticum India rubber. Gutenberg, the inventor of the art of printing. Give southern slang forgive. Gov, forgive, is also English slang as well as American. Gyra twistive snaky. Have you and Guter, gr, property. Hegel. Blitz. Cruise sacrament, gr, another variety of swearing. Halberthier, for halberdier, halberthier means half an animal. Handschuh, gr Hanscha, glove. Hans Michel, a popular but not complimentary name for Germany. Hans Wurst, Mary Andrew, Zani, Jack pudding, the latter word being a literal translation of the German Hans Wurst, the pudding in either case referring to the sausages, or the pretended sausage, which the Mary Andrew always appeared to be swallowing by the yard or fathom. See Blackley's. Word gossip. Harmlos, gr, harmless. Hold the pot, take the stakes. House, a house. Hegel, name of the German philosopher. Heine, Heinrich, German poet. Heine von Steyr, Heinrich von Ofterdingen. Heldenbuch is the title of a collection of epic poems, belonging to the cycle of the German saga. Heller glory, shine bright gloriole. Herauf, higher off thereupon. Heraut, gr heraus out. Herje, gr, an abbreviation of Her Jesus, O Lord, generally only used by those who are fond of meaningless exclamations. Herrlich, herrlich superb, grand, noble. Herz and Herzen, hearts. Herzog, Herzog, gr duke. Herzlich, gr hardy. Herzbruder, gr heart's brother. Hexerei, witchery, sorcery. Himmel, gr heaven. Himmelspotzbumpenherget, a mild sort of a German imprecation, untranslatable. Himmlisch hoelisch qual, gr heavenly hellish pain. Hip-herge, a common interjection. Hobbiness, happiness. Hoelisch, gr hellish. Honeyfuglin, honeyfuggle is believed to be English slang. In America it means blarneying, deceiving. Huckleberry, persimmon. A huckleberry over my persimmon. Surpassed, outdone. Hoofirons, Hufeisen in gr, horseshoe. Hoofstad, phlegm. Capita. Hopsosa, gr, int. Hop, heyday. Hun dog. Hunsfot, gr vulgar, mean scoundrel, hound. Hunk emmer. Stout, solid, profitable. To be all hunk means to come out of a speculation with advantage. to be well off. Hut, gr hat. I gilly Romanesco. This song is written in the German gypsy dialect. In third line of second verse is the German word ehe. Or before. Curabent. In war. Is in the Slavonic and gypsy local case, or as Pot calls it, diese Jünger in Europa und Asien, the second dative. Ich leben, Flem. I live. Il diavolo incarnato, idol, the devil incarnate or incarnation. Immer ever. In Jebris burst. In sang und klang dein Leben lang, gr, in music and song all thy life long. Ida dixit, Latin, so said. Jeff a game played by throwing up types, generally for refreshments. Joss stick a name given to small reeds, covered with the dust of odoriferous woods, which the Chinese burn before their idols. Jungfernkranz, gr, bridal garland. Kaiser Karl Charlemagne. Kalt, gr, cold. Canaster, gr, canaster tobacco. Kennick. It can, phlegm. I can. Carfunkelstein, gr, carbuncle. Kartoffel, gr, potato. Kauderwelsch, gr, gibberish. Kellner, gr, waiter. Kermes annual fair. Kinder, gr, children. Kiten, a kiten flying or running rapidly. Klein und grows small and great. Kloster, gr, cloister. Nasterbart, gr, literally, tobacco beard, perhaps denoting a good old fellow, fond of his pipe. Neiperei, gr, revel. Knock dem out the spots, knock the spots out of them, astonish them. Koenig Etzel King Attila. Komm Maidlein. Rothwengeline, gr, come maiden, red cheeks. Kong, gr, Konig, Old Norse for king. Kuchen cake. Kop, gr, Kopf, head. Kreutzer Frederick Kreutzer, distinguished professor in the University of Heidelberg, author of a great work on symbolic. Krum, gr, crooked. Kummel, gr, cumin brandy. Kummel, Kimmel, gr, schnapps, dram. Hans, in his tipsy enthusiasm, ejaculates, "Oh, mein Gott and Kimmel!" instead of, "I'm Himmel, heaven," becoming guilty of an unconscious alliteration, and confessing, according to the proverb in Vino Veritas, where his God really abides. Whose God is their belly? Kunster, gr, sacristan. Lanes, gr, lance. Lager, lagerbier, gr, lagerbier, i.e., stock beer, sometimes in these poems abbreviated into lager. A kind of beer introduced into the American cities by the Germans, and now much in vogue among all classes. Lagerwirtschaft, gr, beerhouse. Leibgardner, gr, Leibgard, bodyguard. The Swiss and blundering makes it bodyguardner. Lamb to drub, beat soundly. Larmen, the French word larmes, tears, made into a German verb. Ladinish Latin. Laughin', lockin' laughing. Laverne, a place between Nashville and Murfreesboro, in the state of Tennessee. Liebhock. Hurrah! Leben life, living. Lebenlang, gr, lifelong. Lebst du noch? Livest thou yet? Libby, the notorious Confederate prison at Richmond, Virginia. Little pills, little bills, legislative enactments. Lieblich, gr, charming. Liederken, phlegm. Song. Lieder, Lieds, gr, songs. Liederkranz, gr, glee union. Liederlich, gr, loose, reckless, dissolute. Lighthood, gr, lichthiet, light. Like spiders down their webs, Breitman's soldiers are supposed to have been expert turners or gymnasts. Loafer, Ammer. A term which, considered as the German pronunciation of lover, is a close translation of Ram, since this latter means both a gypsy and a husband. Losskihen, gr, to go at a thing, at somebody. Lusty, gr, lustig, jolly, merry. Ludet, louden in gr, to make sound. Elabriacone, idle, drunkard. Luftballon, gr, air balloon. Lump, gr, ragamuffin. Lumpenglock, an abusive term applied to bells, especially to those which are rung to give notice that the beerhouses must close. Madel, gr, girl. Mädchen, gr, girl, maiden. Markgriefler, a pleasant light wine grown in the Grand Duchy of Baden. Marmerbild, marble statue. Maskenzug, gr, procession of massed persons. Massenversammlung, gr, mass meeting. Mein Freund, my friend. Mein Sohn, my son. Mein Ziel, gr, by my soul. Meisjes, phlegm. Girls. Mittelalter, the Middle Ages. Mein Liefgesellen, phlegm. My dear comrades. Minute-minded. Minzinger, poet of love. A name given to German lyric poets, who flourished from the 12th to the 14th centuries. Misthoff, gr, dunghill. Mit Huntin knife, and c. With her white hands so lovely, she dug the Count his grave. From her dark eyes sad weeping, the holy water she gave. Old German ballad. Mitout without. Mitternacht, midnight. Mitternacht, midnight. Moore, Jan Swartzer, gr, a blackamoor. Molschott, author of a celebrated work on physiology. Mondenlight, moonlight. Mondenschein, gr, moonlight. Morgan, John Morgan, a notorious Confederate guerrilla during the late war in America. Morgan headache, morning headache. Muscopolite, Emmer. Cosmopolite. Mossy head is the German student phrase for an old student. Mudsill, the longitudinal timber laid upon the ground to form the foundation for a railway. Hence figuratively applied by the labor-despising southern gentry to the laboring classes as the substratum of society. Murmult, murmured. Mutter, gr, mother. Naturalizationists, the officers, and c. who give the rights of native citizens to foreigners. Nibelungen lied the lay of the Nibelungen, the great German national epos. New Jersey, in America, famous inter alia for its sandy beaches and high surf. Nigger. Nirwana, the Brahminical absorption into God. Nix, gr, nix, nothing. Nix come rouse that I had not come out. No sardine, not a narrow-minded, small-hearted fellow. Norate, to speak in an oration. Noth, gr, need, dire extremity. Das war der Breitman's Noth, that was Breitman's sore trial. Imitated from the last line of the Nibelungen Lied. None now. None endlich, gr, now at last. O'Brady, an Irish giant. Oxen, gr, oxen, stupid fellows. As a verb, it also is used familiarly to mean hard study. Odenwald, a thickly wooded district in South Germany. Oder other. See preface. Ultratramontane applied to the non-Italian Catholic Party. On belongs literal translation of Zugschwart. On de snap, all at once. On did to undo, literal translation of the German Anton, to don, to put on. Anfang, gr, Anfang, beginning. Unendlich. Unspielbarlich, gr, unosprechbarlich, inexpressibly. Upgeklärt, gr, aufgeklärt, enlightened. Oapridi, gr, aufrichtig, upright. Oaprighthood, gr, aufrichtigkeit, uprightness. Upsprung, for offsprung. Applejack. Spirit distilled from cider. Orgelton, gr, organ sound. Orchestra. Outpoked. Outsigned, gr, ausgezeichnet, distinguished, signal. Outspoke. Over again, Unabridged. Partican, Flemish, palfrey. Pabst, der Papst let and see. The Pope, he leads a happy life. And see. Beginning of a popular German song. Palact, gr, palast, palace. Peak, Belgian rye whiskey. Peeps, people. Hard on the American peeps. A phrase for anything exacting or severely pressing. Pelsnickel, Nickel St. Nicholas, muffled in fur, is one of the few riders in the army of the saints, but, unlike St. George and St. Martin, he oftener rides a donkey than a horse, more especially in that part of the German land which can boast of having given birth to the illustrious Hans. St. Nicholas is supposed, on the night preceding his name day, the 6th of December, to pass over the housetops on his long-eared steed, and having baskets suspended on either side filled with sweets and playthings, and to drop down through the chimneys presents for those children who have been good during the year, but birch rods for those who have been naughty, would not go to bed early, or objected to being washed, and see. In the expectation of his coming, the children put, on the eve of St. Nicholas Day, either a shoe, or a stocking, or a little basket, into the chimney piece of their parents' bedroom. We may remark, by the way, that St. Nicholas is the Christian successor of the heathen Nicator of ancient German mythology. Pesser besser, gr better. Pesteinstein, with the augment. Pfälzer, a man from the Rhenish Palatinate. Pfeil, gr arrow. Philosophie velocipede. Pickelhaube, gr, the spiked helmet worn by Prussian soldiers. Pi, the forms break and scatter the forms of types, the greatest disaster conceivable to a true typo. Pigsticker, bowie knife. Pile out, Ammer. Hurry out. Pine be by and by. Plain, water plain, i.e. unmixed. Plugoats, bluecoats, soldiers. Plug must fight for a fire plug. American fireman's language. Pokal, poculum, goblet. Poker, a favorite game of cards among Western gamblers. Punkin, pumpkin. Popsleds, bobsleds. A very rough kind of sledge. Potsplits, gr, int, the deuce. Potstausend. Was ist das? Zounds. What is that? Pouldery, poultry. Pauser, into court. Pretzel, gr, a kind of fancy bread, twist or the like. Presically, precisely, exactly. Protocollart, protocollarant, to register, record. Pulley, i.e., bully in Americanism, adjective. Fine, capital. A slang word, used in the same manner as the English use the word crack, as a bully horse, a bully picture. Pumpernickel, a heavy, hard sort of rye bread, made in Westphalia. Put der König true, to put through, Ammer, to qualify, to imitate. Pie, to buy. Rap, a black horse. Rochlin, Rochend, rustling. Reb, an abbreviation of rebel. Redactor, editor. Red cock, or make der red cock crow. Einem den Rothen Hahn aufs Dach setzen. A German proverb signifying to set fire to a house. Read, gr, speech. Redwelsh, Rothwelsh, gr, thieves' language. Ride and gain, Flemish, go riding. Rider, gr, rider. Reaver, robber. Rui, gr, repentance. Rheingraf, gr, Count of the Rhine districts. Rheinweinbechers clanged the Rhine wine goblets sound. Richter, Jean Paul Fr., a distinguished German author. Ridersman, Ridersman in gr, rider. Ring, a political clique, or cabal. Ring, gr, rings. Ritter, gr, knight. Roland, one of the paladins of Charlemagne. Roulette, roulette. Roland locks, rolling logs, mutually aiding, used only in politics. Rosen, gr, roses. Rouse, gr, he rouse out, come out. Saxon, Saxonia, Saxony. Saccharin, consecrating. Sagan's cyclist, cycle of legends. Sass, sassy, sass and sauce, saucy, nc, sauerkraut, gr, pickled cabbage. Saw it, understood it. Scatterin, scatterin, scattering. Shots, sweetheart. Shower, gr, all. Schenk, aus, gr, pour out. Schenket, ein, gr, pour in, fill the glasses. Schimmel, gr, grey horse. Schimpt you in die Flucht gar Lesterlich, gr, swears and blasphemes abominably. Schinken, gr, ham. Schleiger, gr, a kind of sword or broadsword, a rapier used by students for dueling or fighting matches. Schlesierwein, gr, wine grown in Silesia, proverbially sour. Schlimmer, gr, worse. Schlag him ober de Kopf, knocked him on the head. Schloss, gr, castle. Schmutz, gr, dirt. Schnapps, gr, dram. Schnitz, Pennsylvania, German word for cut and dried fruit. Schnitz, schnitzen, gr, to chop, chip, snip. Schönheitsideal, gr, the ideal of beauty. Schopenhauer, a celebrated German philosophical physiologist. Schopen, gr, a liquid measure, Chopin, pint. Schrocken, erschrocken, frightened. Schwaben, Swabia. Schwan, gr, swan. Schweinblatt, swine, dirty paper. Schweitzer Käse, gr, Swiss cheese. Schwer, gr, heavy. Schwig, swig, verb. To drink by large draughts. Schwig, swig, n, a large draught. Schweinpig, gr, swine pig. Scoop, take in, get. Scorched, discorded. A Negro malapropism. Scrooged, Ammer. Pressed, jammed? Seelen ideal, souls ideal. Siefen leffen 7 or 11 minutes. Sains, gr, the being. Selbstenskorungsvermogen, gr, capacity for self-inspection. Self, gr, selb, same. Serenity, a transparency. Shanty, a board cabin. Slang for house. Chapel, chapel is an old word for a printing office. Sherman, German. Shings, jingo, by jingo. Spigot, spigot, a pin or peg to stop a small hole in a cask of liquor. Shipsy, gypsy. Slide, slide. Let it slide. Vulgar for let it go. Slide, hammer. Depart. Schlicht, Jeschlitz, slit. Schlop, over, go too far and upset or spill. Applied to men who venture too far in a success. Schlopt, slopped. Schmeised, gr, schmissen, from schmeißen, threw him out of doors. Schneeweiß, gr, Schneeweiß, Snow White. Schipiter, Jupiter. Shooting stick, a shooting stick is used for closing up the form of types. Schauspiel, play, piece. Spoons, spoons, plunder. Stuhl, gr, Stuhl, stool, chair. Silbern, gr, silver. Shin, gr, meaning. 6 miles 6 times. Skeet, went fast, skated, school, skull. Skyeagle, amber. Skyeagle is a word which had a short run during 1864. It meant many things, but chiefly to disappear or to make disappear. Thus, a deserter. Skyeagled. And sometimes he, skyeagled, a coat or watch. Slanganderen, foolishly slandering. Slash or gaff, spurs for cocks, with cutting edges. Slibovitz, a Bohemian schnapps. Slumguzzlin, slum or sham guzzling, humbug. Slumgullion, a Mississippi term for a legislator. So MIT, gr, thus with. Solidatin, gr, soldatin, soldiers. Sontag, gr, Sunday. Soplin, a sapling, young tree. Sotlet, gr, gesaddled, saddled. Sound upon the goose. Bartlett, in his Dictionary of Americanisms, states that this phrase originated in the Kansas troubles, and signified true to the cause of slavery. But this is erroneous, as the phrase was common during the Native American campaign, and originated at Harrisburg, as described by Mr. Leland. Souse und browse, gr, sauce und browse, revelry and rioting. Speck, gr, bacon. Spiel, gr, play. Spielman, gr, musician. Splotter and splattering. Spook, gr, spuck, a ghost. Sporn, gr, spur, sports, sporting men. Squander, hammer. Wander. Used in this sense in The Big Bear of Arkansas. Staub, gr, dust. Stein, gr, stone. Still, gr, stillness. Stim, gr, stimmy, voice. Store, store. Stone fence, hammer. Rye whiskey. I went in and got a horn of old stone fence. Jim Crow, 1832. Straighten, phlegm. Streets. Strack, straight ahead, or onwards. Straight, flush and poker, all the cards of one suit. Strassen, gr, streets. Strauss, name of the celebrated Viennese valse player and composer. Strumpf, gr, stocking. Stunden, gr, leagues. About 4.5 English miles. Sturm und Drang, gr, literally storm and violence. Sturm und Drang period, signifying a particular period of German literature. Swainheim and Panitz, the first printers at Rome. Takes allotments of copy to each printer. Tance, gr, dance. Tansen, gr, to dance. Tarnal, eternal. Taub, gr, dove. Taugenix, good for nothing fellow. Tuffels, Jagersman, devil's huntsman. Thiel, gr, part. Tum, thumb. Thrip, southern ammer. Thrippence. Thus Nelda, the wife of Arminius, Hermann, the Duke of the Cheruscans and conqueror of Varus. Tie a dog loose. Losband and tiger, an American term for a gambling table. Tixie. I wish I was in Dixie. The origin of this song is rather curious. Although now thoroughly adopted as a Southern song, and Dixie's land, understood to mean the Southern States of America, it was, about a century ago, the estate of one Dixie, on Manhattan Island, who treated his slaves well, and it was their lament, on being deported south, that is now known as. I wish I was in Dixie. Tote gr dead. Toddengrips skeleton. Tove dove. To house, gr zoo hausa at home. Led to turtle, to move off. From turtle. Touch the dirt, touch the road. Trep stairs. True gr, faithful, true. Throw him with eggs, pelt him with eggs. Turchin Colonel Turchin's men ravaged the town of Huntsville, Allah, during the Civil War. Tukas turquoise. Turner, gr, gymnast. Turner Vereen, gr Turnverein, Gymnastic Society. Teufel devil. Teufeld, Vertefeld devilish. Teufelfest from Teufel, here in the sense of best, or worst. Teufelschnake, Teufelschnaken devilries. Teufel strikes, Teufelsstreich devil strokes. Teufelwards devil wards. Uberstein and Schwein, gr, overstone and swine. Überschwänglich, gr, transcendental, elevated. Gr, clock, watch, hour, time. Use for hour, in the ballad. Uhu, gr, owl. Ulliverus Oliver, another of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne, who fell at Roncesvalles, a Roland for an Oliver. Und lauter guter Ding, gr, and of thoroughly good cheer. Unwindung, gr in Twicklung, unraveling. Unvolkamine technic, unfinished style or method. Arbummeliad, gr vulgar, Archlofer's song. Erlied, gr, the song of yore. Van Klein kommt men tot Groot, Dutch, great things have small beginnings. Concordia residential Parvi Crescent legend on the Dutch ducats, or Magna Molimer Parvi. Varus, the Roman commander in Germany, conquered by Arminius. Veilchen, gr, violets. Versieren, phlegm. Adorn, exalt. Verdammt, gr ded, verfluchter, gr, accursed. Verloren, gr, forlorn. Verste, verstehen, understand. Versta, verstehen, gr, to understand. Vertiphone, to botch. William Street at New York, inhabited by many Germans. Vivat? The same as vive. In French. Hurrah! Flunch Flemish. Von 1. See preface. Wunderly, gr wunderlich, wondrous, curious. Vorber, gr past. Wachsen, gr waxen. Wachsen, gr to grow. Kommich Galanti Saxon Wadai schon Mädchen wachsen. Old German song. Wechter, gr watchman. Wilder, gr woods. Walverwandtschaft, gr elective affinity, sympathy of souls. Warsagd, gr warsagen, to foretell, soothsay. Weidmannschild, gr huntsman's wheel. Wald, gr wood. Wallowin Walloon. Walschen, gr of the Latin race. Wappenschild, Waffenschild, coat of arms. Ward all zu Stein, gr became all stone. Ward zu Wind, gr became a wind. Wechselbalg, gr formerly a popular superstitious belief, a changeling, brat, urchin. Weihnachtsbaum, gr Christmas tree. Weihnachtslied, gr Christmas song. Weingarten, gr vineyards. Weingeist, gr vinous, ardent spirit. Weinhandel, gr Weinhandel or Weinhandlung, wine trade, wine shop. Weihnachtsstrom lit. Weihnachtsdream for Weihnacht, Christmas dream. Wellen und Wogen, gr waves and billows. Welsh hen, turkey hen. Werda, gr who's there? Werden, das Werden, the becoming to be. Wheat, wet, bet. We uns, we and you. A common vulgarism through the southern states. 'Tis sad that we uns from uns parts when uns hev stolen we uns hearts. We gets, gr how goes it? How are you? We milch und blood like milk and blood. Wild und we, gr wild and woebegone. Wild jagged wild hunt. Welcome, gr welcome. Windsprout, gr poet, storm, hurricane, gust of wind. Word, gr becomes. Wisehood, gr weisheit, wisdom. Wise, gr wust, from wissen, new. Wits, gr a sally. What bist du, gr where art? Womoody, gr wehmuthig, mournful, doleful. Wall, gr, well. Wolof, gr, well, come on, cheer up. Wolfslucht, gr, Wolf's Glen. Wanneval, gr, Wanneval, blissful. Wound, gr, wound. Wordplay, pun, quibble. Wunderschien, wunderschön, very beautiful. Worst, a German student word for indifference. Wurst, gr, sausage. Jäger, gr, huntsman. Jägersman, huntsman. Jäger, gr. Hunter. Jar, jar, year. Yardesend, jartausend, 1,000 years. Yellow pine, mulatto. Young maiden, phlegm. Young girls. I lost a maiden in that hour. Byron. Jumpers, jumpers. Rude sledges. Youngling, jungling, gr, youth. Zapfid aus, gr, tap the barrel. Ziziner, gypsy. Zimmer, gr, room. Zukünftig, gr, in future. 1. Liederchor is the word which serves as a basis for this designation. 2. Studio auf einer Reise, lebet halt auf eigene Weise hungrig hier und hungrig dort, ist der Berschens Logungswert. This, with the other verses, may be found in the German student's Kammersbücher. 3. Bachtalod shaven is the prose form. Wie Potzigener. 4. Stinging. An amusing instance of Breitmanism was shown in the fact that an American German editor, in his ignorance of English, actually believed that the word stinging, as here given, meant stinking, and was accordingly indignant. It is needless to say that no such idea was intended to be conveyed. 5. Then only you will be ready in German. 6. In music and song all thy life long. 7. Thy feet are white as chalk, my love, thy arms are ivory bone, thy body is all satin soft, thy breast of marble stone at smooth, tender, pure, and fair. Liederbuch Pauls von der Helst, 1602. 8. Slibovitz. 9. The author does not know who wrote the first part of Die Schöne Witwe. It appeared about 1856 and went the round of the papers, accumulating as it went several editions or rejoinders, one of which was that by Hans Breitman. 10. I had not seen for many days the handsome widow's face. I saw her last night standing by her counter, full of grace. With cheeks as pure as milk and blood, with eyes so bright and blue, I kissed her full well 6 times, indeed, and that is true. 11. This ballad is a parody of Das Hildebrandslied. Consult Wackernagel's Lesebuch and Das Klein Heldenbuch. Ich will zum Land ausreiten, sprach sich Meister Hildebrand. 12. The Republicans in America were for a long time ridiculed by their opponents as if professing to be guided by moral ideas, i.e., emancipation, progress, harmony of interests, and c. 13. Gling, glang, Gloria, was a common refrain in the 16th century, in German drinking songs. Gling, glang, Glorien, die Sau hat ein Panzerin. Tractatus de Ebrietate Vitanda. 14. The boot was a favorite drinking cup during the Middle Ages. The writer has seen a boot-shaped mug, bearing the inscription W.R. Sein. Stiefel. Knit. Trinken. Kann. Der. Ist. Furwer. Keen. Teutsche. Man. There is an allusion to this boot cup in Longfellow's Golden Legend, where mention is made of a jolly companion who could pull at once a postilion's jackboot full, and ask with a laugh, when that was done, if they could not give him the other one. 15. The German equivalent for a native of Little Pedlington. It is a Swabian joke, commemorated in a popular song, to inquire in foreign and remote regions, is there any good fellow from Boblingen here? 16. Sonst etwas auf dem Rohr haben. Something else on the pipe or tube, meaning a plan or idea, kept to oneself, is a German proverbial expression, which occurs in one of Langbyne's humorous lyrics. 17. Nom de garce, as an anagram of nom de grace, occurs in Rabelais. G. 18. An expression only used in reference to seeing again some jolly old friend after long absence. Uns kommt der alte Schwed. 19. Wurst, literally sausage, is used by German students to signify indifference. When a sausage is on the table, and one is asked with mock courtesy which part he prefers, he naturally replies, "Why, it is all sausage to me." I have heard an elderly man in New England reply to the query whether he would have black meat or breast, any part, thank'ee, I guess it's all turkey. There are, of course, divers ancient and quaint puns in Pennsylvania, on such a word as worst. Thus it is said that a northern peddler, in being served with some sausage of an inferior quality, was asked again if he would have some of the worst. Not understanding the word, and construing it as a slight, he replied to his hostess, "No, thank you, marm, this is quite bad enough." The literal meaning of this line, which is borrowed from Scheffel's poem of Perkio, is indifferent and equal to me. 20. It was, I believe, Ragnar Lodbrog who, in his death song, spoke, about as intelligently and clearly as her Breitman, of a mass of weapons. 21. Is true art enjoyment? 22. Where art thou, Breitman? Believe it. 23. In the green wood. 24. Students in the streets. 25. O fatherland! How thou art far! O time! How art thou long! 26. Full details of this excursion were published in a pamphlet, entitled 3,000 Miles in a Railroad Car, and also in letters written by Mr. J. G. Hazard for the New York Tribune. 27. In American German festivals, cards are sometimes sold by the quantity, which are good for refreshments. This is done to avoid trouble in making change. 28. Breitman and brideman, bright and crumb, bride and groom, or broad and crooked, and c. 29. This refers to the passage of bills in the legislature of a state by means of bribery. In Pennsylvania, as in many other states, bills which have nothing in them, i.e., no money, are rarely allowed to pass. 30. Die Welt gleich einer Bierbottle. 31. Harrisburg is the capital of the state of Pennsylvania. 32. In a certain edition of the Breitman ballads, this phrase is said to have originated in 1845. In 1835 I heard it said that General Jackson in a letter spelt all correct, and this I believe to be the real origin of the expression. CGL. 33. This incident, and the one narrated in the preceding verse, are literally true. 34. No more intellect than a half-grown shad, is a phrase which occurs, if the author remembers aright, in the charcoal sketches by J. C. Neal. The Western people have carried this idea a step further, and applied it to sardines, as small fishes, all of an average size, packed closely together in tin cans and excluded from the light of day. A man who has never traveled, and has during all his life been packed tightly among those who were his equals in ignorance and inexperience, is therefore a sardine. 35. The incident narrated in this part is told in Pennsylvania as having occurred to a well-known politician, who bore the sobriquet of, with all due deference, from his habit of beginning all his speeches with these words. 36. Die Saupressions ist not to p angesehen py anipides as schweren, but as interest in Norse or Sherman idioms. Gut many refires vot refuse to admire such terms in the earlier editions ich politelic requestet to braise dem in future notices from a transcendental philological standpoint. Fritz Schwackenhammer. 37. Requisish. An abbreviation of the word requisition, which Breitman had heard during the War of Emancipation. I once heard this cant term used in a droll manner, about the end of the war, by a little girl, 6 years old, the daughter of a quartermaster. She had confiscated, or foraged, or skirmished, as it was indifferently called, a toy whip belonging to her little brother of 4 years, who was clamorously demanding its return. "I cannot let you have the whip," said she gravely, "as I need it for military purposes, but I can give you a requisition for it on my papa, who will give you an order on the United States government." C. G. L. 38. Bismarck. 39. Disraeli. 40. Woohoo. An owl the bird of Canal Edge. 41. Allons. Uhlans slang for go or went, as in America, they use the Spanish word vamos to express every person in every sense of the verb to go. Pronounced alland. 42. Oh no, those are no angels which sail so smoothly on. Oh no, they're cursed Frenchmen, all in an air balloon. 43. And when she came adown unto the earth's firm surface, she was Mrs. Robinson. 44. Those are thrashed Frenchmen. 45. De Ulen was not generally where Pickelhaub, but distade der her Breitman gehappnet to have fawn on. Fritz Schwackenhammer. 46. And art thou truly living? 47. All my property. 48. O maiden fair in heaven! 49. Nancy the Light of Love, of Lorraine. London Times, December 6, 1870. 50. I require you to surrender. I have 30,000 men not far from here, parlou! But give me first champagne, I've a wondrous thirst, you know about a dozen cartloads, and then I'll let you go. 51. Oh Lord, Lord, Lord! We are ruined! 52. We will take the ready gelt. 53. Yes, give 100,000 francs, 'tis all to me, you know. 54. Ah, that will make you trouble, which I would not gladly see, so follow all my counsels, and take advice from me. I have 2,000 bottles, the best. 55. From the wrath of the Northmen, deliver us, Lord! 56. There is a German student's song which begins with this couplet. 57. La Redoute, the gambling room at Spa. 58. Spa is famous for painted ornamental wooden ware, such as fans and boxes. 59. And to him who sung this song, God give a happy year. 60. If wine is better than loving, or if love doth much more than wine. 61. Yes, when the flower is plucked, and taken from the stem. 62. What is sweeter than this drinking? Yes, naught can better be, naught is sweeter though, than loving, it tastes better than wine to me. There's nothing like the maidens, there's nothing like good beer, and he who does not love them both can be no cavalier. 63. The colors are not unknown to me. 64. Ils étaient deux alors, ils sont mille aujourd'hui. Ceci est temps primitifs le du progrès à lui et chaque jour le rein vers Cologne cherry de nombreux farines, tout seul, tout Jean-Marie. Le Mout. Le Parfumeur. Cited by Eugene Rimmel in Le Livre de Parfums, Paris, 1870. 65. Bierstadt Herr Schwackenhammer had evidently here in view, not only the American artist Bierstadt, but also the great city of Munich, specially famous for its manufacture of beer. 66. Rattenkönig, or Rat King, is a term applied in German to a droll mixture of incidents, or details. It is derived from an extraordinary story of 12 rats, with one, their king, in the center, which were found in a nest with their tails grown together, firmly as the ligament which connects the Siamese twins. 67. Lucifers. The first name applied in America to friction matches, and one still used by many people. 68. Scalawag, an American word, of very doubtful origin, signifying a low, worthless fellow. 69. If we can in our monastery collect our rents, we do not care a red cent for infallibility. 70. This verse is parroted from the lines of a ribald old Latin song. Vigiti Jesuiti nuper convenir. 71. If I could throw myself outside of, or around, a glass of Rhenish wine. If I could see a glass of whiskey, said an American, I'd throw myself outside of it mighty quick. Since writing the above, I have seen the expression thus given in a copy of La Belle Savage. Bill of the Play, London, June 27, 1870. Nay, these native simple creatures had resolved that for the future each his own canoe would paddle, each his own hoe-cake would gobble, and get outside his own whiskey. 72. Deus esse facit olim homo. And c. A very curious epigram to this effect was placed upon Pasquin, while the writer was in Rome, during a past winter. It was as follows. Perci eva mangio il pomo idio per riscatarsi si fis uomo, ed ora il nono pio per mantenersi schiavi, sifa dio. 73. M. Kloski. An Irish adventurer, admirably depicted by Mr. Charles Lever. 74. Do you not see that if you are infallible, and wish to give it out? 75. During its life. 76. Thou art a very puppy. 77. This was the late Charles Astor Breestead of New York, to whom many of these ballads were addressed in letters. 78. Lines from Gudrun, each of which is freely translated by the lines following it. 79. Go forth, my book, through all the world, bear what thy fate may be. They may bite thee, they may tear thee, so they do no harm to me. 80. Pull on your boots so rough and tough, and whet your sword beside, we have been lazy long enough, the road is worth the ride. 81. Schicksal, destiny. 82. Menschheit Ideal, human ideal. 83. A little stream in Cincinnati, beyond which lies the German quarter, is known as the Rhine. 84. That was a dark young gypsy. 85. Ah, Rosalie, my lovely one. 86. Blood-colored is the lovely rose. 87. Who roses picks his finger pricks no matter what befall. In winter-time he finds them gone and gets no rose at all. Our petting and caressing here, our joy or misery it all shall rest sub rosa, love, and our own secret be. 88. Thou art right, my darling son. 89. Goodbye, my friend, my Frederick. 90. Wappenschild, coat of arms. Here ends the Project Gutenberg edition of Charles G. Leland's The Breitman Ballads.